Hello and welcome back to the RaidCall EMS 1 Fall Finals. We're about to be ready for the grand final, but before that we have another interview partner. It's Ulrich Schulze. He is the Managing Director of Pro Gaming and responsible for EMS 1. So we decided to have a little quick chat with you. Maybe let's talk a little bit about the season as a whole. How's the season been for you?
Obviously, it's the first season after... Oh, there we go.
Ah.
It's the first season after the international, so we were kind of, waiting for teams to settle their rosters again, and we had a bit of a bumpy ride with Mousesports, who won the previous season, more or less falling apart and then getting a new team. But I think we actually got a pretty good lineup here. I mean, we had the online season in Europe, and then obviously we invited the best Korean team at the moment with Startail, and in China we had a small qualifier as well. DK came first, couldn't come. Vici Gaming coming, as we've seen, they are probably the strongest Chinese team at the moment. So I'm pretty happy with the mixture of teams that we have here. It's good to see European teams match up with Chinese teams even outside of the international, so that there is a little more, Western versus Eastern world throughout the year.
So apart from the teams, which are obviously great, and we have been showing a lot of great games, this time it's a new location. The last two times it was somewhere else, but it was also in Poland. Maybe we want to talk a little bit about the decision making. Like, a lot of people have been raising the question, like, why is it in Poland? Why is it in a different location now here? And a lot of people have been blaming, for example, the lag issues we had yesterday and also today, a few on the location and all sorts of things. Maybe you want to explain a little bit to the people.
So obviously the last two times we were in a hotel. We had all the players in the same hotel, all the staff in the same hotel, and then we had a couple of rooms where we had the event, which had its own unique advantages, like everybody being in the same place. You didn't have to take care of shuttling anyone, but it was a little small, and it didn't look as good as we hoped it would. So we decided to go into this building, which is used to be a brewery. It's now an event location, and I think it provides much more space for spectators. It's a much nicer view for the camera, and we do have additional space, for example, for the secret shop, which we set up here, which we couldn't really have done in the previous location. And there's a restaurant right next to it. So there's lots of things to do around here. It looks much better. We can actually get much more people in here. Obviously, I would love to have thousands of people in the location that I have the finals in. It's not that easy, and we're gradually upping this. It's the first year that we've done Dota 2 tournaments, and obviously we'll get much bigger next year. We're trying to take this slowly. We're not trying to, just go all out with the events first. We're trying to grow it. Poland has been very responsive. I'm very happy with the community here. Obviously, we've had events for other games in Poland before, but the Dota community has shown up here, has been very enthusiastic. Obviously, they enjoy the fact that they're very close to the players. They get things signed. The players hang around here. Dandy has been entertaining everyone during breaks. So I think that's something that doesn't really happen. If you have a really large hall, then everybody goes their own way. And here it's kind of unique. It's like a small family. And I think that's what we're going for. And then maybe in the future we'll grow much bigger, and it will be more the stadium that we eventually want to fill.
Yeah, I have to say, from someone who's working here and is not in the audience, it's actually also super nice to get in touch with the fans and everyone. I mean, obviously, out there on stream, it doesn't really show as much, but just casually sitting down, few players, few spectators, and just talking Dota or anything else, that's actually pretty neat and very unique in that way. So you were already saying in the future, you have plans for the future, you want to grow it, you want to make it bigger. Anything in particular which we can await in the next year?
We will continue with Dota 2 tournaments. I think we will be much bigger than we are this year. We're still in the planning stages, so I can't really say much, but I expect it to be something that hasn't been there before. We, of course, want to still follow the philosophy that we've always followed. We don't believe in purely invite leagues. Teams like One, teams like AAA, we believe in them, showing their skill, and we believe in newcomers. We have Rock's Kiss, who qualified in our first season. They then, made it pretty big. So we believe in giving new teams a chance to rise up. But we also believe in bringing together all over the globe, which is why we had the Korean team, the Chinese team. Hopefully next time we'll have an American team as well, which didn't really work this time. But that's the philosophy we're going for. We want to have the big names from all over the globe, but we also want to give challengers the opportunity to, come in and show that Dota 2 is not an old boys club, but there's actually new contenders and people outside of, you know, Navi and Alliance who are great, but we want to see new faces every once in a while as well.
All right, that sounds great. I literally can't wait. So thanks a lot for joining me for the interview and giving us some insight. And we are about to be ready for the grand finals here. And for that, we're going to go once more into a quick break and should be right back. Hello, and one last time I can say welcome back to the RaidCall EMS 1 Fall Finals. And the finals here are about to happen. We have Vici going up against Fnatic, and that's going to be an absolutely incredible match in any aspect, however possible. So first thing I want to know from both of those teams, No-Tail, luckily I have you joining me. Unfortunately not RRTK, but you seem to know your team so well, so you, dear Hunter, will do as well. RRTK, as well as you, you're very loud when you're playing. Who do you think would win the contest in being louder in the match coming up now? No-Tail?
Me, without a doubt.
Without a doubt. You would agree or disagree with that?
Of course not.
Of course not. Okay, yeah, but he has been promising that his team is going to get really, really loud. So I better hear you, No-Tail. I better hear you.
I've been warming up my voice.
What?
I've been warming up my voice for this.
Oh, you have been?
Yes, yes. It was like an hour warm-up.
An hour warm-up?
Yep.
Well, that sounds great. I can't wait then. So let's talk a little bit about your team in general. This is the second final within a week you guys have been in. And this is probably the last chance this year to get that longed-for first place. Do you feel prepared for that?
Well, I'm longing for the first place. We haven't had one in a while. I don't think we've ever had one in Dota 2 LAN except for the Thor we had. So yes, I do feel that we're kind of prepared, but we're going up against really strong opponents, and we've seen what they've done to other teams. So confident, yes. 100% sure of a victory, no.
All right. So you have been confident throughout every interview. So I'm almost feeling like I don't even have to ask the question, but are you guys confident going up against Fnatic?
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course. Good. And we hope to see that confident in that play. We're just going to see in a bit. So, guys, thanks a lot for taking the time, joining me for the interview. We are ready for the finals. So please, big round of applause for Toby1 and Mad. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. It is grand final time, and we are here, Fnatic, a team which I think every single European fan has wanted these guys to win a title. As No-Tail said, it's taken them since, what, the Thor Open, which was over a year ago since they got a big title. They managed to get the top 8 over at TI3 and still couldn't claim anything, and they're going up against a team which has defeated both the champions of TI3, Na'Vi as well as Alliance.
Yeah, that's a very tough match for them. Like you said, I mean, they definitely deserve a title, and they've played games that were harder than the actual finals of tournaments. They played awesome. And I really like this confidence from Vici Gaming, so it looks like they're pretty ready for this game.
Well, you can actually see them through the corner. I have the screen blocking my line of sight for them. But yeah,
they're definitely ready for that one.
Yeah, they seemed a little bit tired though when the camera was panning over them after the last game.
That's actually a factor.
Obviously, like 70 minutes long. But yeah, the Fnatic guys have been like chilling on the side, watching the games, like
warming up their voices.
Yeah, warming up their voices. I don't know what he was doing. Maybe a small little operator at the back.
I would have loved to hear that.
How to pawn.
Yeah.
All right.
I'd love to hear that.
Let's actually, before we get ourselves into the game, let's actually show our progression of how we actually got to this point. So let's bring the bracket up on the screen for everybody at home as well as here live in Poland. So as far as it goes, qualifying through the group stages, VC Gaming #1, Fnatic #1. Rather appropriate they get through the final. Yep. Both the #2 teams able to get knocked out. VC Gaming taking out Alliance 2-1, and then Fnatic taking out Na'Vi in the same manner. So 2-1 in that regards. And then here we are, grand final. Best of 5 grand final as well.
It's really going to be insane. The thing about this tournament, the last 4 teams, the level is so close and so high. We got 2-1, 2-1. It wasn't even, of course, some games weren't really close, but every team was able to basically stomp the other team. So it says a lot about the level of this tournament and the level of this final quarter as well. Of course, it's interesting to see that the seed 1, I mean, the 2 winners of the groups are facing each other in the finals. So it made sense. It made sense. Like what happened in the group made sense.
Everything is balanced,
I'm really looking forward for this matchup and for the draft especially, because in a best of 5, the first game matters. Of course, you get to test the opponents, how they adapt to you.
Yep.
It's okay to drop a game, really. I mean, in a best of 3, it's hard because then it ends up being a best of 1 and you're under pressure. In a best of 5, it's completely fine because you need to win 3 games anyway. They know it's going to be tough, and they're going to have to win very convincingly if they want to take it.
I was actually having a chat to Fly just before we started up this game. And one of the things, and I'm not going to reveal anything by actually saying this, but basically he wanted to test out what VC Gaming wanted to try and do with their draft. Like obviously, like European teams don't have head-to-head experience with them. You look back through their drafts and you see very tanky kind of lineups. Like you look for the Bristleback, you look for the Alchemist. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise.
You look for the DK. You look for these really hard to kill off style heroes. Yeah. And that's just basically their lineup. So you're like, well, how exactly do I ban against that? Like, how does the whole draft procedure, in fact, work? And one thing he basically said was, basically, I want to see what support heroes they value more. Like ignore the cores. Let's look to the other stuff. The Alchemist, not a problem letting it through because they also like to play the Alchemist, so they have no problem with that. And then you value which support heroes, which high. Like ET, always a high thing, especially if you're going up against Bristleback, and then you get the Visage added into the mix. So Fnatic will be very, very happy with the start of this draft, and it's probably exactly what they were expecting to happen.
Definitely, and one thing that's a bit interesting right now already, it's, of course, Fnatic gets the ET. I mean, Vici Gaming has been, like, they gave the ET to Alliance in the third game, and they decided not to take Bristleback, and we assumed that it was because of this ET pickup, because we were like, of course, ET is really good against tanks, so that might be the reason for that, but in that case, they get it again, so it's like I'm not sure how important the Bristleback pickup is. Sometimes they just rush it for a reason, and sometimes they just don't. I'm trying to figure out whether it's because of the dire advantage. Of course, Bristleback is a great hero at getting rushed, but they were dire against Alliance as well in the third game. I mean, so we still have to see how high they rate this hero because they were under pressure against Alliance because they lost game 2. So if they rated really high, they would have got it in the third game, and they didn't. So I'm really looking forward to see if they draw it again. Of course, in this game, they have it. The Alchemist versus Bristleback combo, they destroyed Alliance with this lineup. So let's see if Fnatic has an answer to that.
Wow. They're going to go with Era's signature hero, the Live Sealer.
Of course.
I'm still waiting for the Invoker, in fact, to come up
from Hani.
Yeah, and the main reason why I'm thinking that is because I was considering a way you can control the way you can control up your lane. Obviously, Cold Snap really helps you do that kind of thing, but more than that, the Forged Spirits. And then you got the negative armor of Elder Titan, and then you got the Forged Spirits kicking in as well. And then you have Visage slowing down, and you got Live Stealer slowing down. Fnatic have a lineup which has a lot of stability themselves and the ability to chase, or not even chase, to stop VC Gaming from turning around and running away and then coming back again. Like you want to open wounds up on a Bristleback, you can definitely pass them if you have face boots.
Definitely, and they have so much burst damage. I mean, you're looking at this lineup, ET, Visage, and Next. This Bristleback is going to have hard time in fights. Next destroys tanks, and I mean, the next ban would have been a pretty clever one for Vici Gaming, to be honest, because when you're getting Alchemist plus Bristleback, only one hero in the game can burst them down easily, and that's Next.
Yeah.
Of course, Next is one of the main heroes of Fnatic. They haven't been that successful with it as of late, but Era plays a superb Next, and looks like they're getting ready to play it. Fnatic is really, really drafting what they have been drafting the whole tournament, and even before that, I mean, the Enchantress pickup right now makes complete sense. The Next as well, the Elder Titan might be looking at some Midases versus Vici, which we actually didn't against, like in the previous semi-final between Alliance and Vici. So I will also, I'm really looking forward to see how will Vici adapt. What's the Chinese answer to the Midas gaming?
See, I'm wondering if Fnatic are going to do that. I'm looking at this going, okay, you got Enchantress and Visage with a Live Stealer. And the second you have a Live Stealer, my brain already goes to aggressive tri-lane. And when you got Enchantress harassment, like Bane's going to be a problem when you're coming in. But Bane could also be an easy target. So and you want to keep his attention on that bottom lane. Like, obviously, with a Live Stealer, you don't look for him to do the damage because he's going to get enfeebled up. But then again, if you enfeeble, you don't have a Nightmare. So I kind of want to see Fnatic add a lot more aggression towards that bottom lane. Like we see a Clinks now coming up, not a bad hero up against an Enchantress. One of those ones where you actually look to have a hand of Midas with your Death Pact.
It's quite funny because if you look at the Vici Gaming lineup, it looked quite similar to the Navi lineup that Navi had against Fnatic. Like this Clinks pickup, the Alchemist plus Bane combo, Fnatic destroyed this pick in the semifinals. Of course, the execution will be different. Maybe not better, maybe not worse. I don't know. It's going to be different for sure because it's different teams, different play styles, different players. But this lineup Fnatic faced already, and they know how to face this. I want to mention this Nyx ban because I think we have probably one of the best Knicks players in this tournament post 79. This is FY. He's insane at using the Knicks. This Knicks, like he gets some 4-man stand. I don't even know how. No dagger, no force staff, no need. Just skill and like team fight positioning. And I'm hoping for him to grab the Bane, because obviously Bane is a lot about positioning and reactivity in team fight. And this player, like this support player, has been impressive during the whole tournament. And that was Fnatic. Cheer, like getting ready for this game. Pretty sure Vici will do the same.
They know exactly what they want to have here, and they're going to feel. I would feel confident if I was Fnatic with this one. And there it is. That's what we're searching for. So we finally get Hani's Invoker into the middle lane. And the calls be right, and that also means that bottom lane becomes even more aggressive. If this is going to be Trixie on the ET, on the safe lane, which it should really be, they've got to add a Sunstrike to that bottom lane. Like, this is when Nightmare almost turns against you.
Definitely.
Like, it's like, oh, I'll protect myself from this one. Nope, doesn't work that way.
The only problem for No-Tails Enchantress in this game is that Bane and Alchi is a very strong support combo, and you don't want to run in the jungle and like face a Bane or an Alchemist. They're just going to burst you down level 1. There is no way you can tank this damage. So No-Tail might have to start in his own jungle for this game. If they want to go aggressive, they can still try to go defensive. So right now, everybody has his signature hero, basically. I mean, we have No-Tail on Enchantress, next on Era, probably. Hani's Invoker, Super Stormstray, that was really insane in the semifinals. TK's Bristleback, of course, the famous one. So, great game coming up for sure. We'll see. Both teams are completely into their comfort zone right now, and we'll see how they can face each other and who can get the upper hand.
Yeah, well, let's get ourselves into it. So first game of the best of 5 is going to get underway now, with Fnatic going to be on the Dire side. VC Gaming will be over on our Radiant side, and we will be checking out our lanes as well. So as far as Fnatic go, it looks like Era is heading up towards the top lane, and this is almost feeling like a Midas rush. Just judging by, so I think you're 100% on the money. Hani also likes going his Midas too. No-Tail will be there as the Enchantress. Smoke's already up and running, so they'll be making sure they get control over the early portion of the game. Trixie will have a rough time on the offlane as the ET, but he just has to not feed, and then it'll be okay. And then Fly will take up the Visage role. And RTK, he'll be the offlaner for VC Gaming. He'll be taking the Bristle back up north. Now put Super into the middle lane as his Storm Spirit. FY heads down bottom lane, so he won't be as the Alchemist in this game that puts Fenrir as the Bane, and leaves our last one, the man who can farm faster than almost anybody else at TI3, Sylar as the Clinks.
The drafts are really even. Like the more I look at it, the more that's what I think. I want to mention the Ring of Protection on Hani for his Invoker mid lane. He gets Bazzi Ring every time on his Invoker. I guess it's for the Force Spirit. He wants to make them more tanky, so the opponent's hero can't just harass them back. It's quite interesting. Like the way he plays Invoker Exort mid is actually really, really good, and he usually dominates his mid lane, or at least he gets a very, very good start.
Well, off we go. And of course, as expected.
This is going to be a really hard lane for Elder Titan bottom, though.
Yeah. What's he supposed to do about this? Because like, you get Nightmare, then you get Concoction down, and in that time, you should be able to have like Sylar move into a good position where he can just like Searing Arrow you down.
And again, look at the jungle on Bane, and it starts again, on Vici's side. This is just...
It really never stops.
This is
it really never
vu,
stops,
right? Yeah.
These guys are just like not a problem at all. Like we've just played a best of 3. We've been like full on aggressive. We don't really care right now. All we've basically got to do is just keep going and going and going.
Yeah. This aggression from Vici Gaming is quite insane. Just to so nobody worries, the lag is actually coming from ROTK. The ping is perfect to all the players as far as I know. So
wonderful.
That's wonderful, yeah. I mean,
well, sort of.
I look at those games, and obviously the Storm pickup is very interesting, like, because Fnatic lacks Disable. Again, they have only Invoker, but we know that Hani usually favors Orchids on his Invoker, so that will come to play at one point.
And his Disable, like, we also see him normally about the mid-game when you got, like, your Deafening Blast in your
he
immediate,
uses
then you got your Call
perfectly.
Snap.
For sure.
Like, everything basically goes bada bing, bada boom with him. Like, everything comes out at once.
Of course.
And
but
then
it's
you
not like they
Enchantress on
have
top.
some, Vengeful Spirit or even Lion. I mean, Storm is pretty free. The thing is that when you have a Bane not only offers offense, like aggression, he offers really great counter initiation, because whenever your Storm Spirit is getting hexed or Orchid, you just have to slip him, and then he's basically unkillable for 1 second, and that second will save him from dying, and will might win you the fight.
Yeah.
So I really feel like the Storm Spirit will if they focus on the Storm this game and they give him a good start, he can snowball on Fnatic really hard.
All right, we're going to go again. So Silent, look at him, he's already trying to posture Trixie and this bottom lane.
Yeah.
The fact that Trixie's already got 36 points is good, but in the middle lane, there's a haste rune. The Nightmare going to go on Invoker. This is already going to get bad. There's a static remnant. Noritel's on his way in, but he doesn't have a heal. He went enchant to start with. Starts off the Wild Wing, and Honey goes in the tree line, but it's already too late. The Storm, well, it's actually doing a lot of damage. They pick up the Alchemist, so there is going to be a trade, and maybe even Super as well. They've got him. There's a double kill coming in for Fly. So Vici Gaming try and take the front foot forward.
Who would
And
have
they end up
thought?
taking a step backwards. While on top lane, almost Eric picking up ROTK.
Yeah, Era is playing. He's very aggressive. He's a very aggressive player with Nakes one-on-one. He got the
We're going
overvenom
again.
1-on-1.
We're going bottom lane. The Spirit's going to come back into Trixie, but we've already got movement coming around the top, and that's Fenrir. He's going to Nightmare up Trixie just quickly to allow the repositioning for Sylar. He's not moving up, but with that Nightmare damage already ticking him down, and Trixie, one last Spirit, but he does go down. Clinks will take the last hit here, and then there's a double creep wave worth of experience to share.
It's actually insane how Era is able to force back ROTK on this top lane. Like, he's doing great on the next right now.
It is kind of crazy because, like, so far
pressuring him
ROTK has not had any real troubles on the offlane. Like even in death, he's still winning the lane.
Yeah, he has like very few regen on next though, so that might hurt him at one point. I mean, who could have thought that we would see a Chinese team diving behind the tier 1 tower basically minute 1?
It's a new day, man. It's a new day.
It's definitely a new day. I like this decision from Flybottom. He's unwarding the lane. He came with a Tentry to make sure that they couldn't go on Trixie.
Noritel's coming out the bottom lane. He's got trolls here as well. And FY, well, maybe they thought about going on him, but that troll being slowed down just a little bit. That's a big creep wave coming in on Sylar, and that's why the troll trap comes out. Nortel, Spirit on top of him, and they just keep on fighting. There's a Soul Assumption damage. It's not enough to kill off Sylar, and the AoE, the stun from FY. Nortel, he pops up the heal, but Fly's taking a lot of damage. There goes your Soul Assumption, gets one. At the same time, Nortel prancing himself away. Trixie, he's got another Spirit up in 1 second time, and he's looking for Fenrir right now. The Spirit firstly going over the Alchemist, and then he'll come back over for the Bane. Pulling it back in again, get to the other side, so it still travels through him, and the Enchantress will get the kill.
Awesome play.
We go 4-3. Silent TP's back to the bottom lane.
And Fnatic
won't catch up to
once again
Nortel.
is playing so aggressive. So aggressive. I mean, how many dives did we see? And we're 2 minutes into this game, so
7 kills in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I enjoy this game.
come on. We couldn't wish for best for better right now, honestly.
Sylar, he needs more help, and he's getting it. It's rotating over. Alchemist is coming in with a stun. He needs more movement speed, though. He's not going to catch up. And FY, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble here if they spot this out.
So that's a
There is a
Klinks.
dire observe ward watching this, but there's no one that can jump on it.
So
And
that's a Klinks without boots, chasing an Enchantress in the river. What's going on? If even Cider has to rotate like this, what's going on?
And Trixie gets space. Like, Bane's on the lane.
Yeah.
Sylar comes back, and Bane is the one who's on the lane.
But Fnatic supports have such a great start. I mean, they're both been involved in 3 kills, or even 4. Fly died before, so he didn't get the assist on the who was it? The Bane kill. So I mean, they have boots level 3 on Visage. They have level 4 on Enchantress. She's getting boots as well in the chicken. I mean, it's really a good start for Fnatic right now for the laning.
I'm interested to see Hani's build, though. You notice he's gone 2 points up into the course before he's gone the extra point into the X-Sword. So he's not even focusing on the Sunstrike. I was looking for the Sunstrike when the Alchemist dropped that low, because he was stunned up by himself and sitting in one position.
He was.
A level 2 Sunstrike probably wouldn't have been enough to kill him off, but
He has only 1 point in Exort though, but
Yeah.
it's still decent damage since it's pure damage. Even 100 damage matters at this point. Era is getting very pressured by ROTK right now.
yeah, but that's
something we need to
the
mention.
reason why you got Fly coming up here. Mr. Haste Rune. Going to look to slow down ROTK. And Nortel, he's got a troll here as well.
Yeah.
They got a lot of control on ROTK, but Era's got to get in closer. And they're waiting for his open wounds to come off cooldown, I'm pretty sure. Because now, yeah, here we go. Open wounds to start with. Era can leech back a lot of his life points. And ROTK, troll trapped up. He's doing a lot of damage, Era! Ooh! Only just got the kill.
That was
Only
close.
just got the kill. But now in comes Fly. No!
Oh, God.
Oh, no! Oh, no! He suns himself up. And now with the acid spray, Era still tanking this up. And they got another one. He dies to the creep wave as well as the tower. So 2 heroes lost, and Vici Gaming make an uncharacteristic error on that top lane.
Like, I have Notel right on my right side, and he's really going crazy on those kills. Fnatic has really a lot of momentum going into this game, and they have a great start right now. They're looking great.
And it's absolutely amazing for Fnatic on that start. And the fact that Harney's being uncontested here in the middle lane too.
He's dominating mid lane. I mean, of course, Storm is still getting some CS, but right now he has almost as many denies.
And he's a level above. Like,
Yeah.
even if it's,
Yeah,
the 13 denies really hurts him.
It's perfect. And now Next can't be pressured by Bristleback anymore because he's level 6, and once he drops low in life, he just has to go into the jungle, like use his ultimate, and it's basically him going to the fountain without any sort of TP. So every lane is looking great for Fnatic. I mean, Notail and Fly have very good levels, very good like starting gold.
Even Trixie, like
Even
he's
Trixie's
up to
look
level
great.
6 with 18
Exactly.
for 2.
That's the rotation from the supports. They just gave some sort of advantage on every lane, and yeah, it's really up to Fnatic to decide where they want to strike right now.
Well, they know where they want to strike, man. They have to go underneath the observer wall, but that's going to be fine by them. And Fenrir is going to be the primary target if they can get in close enough. The Wild Wing already being, now he's been revealed off Fly. There's your Grave Chill, slowing him down. The Spirit's also on the way in to get a lot of bonus damage. Fly, soul assumption damage. That hurts. And the Tornado again. And Uritel did this in the middle lane before, and they're going to get another kill with it too, slowing him down, but the concoction stun. Over on 2 with the acid spray, and Sylar needs more damage to the Searing Arrows, but his attack speed is so low, Super needs to control him up more. Uritel, that heal keeps him up. Alchemist has now gone down. Trixie, he's going to bonus 30 damage on him right now, and with the dust, Sylar, there is nowhere to really run. Uritel, they need one more hit. The Spirit's got 4 seconds. The Sunstrike on Sylar, and got him, Hardy! Nails him. Trixie's been pulled back in by Super. This won't be as easy as he hopes. He hits on Super pretty damn hard, but can't get the kill now. Hardy does come in. He can summon up to some Forge Spirits, but they're going to back up, or will they? Alchemist again needs a vision around the tree line. Harney's going to be the primary one to stun up again. An Acid Spray. Storm Spirit jumps into this fight right now, and Harney going very low life. He gets the ice path down. The Super just jumps straight through him. He doesn't have enough mana for another jump. There's no mana for a Nightmare, even with the 7 stick charges. So we'll back off.
So the kill on Invoker was pretty huge, but now we have Enchantress level 6, Visage almost level 6, and that's insane. Honestly, it's just Fnatic. It's a demonstration right now. Even like skill-wise, the Sunstrike, of course, stopped like really clutch usage of spells. The sleep from the Bane on the Enchantress was a bit unfortunate. Of course, you might want to sleep the Visage at this time because he's doing the most damage to you. But of course, it's like half a second to decide who you want to sleep. You don't really have the time to take everything into consideration. No, Fnatic's rotation is really good right now. They have to keep this rhythm going in this game if they want to really take the upper hand on Vici Gaming. Great play so far.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're hoping for.
Exactly.
This is exactly what we're hoping for.
Massive aggression.
Fnatic are actually playing like really good, solid Dota. Their rotation's good. They're playing with their own rhythm. VC Gaming, like apart from the one little moment on the top lane, like everything has also been exactly what we expected from them in the last all the games so far.
Exactly. Yeah. They answer whenever they have to. The only thing for Vici Gaming right now is this Kings. He had to take fights into the jungle. Like, he was pushed out of his lane. He died twice. It's really not something you want to happen when you're playing a Kings. So Sylar will have his Midas delayed if he wants to do something. I mean, he's one of the players that get Midas first on Kings, so it will be delayed. And I think that's a actually, he just, no, it's the recipe he bought. So he's definitely getting a Midas. And it was hugely delayed by the Fnatic's rotation.
At least this time I shouldn't get sniped off when in transit.
Fly and Notail.
Sorry, I've lost. It has to be brought up.
Poor Hervost. that was unfortunate, and it was against Fnatic actually. Like really, the rotation from the
supports. Ultimate irony if that happens again.
I hope for Vici it doesn't, because
it's arrived. It's arrived.
It's really huge for a team to have a Midas delayed for that much. But yeah, the rotation from the support from Fnatic has been really flawless. It's funny because against Alliance it was Vici spamming smokes. It has been Fnatic so far. So.
Still a good time on top lane for ROTK. Like, as I said, like, even in death, like, he's got 1 death to his name, but he still managed to hit 32 for 9 on this Bristleback. With Bottle and Treads up and running, he's almost about to crack level 8 as well. He's looking very, very strong. Like, I know we've seen him die already once, but it still took a decent amount to try and make that happen. And once they start grouping up, like, well, I mean, they're about to do right now, then, like, ROTK, you see him move up. He's moved up just a little bit, like, slightly more aggressive, tries to take Era, open wounds me now, and give it a shot. But the fight's about to begin, so let's actually jump over to the team chat of Fnatic and see what's going to happen with them.
What do you guys? For now? I don't want to be alone, like, when they're all missing. You can also smoke into Roche.
Towards bottom.
You can also smoke into Roche right now.
Yeah, but it's, I guess, with one elemental.
Do it, no, I can tank.
Bottom.
Smoke into Roche.
Yeah, it's doable.
I saw her.
I have medallion.
You have to check for wards.
Ready middle as well. Be ready as middle as well.
You have to take one of the things. I can't take
I
everything.
can take. I have space. Let the Satyr tank when it comes.
All right, so as you can hear, Fnatic know what they wanted to do. They smoke up to do it. And of course, while that happens, there will be a trade up on the top lane. So Vici Gaming will go for the tier 1 tower while they just jump in for Rosh.
Once again, it's just Fnatic taking not even the right decision, the best decision. I mean, they were supposed to die top, and instead of that, they're going to get a rush, not even like 10 minutes in the game. That's insane decision making from them.
Yeah. They didn't even try and delay it at all. Like they had a fortification if they were even remotely considering defending up that top lane.
And that's, I mean, no more ganks on left
Oh,
here.
bottom lane, Fiend Script. It's going to go on Trixie. Double TPs on the way in. Sylar, he's really low on mana, though. He can't really afford to keep these steering arrows going. And Trixie's got high movement speed, but the Bane, Brain Sap, they got the vision. So we're able to get the kill, but there's a lot of support rotating in. And now Alchemist, he'll get the stun up. He's being cold snapped up, and Era's just beating him down. And of course, with the feats, he's like, please use Chemical Rage. I will take every inch of your life away from you. So it becomes a 1-for-1 trade. But I say a 1-for-1 trade, they're going to be pushing this tier 1 tower down. At the same time, ROTK is attacking the tier 2 tower on the top.
Yeah, I like this decision from Fnatic to instantly rotate on the safe lane and just open up the map. This tower is the most important one for a team, basically, because this one at the middle tower, of course, the safe lane and the middle tier 1 are the most important ones. If you want to take control of your opponent's jungle, it's the best way to do so is really to break those towers. So Fnatic understands that and instantly go for it.
Well,
so we have a Midas on Invoker and one on Clinks.
And yet Hanamize, he's got the Soul Ring up as well, and then still has another 1,000 gold. So that's going to be his full treads up as well if he wants it. Like, the money's really starting to roll in for both these teams. The advantage does go, of course, the way of Fnatic, because they do take Roshan, and they got the level up at the tower in the bottom lane as well. So they move up to about 1,800 gold advantage, and there's about 2,000 experience as well going the way of Fnatic. So they have the small advantage here at the moment. But really, we know the way that Vici Gaming plays. We saw it in the last game up against Alliance. It all comes down to team fights, and Honey's trying to start one now in the middle lane. Like, he started off with a cold snap. The Impetus is already flying out right now from Notel. But it's just a little bit of harassment damage on him.
RoTK has to be careful with his Bristlebite because usually he plays, I mean, of course he knows that, but he plays against lineup that don't really have enough damage to burst him down. Against this damage, like Hexorc, Invoker, TC, Nex, Enchantress, and Visage, those are 5 heroes that can burst him down really quickly.
Yeah.
It changes everything to the approach of the Bristleback, and that's maybe why he's going for a BKB instead of a Vanguard this game.
Oh, we're going to go again. There's a Nightmare on the Visage, but there's no real follow-through into this. The danger. Now the Alchemist done. He hits on Notel. Bacon Fiend's gripping from the high ground here, but with the Familiars hanging around, he does not want to give that a shot. And already, should Note Fly, about to crack level 8. And TP bottom lane, Hani, yeah, he's just trying to push Super away from the tower.
Also want to mention something. If you look at Note's build, he's like skilling untouchable already. We saw Aki's Enchantress the game before just going for massive stats, some levels in the slow and maxing the heal. It's really, Enchantress is a hero where you can really decide, adapt in every single game. Either you want to max the passive, you want to max the heal against burst damage, or just the slow because you're going to go for aggression.
But considering they're on like the Roshan side of the map, like you want to have untouchable. Like
exactly.
you saw him during that last during their attempt. Fnatic took hardly any damage because Enchantress just has to basically get hit,
so much,
and you're fine.
Exactly. Also against the Clinks, it's a great pickup, and in the first fight, you could see that Sylar was really struggling to get any sort of damage on the Enchantress.
Yeah. I was like, how is he supposed to get damage anyway? He's still struggling with his mana pool as well as his attack speed. Now the smoke's going to get revealed, and they know Sylar's there. Worth and open wounds. We have sentries. We have dust instead of pop off. Impetus 1, Impetus 2. Notar gets another one, and it goes 16-11 now. Fenrir has still been looking. He's been looking in this middle lane for the last 1 to 2 minutes just for an opening for Rafine's grip, and he cannot find one. He keeps taking damage from this spirit harassment of Trixie. Dropping him down low, and he knows if he comes in close on Trixie's going to have high movement speed, not to mention a very hard hitting with the buff up that comes from his spirit. Or are they coming in middle lane? Oh, there it is, Fenrir. Tornado, he'll die from the fall. And no, he doesn't. Oh. He's on the Fiend's grip. He cancels the Fiend's grip. He used all the mana for that one. Hani's still trying to find out this. Super's in the middle of this fight too, and the Stomp's going to come in, buys some space. There's your Soul Assumption damage, killing off Super. Trixie gets a bonus, 120 damage. He is throwing around his weight. Fly is able to pick up a double kill now.
That's really Fnatic's draft doing work right now. The draft is awesome from Fly and from his team. look at the damage on Storm Spirit. Like, he was mid-life and he died from one Soul Assumption because of TC's aura.
Yep.
And so much burst damage coming out of Fnatic. And if they were able to take a lead, exactly like they did, it's looking really grim for Vici Gaming right now. Of course, it's far from over. They can come back. They still have their T1 mid, etc. But right now, Fnatic is doing great.
Oh, Windvorka. We now have BT's fully up on Hani. Is so Hani through and through. And the one guy I thought was going to get a hand of Midas didn't get one. We got one up on the Elder Titan. We're not going to get one over on No Doubt. We'll have double hand of Midas coming out now from Fnatic.
And to give a little bit of like a quick story that's quite funny, I had this discussion with Hani. It was back in Gamescom before TI2, so it's quite a while ago. He just came back to do that too at this point.
That was when you were playing for MTW?
Exactly, yeah. And we were watching a game together, and he was like, you know, I'm watching this game, and I'm wondering why people are not using Midas or Boots of Travel more. And I promise it was his exact words, and he has Invoker with Midas and Boots of Travel. How funny is that?
It's ironic, but it's also very, very hardy.
It's just players that just come into a game and try to change it the way they think it should be and succeed in it.
5-man movement coming on this mid, but again, at the same time, Super's here. He's got full mana. He doesn't have his second Oblivion stuff up just yet. So doesn't have enough mana to really play around with an RTK.
Look at the damage from one support, one opposing support. 300 damage almost on one hit.
And it's got to keep your distance and your back turned, or you try at least RTK. And the spirits are down again from Trixie. And he sends it out. And you get into the tree line, sees the heroes a little bit further down. There's your damage from No-Tail over to Super. And they're just making space for the tower.
No-Tail can really go that aggressive thanks to the Untouchable. Else he would just get one shot by the storm, really.
Well, it's always been the downside about like an Enchantress. Like her life points are really bad, but once her Untouchable like starts leveling up, like you don't need life points as much as.
Yeah, definitely. You don't need, because you don't get damaged. So, and No-Tail has been involved in 12 kills over 14. He's just doing so much work with this Enchantress.
2-0-2, man.
Yeah.
No one's got that kind of high participation rate.
No.
The nearest is in fact Fly, he's been actually no, he's got it. He's 616, but he's with the Soul Assumption, he's been kill securing everything.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Hardy, just like hiding. You notice his build too. He's still got that 1 point up in wax in case he has to go invis for now.
It's insanely hard to gank Fnatic. I mean, we're not playing against them right now, but it feels like this. Like every time Vici is going for a smoke, they just don't find any opening.
Yeah.
It's the second time we see like 5 heroes just scouting and trying to find someone, and they just never do so.
And then Fnatic do it themselves. Like they're running up the middle lane. Ira's going to show himself.
Yeah, Cider, good rotation from him.
All right. So with Fnatic, maybe they can rotate towards the top. Let's actually jump back on board with them.
Ready to drop penalty with birds.
Yeah, no, I'm checking Rune first. Rune is bottom taken. Fuck, I missed it.
Could be. Oh. I was checking.
Get the Aghanim on Vici, like, well, buy it.
It's gonna be a while.
Yeah. So for now, there's no real gank happening up on the top lane, but just nice to actually hear Fnatic talking about where they want to go. Like they understand, like obviously Aghanim Scepter on Visage is what they do want to go. It's a while away. Maybe if Vici Gaming stuck around a little bit longer, they would have had a crack at that.
Yeah, I mean right now it's calming down a bit because there's nothing really to do. Like both teams are farming up. The laning phase is kind of over, so you can't really find openings on the map. I like how Vici is playing aggressive, though they understand that Fnatic right now has nothing really to catch Storm or a Klinks. Of course, if he runs into an X, then he's gonna die, but if he's just being a bit careful with his positioning, he's just fine. He can just roam the map. The next item on Hani will be really, really important. If it's an Orchid or a Hex, then and an Orchid, of course, not an Orchid.
It's fine.
Of course. And I mean, it's really important. It's going to be a Hex. He just got an ultimate orb. So it's really important for him to prevent Storm from just, running around and farming.
I thought he might wait a little bit longer just to see how the next team fight would go, but obviously having those extra stats during the next team fight is going to be just as good.
He looks quite confident that he can get decent farm.
Salah just ran invis. With that gem now over on Fly, Salah's going to be very, very cautious.
Yeah.
Like, he's got that high movement speed of his. Like, it's 44% speed for movement. And Fly will just start to take it away very, very quickly.
And there's the BKB on the Bristleback. That's quite interesting. He usually goes for Vanguard or anything maybe Heaven's Halberd or anything tanky, but not really a BKB. So he's really afraid of the burst damage coming out of the Visage, the next, or actually, yeah.
I think he's a little bit more worried about like Invoker holding him down.
Invoker through as well. But that's still the armor reduction from the Force Spirit to go through BKB. But
that's true.
Anyway,
at least he doesn't have to deal with a cold snap or the wall or anything like that.
I mean, he needs to go for a tanky item right now, some evasion maybe.
Suppose he can always just try and crack into a Heaven's Halberd or Rod of Vatos.
Yeah, of course you should.
Should always get Rod of Vatos.
I want to exactly. I want to see this item played more. The range is just insane. Come on, just get it. Come on, ROTK, give me the road. That's the second rush attempt,
yeah. And this is so quick as well. Like, they were waiting for it. We're only 21 minutes in, but you see it already with like -3 armor. The TP's on the way in. That's going to be the Invoker coming into the fight. Actually, yeah, that is. Everyone's here, and Roshan's basically toast. But this time around, VC Gaming don't get a trade. Like, they don't get a T1 tower on the top lane for it.
They're getting nothing this game right now. I mean, they never get a good trade. They tried 2 smoke ganks as 4 or 5, and they got nothing out of it. Now they just... They might know Rush is back, of course, but they just can't contest it. Fnatic is really leading this game right now. They need items. They need BKBs on heroes. They need something to go in. Right now, they just have pickoffs. They have two Orchids going on, like one on the Clinks and obviously one on the Storm Spirit, but it's still not enough. Fnatic's positioning has been really flawless. They're just not giving any openings, and I'm seeing that an Era might be in trouble top.
Yeah, if this Fiend Script's able to latch, which it does do so, and he didn't get the rage off first, so Sar just laying into him, but it's the Aegis the Immortal. So that's what they lose, this rotation from VC Gaming. Talk about how hard it was for them to find anything. The first time they do, they trigger off the Aegis the Immortal.
The problem is that, I mean, they had triple TP, so that's good direction timing. Of course, he died before anything happened, really, but the problem is that Era himself TP'd there to farm the lane, so it was really long TPs. They're not able to have any sort of backup in this position.
All right, now, Super. He's on the hunt again. He's really wanting to put this Orchid to work. What's coming out now? Courier too. Okay, it looks like all those TPs they just used, they're coming back on the Courier.
Yeah, that's a great one, actually.
Just to get him all back up and maneuverable. Always carry a TP scroll. RTK, there's a good dire observer ward watching his movements, but they need to get Era closer. There's the Storm Spirit already jumping out, and that's a TP back to base as well while he does so.
I mean, we didn't see the Bristleback being put to use at all this game yet. He has been involved in 1 kill out of 7, just because how the game is. It's a farm fest right now. And, I mean, it has to be because it's way too risky for any team to basically push into a tower right now. Both lineups are really insane at taking fights. So the Bristleback is not yet useful. He might be later on in the game, even though you usually look for early fight with Bristleback. Fnatic has been playing really good against this Bristleback. They're just bursting down, no commitment.
We get our 4th hand of Midas.
On who?
FY.
Okay.
He just picked up a hand of Midas, so looking for, hopefully for him, that level 11. But you notice how painful this is?
Oh, yeah.
It's these wards are down, and then he's got like mud golems on the other side. It's like life is just crap for him right now.
I wonder, this ward can have 2 use, actually. Of course, you block the camp, so you deny some farm, but maybe they even think, like they just called, maybe in Chinese, of course, like, guys, you should be careful, Fnatic is farming on jungle. I don't know if they've noticed if like it was really a ward of just enemies farming it. This can pressure the opposing team. This ward is quite interesting.
We're smoke moving right now from VC Gaming, and they can walk right underneath these observer wards without being spotted.
Third round, smoke on the top side of the map, but still not gonna get anything off.
You see the line being dropped by Fnatic. They want to go down to bottom lane and try and pick up Sylar.
Yeah.
But if they're really going to try this top lane, like Super's already got that DD rune triggered off, trying to get a little bit more life points. They're waiting for someone to defend this top tier 2 tower, come and farm it. But Fnatic have no intention of doing that. They want to come to the bottom lane. They have only one hero that was visible on the map, and it's Sylar on the bottom. So they're just being drawn like moths to a flame.
I mean, Fnatic's positioning and map rotation has been flawless so far. Again, Vici is really trying hard to find pickups, but they just can't.
Already we have that Hani. We're 24 minutes in and we're walking around with the Scythe of Ice on the Invoker. 3,000 experience for them.
The Storm can't, he just can't jump in. It's impossible. He's going to get burst down instantly.
Yeah. But he's easily pushing out the tier 2 town on the top lane. This becomes a trade-off now. Because Sala used the DD to start that off, and with the catapult there too, this will be the tier 2 tower lost. At the same time, I'm wondering who has the higher push speed right now.
Fnatic
I'm going to bet on
in.
Fnatic.
They have to go in. I mean, right now, the trade is really highly in favor of Vici. Everybody's farming.
Well, they're backing up.
They should at least force TPs, in my opinion, force back the Storm Spirit from the top lane.
Because if they don't do that, then Storm Spirit just keeps farming.
Right now, Klinks is free farming, Storm Spirit as well. They got a trade-off, as you said. And even Alchemist is farming. Like, everybody's farming on Vici's side.
Yeah.
And you can see the gold graph and the XP graph, because Fnatic's rotation, of course, they don't get ganked, but they're just getting out-farmed a bit. They need to force a fight somehow. They can force it. They still have... I mean, actually, yeah, Rush just... Yeah, I guess without Aegis, it's pretty hard to force the base right now against the Bane.
No, I don't know. Yeah, even if it's like not a force, like I think you said it perfectly. Like, just get them to come back.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
make sure they're not.
You got like acid spray and nightmare that's going to stop you.
No, of course. Just
they
force,
need more.
Yeah, go high ground, wait for the TPs to come, and then just back off.
At the same time, they might not be willing to risk their money. Like Elder Titan just hit his BKB.
Yeah, that's important.
Trixie has BKB. Fly is still 900 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Era finished up a Lincoln Sphere that goes with his armlet as well.
That's classic Era. Every time he faces a Bane, he goes for Lincoln Sphere on next.
Allows him to respond. No doubt, found one. That'll be the enchant to try and slow him down. The Centaur's got to get closer. There's a Centaur. There is a stun to come up from Alchemist. He's trying to get to Trixie, but he won't be able to get it. In fact, the Centaur's just following him. The Sunstrike's going to come in. The Centaur with a hoof stomp, and there's the kill for Enchantress.
What a control. Like, they're just outplaying Vici so hard in every move right now.
Oh, they're even going to take their Ancient stack. Wow. That's just greed. Rubbing salt in the wounds right here.
Vici is just ignoring everything. They're just farming. Even Bristleback is split pushing right now. They understand they can't take a fight, so they no panic. Just keep on farming until we actually see an opening.
And some confidence from Bane.
Yeah,
grabbing himself a gem. This must be just so they must be feeling that there must be a lot of wards are out from Fnatic. Like the only invis you're really looking at is going to come from Hardy.
Right now it's all about the warding, like because it's all about like avoiding team fights. So
BTs, they're coming in for Super right now, and he's got to jump, but he already got hexed up. Cold Snap follow up, and look at him just get destroyed. No-Tell's enjoying that kill a hell of a lot, but Invoker is the one who claims it.
That's a huge pickoff. That's a huge pickoff on the Storm Spirit. That's so much damage. I mean, I don't know if he should go for a Lincoln Sphere or a BKB. If he wants to split push, Lincoln Sphere might be better. I don't even know. They have so much spells. Actually, Lincoln Sphere is pretty bad, so they have so much single targeted spells. It's really hard against this Invoker Travel Hex to split push for Storm or for Klinks right now.
And they're going to come towards the middle lane, and they're going to get the Cold Snap, as well as the Tornadoes. Only a very short range, but it's enough to follow with the Hex, and they just destroy the Alchemist as well.
I mean, right now it's just Fnatic running as 5 and getting pickoffs. If Vici somehow manages to let them run as 5 and bait them into thinking they can get those pickoffs, they can highly outfarm them.
And Sylar, he really wants to finish up this bottom lane and get that tower. But at the same time, they're getting split push. There's catapults, there's satyrs, there's a secondary TP coming towards that bottom lane. The tower even gets denied by the other Titan. No-Tell was the secondary TP to come in. And that's when ROTK just tries to mop up the mid. But it's amazing how silent VC Gaming have been. They've been so loud throughout the entire tournament, and well, it seems like No-Tell really did win the competition about who has the loudest voice.
Yeah, right now for sure, because Fnatic is really leading the game, and they're looking for the pickoffs. Vici Gaming is just trying to, I mean, give out. They're just trying to get the most of the situation, and it's really hard. Avoid fight, trying to not get ganked. I'm not sure what the game plan is. I don't know if they have one. Again, it's when you get pressured like this, you just have to really try to punish your opponents, hope for some mistakes. At one point, they might be able to take fights. Of course, Bristleback is huge in late game. Like, it's not only an early game hero. He can do so much.
Would you look at it? You asked for evasion.
No.
Heaven's Halberd's on the way for him.
Yeah, it's highly needed against Fnatic's heroes right now.
Because only 50 gold away from it, too.
Yeah. Invoker, Enchantress, they're going to start dealing huge damage. Actually, not Enchantress. Since we have no Midas, he's going for... I mean, we're not gonna see an Aghanim on Enchantress anytime soon, I feel like.
Yeah. It'll take some time. He went the mech to start with, and right now, like, that bigger problem is going to be the fact that there's a lot of BKBs up on VC Gaming. That one has arrived now on Storm Spirit to go with his Orchid. We have Sylar, who's down the bottom lane with BKB Orchid. Another 2,100 gold, so that's Chrysalis if he wants to go back to base and buy it up. And then you add that much damage to this fight. You'd be worried about that. So we got evasion as well as disarm to come from the bristleback. And then like your next items are still still on their way. Like Roshan's just respawned back up again now.
I think they will contest this rush. I think Vici will go for this rush and try to take a fight there.
It's going to be hard, man. They may not get there in time. Like
No
Tel's going to take the attack right now.
They want to smoke, but yeah, it's taking a really long time.
Well, they grouped up for it now.
To go fast.
There it is.
Fast. They will get there in time because Era wasn't there to deal damage.
True.
This might be the turning point of the game right now.
And Trixie just used his spirit as well, so it's going to come back into him. Throws out another one. Got to keep that eye out. In they come. Silas going to be the first one on the way in. And Storm Spirit, BKB. They're jumping on Hani to start with, and they're going to bring down the Invoker. They got him. The Searing Arrow is focused too, and Trixie, Fiend's gripped up. There was nothing there. The Familiars are almost all dead. They all drop down. They get rid of the Bane at least. But Fly, I'm hearing a Sunstrike a little bit further over. There is a dive right now. Era is able to just tank them all up and almost man-fight him. Alchemist has another stun in a moment. Era, his rage is there. He'll take the damage, but he raged up, so he didn't take the stun. And now the Hex, Invoker, comes back into the fight. Soul Assumption damage as well. Visage will take the kill. And Sylar has to scuttle himself away.
Just
back through the mid.
I mean, so much damage coming out of the next. The Bristleback is completely useless against such a draft. Of course, they have the upper hand, so we're seeing a Bristleback underfarmed against heroes that are really higher in the net worth, even though he's kind of keeping up somehow. The Klinks couldn't do much in this fight. He just got so much pressured by the next, and I think it was the visit. I'm not sure, but the next on his own just put Sylar really low life, so he couldn't do much. He had just to run back.
And because of that, it's like they lost like small little things. Like even the Familiars are almost all dead, and then they dropped on the Bane. If Bane had like a second longer, maybe we could look for a sap. We could have looked for something else, but the fight just split into two different parts. And once Lifesteal was able to also dodge that secondary concoction, everything went downhill.
We're looking at so much control from Fnatic. I mean, Hani died, right? He had buyback. He decided not to, so he was confident. And I mean, the fight opened with Vici Gaming killing two heroes.
He bought back at the end of the day.
Oh, he bought back at the end of the day?
Yeah, that's how he got back in the fight so quickly.
All right, okay.
But he tried to delay it.
Yeah, of course.
He tried to delay it.
I mean, it looks like they know what's going on in the fight. Even if they start the fight with losing two heroes, they still keep calm and keep on fighting till they end up team wiping almost VG.
Sylar's being such a nuisance. Sitting back and just creep skipping it out with the Klinks.
Yeah.
And then just running himself away. He's almost got enough money to finish up the full Daedalus as well. And this is going to be a big factor. Like, we still have to see Fnatic go high ground. Like, their lineup has been really freaking great so far as all these kills go.
Of course.
But a 6 to 7k advantage on both goals, walls, experience isn't enough to say, I have enough of an advantage that we can go high ground, especially for a 33-minute game.
What they're highly missing in this lineup is initiation. They have nothing to actually jump into someone when they go high ground. They have the Invoker Hexor to actually push the base without committing too much. But pushing in against a Klinks with Daedalus and into like in a cloud from Alchemist, this is going to be really tough. So
it's almost like at this time you wanted a Night Stalker, so you had like an Aghanim Scepter to see in. Then the ET could like, that's why you got the ET Spirit.
Yeah, of course, they can scout, give vision, but who's going to jump on this? Yeah, I mean, next can of course always run in, but you don't want to run in those heroes. Bane is just going to like grip him or something. They have orchids from Sauron, they can force the rage. Might not be a good idea. They really lack initiation right now, so I don't think they can force the base yet. They just have to keep on doing what they have been doing for the last 20 or 30 minutes.
Rotate, farm, take Roshan.
Exactly.
Rotate, farm, take Roshan.
Yeah. For how long? I don't know. I don't want to know, but right now they just can't break the base.
It could be a very, very long time.
Might be.
Next Roshan spawns up in a while anyway. He only died just over 2 minutes ago. And Super uses the Orchid to trigger off Era's Lincoln Sphere. But that's a full AC now also being completed. You can hear Notards making like a quick call saying we should go for this, but it's rather risky to go high ground. With a haste rune, probably not as risky. And they're already on the D ward right now. As the observer wards are getting taken out. So the gem's just going to work.
I really want this Bristleback to get a lot of farm this game to see how effective he can be late game. Right now he's a bit falling behind in terms of farm, and that's understandable. I mean, there's so much pressure put on the map by Fnatic. I mean, Hani can be here anytime. Even solo next can solo kill him almost if he gets a basher. Or he got actually a Soul Cuirass.
Yeah,
he's gonna destroy this Bristleback whenever he gets close to him.
Yeah. So easy just to melt down the Ancients as well.
We have a Ganem on Visage for quite a long time right now as well, but he's getting to his next item soon. I don't know, maybe a Hex. They might need Hexes actually to break the base. That would be That would be quite good from them. They have one on Hani, might not be enough. They might need more.
And then it'll have to be Trixie's job to get that next one, because Honey's already got one. He's still 1,000 gold away from having his full Aghanim Scepter. But, oh, wait. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
That's a Skadi?
That's a Skadi. That's a Hani Skadi right now.
All right. Bristleback is really going to have a hard time.
This is a rough time for everybody.
He needs a lot of Athos. That's the only way I see it.
You basically can't run from Invoker. There's no way to run from Invoker.
Exactly.
You must stand and fight him.
And it's going to stack the iron reduction. Everything's going to be really hard. I mean, what I want to highlight, though, is that Vici Gaming is really keeping up with the farm. If you look at the experience and the gold graph, every time we're not involved in a fight or in a rush attempt or anything, like they're farming really well, and it's Siler leading the farm in this game. He's been like farming all over the place.
He gets at the highest net worth, 18.3k.
Yeah, he still doesn't do much, because whenever he gets focused, he has to run back.
Yep.
So he needs way more, but it's already something.
As long as he can get himself a really big, like, okay, he's using Death Pact to take out Forge Spirits in the mid, but they can't defend this top tier 2 tower.
No.
There's also an Alpha Wolf. This thing's going to expire by the time they reach the tier 3 tower, but the bonus damage coming into this top lane right now is ridiculous. Like, it's plus 190 on 157 base damage Invoker.
Plus 30%, yeah.
No.
Yeah, luckily, at this point, he actually used that already.
Oh, in we go. Tier 3 tower, the Alpha Wolf. It lives for a little bit longer with the fortification.
Siler's getting a tower for this.
Look, they're enfeebling up the Invoker. The Alchemist Stun will fly as well, but Hani, he's just so tanky.
Minus 120 damage on Invoker. It's a lot, actually.
He takes three hits to kill off a half-life creep. There's your ET ulti. That really hurt an FY as well as Super. Super had to ulti himself away, and using the BKB in defense, Nara TK, these familiars doing a lot of damage. They have to drop down so they get their damage back again. With the dire creep wave in here, the Soul Assumption goes. They're trying to keep RTK low.
Nice stun.
With more stuns coming out. It's actually locking Sylar in next to the racks. RTK, that damage is enough. It's enough. The Clink has ended one of the sprees, at least on the Enchantress, but Super is just in the middle of the entire Fnatic lineup. Another Alchemist stun's about to come off, and Super, he bought back. Same with the Bristleback. They're going to kill off Era, moving over to Hani. Nightmare buys some space. Elder Titan picks up the Bristleback up to the high ground, then goes for the stun, buys some space for the Soul Assumption. Follow-up Familiar stun, and look at Trixie hitting hard, and he's living. 34 life points, another Spirit Siler finally gets him down, but no! Fly survives through it. Clinks will buy back again. Hani's back into this fight too. He's already got his BTs. Look for those buyback timers, just getting him even more and more increased. But as Fenrir trying to chase him down, Concoction not available. Familiar's on the way back in again with the Tornado. There's no drops on them. Still another 6 seconds for it to go. And Visage trying to stay close. Hani, the BT's out. He gets a free.
That's so much damage from the Fnatic lineup. Honestly, this TC Aura is doing so much work in those fights. And I really like the decision making from Era in the fight. Every time he sees that Klinks gets closer, he just stops from attacking he just stops everything and run on Klinks. Siler is really struggling to get the damage off this fight. Any fight, actually. Just because of how Fnatic plays, they instantly turn their focus to make sure that Klinks stays useless in the fights.
Yeah. Man, he was like to die, like to have to buy back. Like we had 4 buybacks come out from Vici Gaming during that game, and nothing from the Fnatic lineup. Yeah. It's crazy to think about that they lost that many and they still took that many. And now Livezilla picks up the basher. I'm still watching this 5k gold of Fly.
Yeah.
Like, I would like to actually see Rod of Atos up on him now, but it looks like it'll be Scythe of Ice.
Yeah, and it's really the good decision right now. It's really hard for Vici Gaming. They can't just stand in front of Fnatic waiting for the right moment, because they're going to get hexed and burst down. They have to jump the next time they see them. It's either they initiate or they take the risk of losing a hero and losing the game.
Yep. There's smoke up from Bane, so Vici Gaming know what they've got to do.
Yeah, it's going to be about Rush in the next fight for sure.
Well, Roshan has the potential of spawning up in about 10 seconds. But I missed the count, so I don't know exactly it. Casper's already started drinking.
And that's the excellent visage.
Man, it's so much control. So much control. And they've still got this cheese over on Era. That's really the craziest thing. Like, next Roshan is going to get double cheese. And it's a quick Roshan too. Like I said, the potential of spawning up. He's going to spawn up in about 20 seconds time. So he's spawning up in the first minute. And Fnatic already pushing out this bottom lane. This is a chance of Vici Gaming. If they can find on top of this tier 3 tower and not have it go like last time, then they might be able to pull themselves back.
Interesting to see that Fnatic decides just to push in without the Roche, which they definitely can do. they also pushed in the lane where they didn't do the tier 3. So it's an interesting decision. I'm not sure if it's a fake push or if they really want to get the racks.
It kind of seems legit. They've already got the tower down to a third of his life points. Hero's getting his Lincoln Sphere triggered. No, nice stomp. That's
awesome
with 4 of
stomp.
them. And the Meteorite and
What
the
a
ET
fight.
ulti. Oh my! Fnatic have just mopped it. That's almost a GG right there. Send him up and towards the air. And F5 will hit the deck, but he loses everything. There it is. It's GG. Fnatic will take game number 1 up against the Chinese BC Gaming. And that is a big controlled game as well. All the lanes seem to work right for him. The pushes were working right for him. The Roshan fights are working right for him.
What a stomp. I mean, the stomp from Ender Titan.
It is.
Like, what a stomp into ultimate. Awesome team fight from Fnatic. That was the best way to end the game. Just, again, impressive performance. So much control, so much experience.
Man, it's a testament right now to Fnatic. Like they are so close. The last time they had a chance for a big title in Dota 2 was at DreamHack, and they got nailed by Na'Vi 3-0.
Yeah.
Like, there's no nice talking about it. It really was like like lubricant kind of style. And now they just did that to VC Gaming. If they lose it from here, like, I'll be very, very surprised. Fnatic are a team which is all about mood. It's all about momentum. If they can keep that, they will just keep rolling with that every single time.
They're unstoppable. Like, they just... I mean, of course, the game took 40 minutes, but they had the upper hand from the very beginning, and they kept it. And they ended the game without even being pressured at any point. Yeah. Of course, Vici were able to farm, but they had the hero for.
Yeah.
I mean, Storm running around, Klink running around. Of course, it's good that you get the space on the map. It's interesting. You have good map awareness, but you're basically not really outplaying your opponent. You're just trying to survive. And really, honestly, Fnatic had so much control this game. It's quite impressive. I hope Vici Gaming can come back in the second game, so we have quite a close best of 5. But right now, Fnatic is looking insanely strong. They still didn't... Of course, they dropped 1 game against Na'Vi, but besides that, they dropped nothing. They had the control during all the tournament.
Yeah. Agreed, man. Absolutely agreed. I don't know if we're ready to go to our short break. I haven't heard the person in my ear just yet. Oh, no, we're definitely not ready to go there just yet. But right now, oh, man, I'm wondering right now if VC Gaming too, like, they may not have prepared for Fnatic. Like, they came in here and said, well, Na'Vi an alliance.
Of course.
I don't know if China even knows the threat that this team pose. Like, they were top 8 at TI3. They may have just gone under the radar.
That's a very valid point, actually. When you're a Chinese team, you saw... Of course, you heard about Na'Vi, you heard about Alliance. Have you heard about Fnatic? I'm not sure. Of course, you know they're around. They're a strong team.
They're a team that's okay. They have a couple of good games.
You don't specifically prepare for this team, right? And it's... Now they have the best of 5. It's enough time to adapt, so...
Yeah. Well, let's go to ourselves a short break, peoples. We're going to be back here. Game number 2 of the best of 5 of our grand final for the RaidCall EMS 1 fall season is coming up in just a moment.
RaidCall, communication for winners.
We're about to head into the second game. The first one has been amazingly played by Fnatic, and we will see if Vici will continue to be as confident as they seemed so far, or if they actually crumbled after that really, really, really good play by Fnatic. Also, for everyone here at the venue, I quickly want to point out that the secret shop is going to shut down for good in half an hour. So if you have missed out on getting something from there, you should definitely do that right now. Of course, we start the next game in just a few minutes as well, so you should do that before that happens. And for that, I want to give it over to our casters again, Toby1 and Matt.
Thank you very much, Zoe. We are back here again for game number 2 of our grand final. And, well, game number 1, I don't know how many people would have bet their res on Fnatic starting up this game, but I bet you if they did, they're very, very happy right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Vici, honestly, I mean, let's be honest, Vici was favored going into this match because they have been performing really well for a very long time now. Of course, we always have this West versus East matchup that we are looking forward to see. Fnatic have been performing extremely well as well, of course, don't get me wrong, but they're a bit more unstable as of late. They're not unstable at all in this tournament, that's for sure, because
they've been going amazingly this tournament.
They're dominating everyone and in very convincing fashion. So I never thought I would one day think like, can Super, Aero, TK, Sylar manage to upset Fnatic? Because I keep on thinking of when Fnatic just switched to Dota 2, right? They had to learn so much, and now they're just, you know, giving Dota 2 Dota lessons to just legends of this game.
You can no longer call them Hon trash.
Of course not. They're just like Dota like maestros.
They're sitting here after winning a best of 3 up against Na'Vi. They've just managed to.
They won Alliance. They won Na'Vi.
Yep, and now they take a convincing game as well off what is, I wouldn't say arguably, I'd say is the top team in China right now.
Definitely.
Yeah. I don't think we realized just how good it was when DK didn't get their visas, because these guys are giving us still amazing games right now. So it's it's one of these things where like you look at the Chinese team and you got to go, man, so glad they're here, so glad they're playing the way they're playing as well, because really this whole tournament, it's going to have like ripple effects throughout the entire scene.
Of course.
The way drafting is done, be it from what Fnatic's been drafting here, but also bristle back on everyone's mind, the whole combination with the Pugner as well. Like we already saw the effect of the Elder Titan. So finding all the the combinations of all this kind of stuff, and then having other people play around with it. I'm wondering if like next time on Dota Buff, like you just see straight up, oh, Bristleback now played in like 50% of games.
No, but definitely, it will change a lot of things in my opinion. I would definitely agree. I mean, I'm trying to think what can Vici, what can Vici, you know, what's their approach right now? What's their mindset? They didn't get outdraft. They just got outplayed. And that's something really hard to take when you go into a series like this, because if you consider that your opponent is stronger, not just generally, just right now they're stronger than us, then the mindset is just awful because you just can't get the motivation back to fight them. So it's really hard. They just have to forget about game one. Of course, I trust them fully to do that. I mean, the Asian teams, one of their main strengths is their discipline and how they don't get affected. They're less emotional, you know, usually than European teams or even American teams. They're really disciplined and they have practiced so much. Maybe not for this tournament, but they practice so much usually. They know what's going on and they know their strengths and their potential. So they will stay keep calm, stay solid, and approach game 2 with a completely new mindset. Maybe not new draft or play style, but new mindset for sure.
Yeah, well, I hope that's the case, because then we have ourselves, again, another closer game. But if Fnatic don't want to do, well, for right now, if I was in Fnatic's shoes, I'd be looking to completely crush VG Spirits.
Yeah,
like,
they have to.
This is be like, not even like a waiting, like this is just basically push him down, gank him up, whatever could be the most aggressive. Like bring him the Night Stalkers and the Beastmasters, let them just go to absolute town on the heroes.
Just pressure them.
Clockwork jumping in, like all that kind of jazz you want to be able to do, which makes another team just go, I just wish this game was over. And the second your mindset switches to that, you're in trouble.
But when you think about it, Fnatic relies a lot on this Enchantress pick to put up the aggression. I mean, every time this Enchantress does so much work. Navi was able to shut down Notelade's Enchantress really hard in game 2. We saw the rotation was from Puppy's Enigma and Kuroki's Visage, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was Visage as well.
Yeah, that was when the Visage got the first blood as well on the
Enchantress.
Enchantress.
Exactly, so the first blood on the Enchantress. That was huge, and of course, they were able to really shut down Notale. The rotation from the Enchantress were flawless again. I mean, they dived mid on Hani. Both Enchantress and Visage were there. They got a double return kill. Then they were able to dive bottom, kill the Klinks once, twice. This aggression has been spot on from Fnatic, and I'm really looking forward to them getting a pick where they have this potential, this aggressive potential again.
Yeah. Well, right now we are into the game, so the draft has begun. VC Gaming going to be over on the Radiant side. Over on the Dire side will be Fnatic, and also a fun little thing sent to me by my normal stats man, Nahaz. Sent a stat saying that the Fnatic, in the last 25 competitive games, at 12-1 when they played Dire. I think it was 12-1?
12-1. That's an insane stat. That, I mean,
12 wins, 1 loss.
That means they never lose when they're Dire, basically. So
basically,
we can, like, Fnatic never loses when they are Dire. I mean, and we saw how much they utilize Rush. You want to get a tier 1 tower, you want to go for a smoke and try to get a kill on the next? Fair enough. We're just smoking back on the other side of the map, and we get a rush for it.
Yeah.
So what was actually a smart move from you and probably an important gang turns out being a complete disaster.
Yeah. You see how our last game also now influences the draft here? Like, Fly wanted to bait out and see what was going to come through. And you can actually get both the Elder Titan and the Visage. Yeah. Both the heroes which he wanted to have in the first set.
And he got both.
And now ROTK starts off with the banding stage and takes out the Elder Titan. So there's still the other combinations. Like, we never even mentioned it. There being like the Wisp and Tiny combination, which Fnatic have run in the past. Like this kind of stuff. Like we haven't even seen like a different style that Fnatic plays, which is like the full-on push. Like that's the kind of time that the lineup you play. Like when you're looking to crush somebody's spirit. Yeah. So I would look towards that ban from RTK.
You're completely right. I mean that's a very valid point. Actually, you just made me realize Fnatic didn't even play what they used to play. They didn't even use Wisp. They're crushing everyone with Enchantress and whatever they can get. Nyx, Luna, some... It's actually amazing. And this might have... If we forgot that, I'm pretty sure Vici can get to forget that as well, you know? And they might just let the Wisp through the pool and then might just...
Well, they just did.
Yeah.
They banned out Trixie's Prophet. And
they might be playing against Wisp plus Tiny this game.
Quite possible. But you wouldn't pick it up here in the first set. That's still one of those things where, like Fly, he's got his 2 picks up together right now, which he won't have later on. But at the same time, like it's one of those things where like you pick up the Wisp and then like VC Game will instantly just think, I gotta take out the CK.
I wonder if Vici Gaming approaches, you know, are they playing against Fnatic or are they playing against a European team? Because right now they banned the Nature's Prophet. We didn't see so much Nature's Prophet coming out of Fnatic.
Yeah.
Was more against Alliance that it was a problem against Admiral Bulldog. So
but
maybe they're just
Fnatic got used to not playing Nature's Prophet.
So much, yeah.
Because it got to the point where like everyone's banning out Wisp and Prophet because they just kept them doing this whole like global we jump in everywhere strat.
Yeah.
And like no one could try and deal with that. But of course, this all changes around when you're on a bounty hunter instead of the prophet, so you can still do the combination.
It does.
Now RTK is going to start with the Clockwork here as the first pickup. So
it's actually a pretty good pick against Wisp.
Valve,
got the message.
Megan, I've even signed that one as well.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Yeah, it's our petition we're running for techies here, and Valve. Answer our plea.
Give techies, please.
Hey, I was already talking to Loader about it right here on the live stream. We said, man, it's going to be a great hero to start pushing with. You get like, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's 400 pure damage to a tower.
I'm not sure about the exact number because I'm forgetting techies. I mean, I didn't get to play techies for months now.
Yeah, well, yeah, no one can. Like, it hasn't been in the game. Oh, look at that. Looter Enchantress.
That's familiar. That's familiar. That's deja vu.
Yeah, but this like, imagine a techies with this. That you run a support techies and you start throwing mines down towers.
Exactly. You want to push with Luna and Enchantress, I just get my mines ready.
Yep.
And whenever you push in, Rampage.
Boom.
Boom, exactly.
Oh, wait, actually, no, not like that.
Not like that?
No.
You want the push in one.
No, like I'm talking about using the mines to push the towers.
To go down, yeah, actually, that's huge damage.
Boom.
And
that's what it's
the stasis trap, this hero is just the suicide. I want this hero.
The suicide's hilarious.
Come on. The tech is tiny combo.
You gave us Bloodstone now. Give us our real suicide ability.
Yeah. I mean, enough fun with Bloodstone. Just give us techies now. I mean, Bloodstone made us wait a few moments more. No, we want techies.
It's always one of those moments too where people are like, techies could counter so easy because you just buy a gem and then you see all the stasis traps.
You get a tiny to toss him in.
Boom.
That's the best combo ever.
Yep. Wonderful.
Toss into suicide.
I like the better combo though, where you have hooks.
That's awesome.
Just to think about like the broken hero, Earth Spirit.
Oh yeah.
Imagine Earth Spirit bouncing around with different mine placements. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. I can only imagine that.
That would just hurt your head.
I want this dream to come true.
I don't want the Spirit to ever get into the
game.
Oh,
yeah, actually.
Sorry. Yeah, we kind of hate
you got an ally. I would get it
Volvo,
on that one. Yeah.
Volvo, please fix.
Please fix.
Yeah.
So, Vici Gaming gets the Pugna. Fnatic decided to ban Alki rather than Pugna. They banned Pugna first game instead of that Alchemist ban, so that's pretty interesting. It's basically the same ban Alliance did against Vici Gaming, so it might have something to do with the sides, or I'm not sure. Actually, the Pugna is a great pickup against Enchantress. Enchantress can't do anything in the fight against the Pugna. Every time she throws in Betis, she gets a lot of damage against her. So,
yeah. I'm wondering, like, who's meant to be the hero up against Pugna now? Like, who does Fly pick up?
Yeah.
That's able to go Pugna, like, you are mine.
I actually think Luna is pretty decent one-on-one against Pugna mid. I'm not sure. That's just my assumption. I think you can just outlast.
If you had smoke rotations, like if you had like an Enchantress with a +1.
That's the problem with Pugna. He's so squishy.
It's almost like a time when you want to play a Rubik, so he can take his Nether Blast and just go to town on it.
Actually, I don't think I ever saw a Rubik getting Nether Blast. I mean, that's actually a great pickup against Pugna.
That only just came to my mind.
I'm gonna write this down on my book.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I want to see your next blog basically being the Rubik special.
The Rubik special.
Should he be solo mid? Is he the Canada pop?
He could so.
Boom!
Oh great, that's
got him.
That was cold. we should count the cold picks.
Thank you, Fly. Thanks, Fly.
We're doing okay right now.
Wonderful, Fly.
I mean, the Rubik pickup, obviously great setup. We saw actually that. Was it the exact same lineup against Navi? I'm not sure. I think it was. I mean, they had Night Stalker and Bounty Hunter as two last picks. I think it was the exact same lineup, right? They had Rubik support, Luna, and Enchantress.
Yeah.
And Vici Gaming must have seen that game. I mean, if you prepare, at least you watch the semifinals. So
he's a wonderful hero too. Like when you went the null field in a little bit later on, but he needs to find levels.
He struggles versus Pugna Ward, of course.
Yeah. The biggest downside.
Yeah, of course.
If you have someone that can get rid of that pretty quickly.
They need a hero. Actually, many heroes can. I mean, of course, the Pugna Ward was buffed, so it's really harder to take it down fast. But
Actually, here's a question. Like, hero attacks. You need 3 hero attacks, or you need 12 minion attacks, I think it is.
I'm not sure how much, but it's a lot of those. I mean,
What
Visage Bird do no
do
damage.
glaives count as? Is that still a hero attack?
Good question.
Because if the glaives bounce over, technically...
Does it bounce over it? I'm not even sure.
So yeah, I don't know if it actually attacks
I don't
the
think
ward.
it does.
Because if it only attacks heroes or
Naturally,
units...
I would say it doesn't, but I'm not sure.
Want to keep an eye out for that during the fight.
I think it doesn't.
Yeah.
It would make sense that it doesn't. I mean, Flat Cannon, you know, this type of stuff, it doesn't.
Yeah, you'd lose everything.
As it's just completely... It's a bit too strong. The Shadow Demon pickup again. I mean, all the supports are banned, so... It's a great support, of course, don't get me wrong. It's great opening. The Soul Catcher is insane damage when you get it on the right hero. The ultimate allows you to basically initiate on a hero without committing. And even the poison thing. We used to see Shadow the Demon in the woods at one point. It was from Poppy, actually, back then. He's a great support to have. You can just... What people do with Maiden nowadays, they can do with Shadow Demon, more or less.
Yeah. Now with the Wind Ranger being picked up, like, we obviously instantly assume that it's going to be Luna and Enchantress Rubik together, but there's no reason why Fnatic can't change that up either. Like, you can just leave Era as that Luna up on the top lane up against the Clockwork. Obviously, it's very dangerous if Clockwork ever gets in close, then Luna is basically toast. But you can also run Wind Ranger, Rubik, Enchantress. Like, they're very aggressive style heroes. Like, I know I always refer to IG as the heroes when I remember that, like, aggressive tri-lanes with a Wind Runner as a core.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not quite sure about the Wind Runner pick. Of course, I don't question it. I mean, I'm trying to figure out why they got it. Might be because, of course, Wind Runner, of course, is a great hero to initiate against a pushing lineup. If you get a really good checker shot, then the fight is basically over before even it started. So it's also great pickup if they want to play aggressive and play those rotations. I mean, we saw Fnatic go for early ganking on the opponent's safe lane. And of course, if you have Windrunner offlane that got some levels on Trixie, he's a very aggressive, like natural aggressive offlane player. So if he gets, like, when they rotate, he has the shaker shot and the power shot to follow up after the opening, easy kill on any hero that Vici is looking to safe lane. So it's a quite a smart pickup in my opinion. It might also go mid. Now that there is a DK, Windrunner, I will get to that. Windrunner is really, really good against any melee hero on the mid lane. The damage output and the harassment is just impossible to handle for a melee hero.
Well, we're about to see if we're going to get one there. Fly, last selection, 40 seconds to go, and if they're able to get a nice solid draft right now, and they feel confident with it too, imagine if they're able to take this game, holding the Chinese at 2-0 here in the best of 5.
I would love to see another physical deal. We didn't see at least one hero that's completely missing in the semi and the final is Timbersaw. We saw no Timbersaw. It wasn't banned, wasn't picked.
But at the same time, I think people have now realized, like, there's 2 big problems with Timbersaw. One, Doombringer.
Of course.
Huge ass problem for Timbersaw.
You get completely useless.
Can't do anything. And the second thing is, I think people have also realized that just to get used to interrupting his timber chain. Ever since they got changed up where you timber chain up, you might hit a tree, but you get interrupted during your timber chain.
That's true. Yeah.
After that point, you just can't rely on the escape. And now we get the Invoker pickup. So we get a second Invoker for Fnatic. I really, 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 really want to see this aggressive tri-lane out right now.
And actually,
like a telekinesis into a Sunstrike, into a power shot, into just a basic attacks by the Enchantress, who's also going to slow.
We did not mention something. It's the Night Stalker ban from Vici Gaming. So obviously Vici Gaming know what Fnatic is up to. They watched the game because Fnatic had a Night Stalker instead of the Invoker, more or less. I mean, it was some kind of pushing, ganking lineup, you know, map controlling lineup. So they know what Fnatic wants to do. They did it to them in the first game. So they will get ready to counter that for sure. Yeah. The Lash Track is banned, so there is no double support roaming from Vici Gaming. That's denied from them.
They could always go down a different line and then just go to something like a Lina. So they at least have something to couple up with
Lina
the
would be great. Yeah.
And then that's your burst damage up against the Enchantress. And in a way, the Rubik, but we're going to go with a Sand King for the first time at this LAN event.
Oh, I'm looking forward for this FY Sand King. I can't wait.
It's a lot easier to set up like your first stun at level 1 when you have a disruption to help you out.
Give me the 4-man stuns FY that we saw on the Knicks, please.
Oh, Fnatic will lose their entire lineup if that started happening.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you add an epicenter to that one. That is the downside about the Fnatic lineup. Like, we're going a 4 Intel, 1 agility lineup here from Fnatic.
That's the lineup. This kind of lineup is like, you need perfect execution. And if you do so, then it's just awesome to witness. But you need perfect execution. It's beautiful Dota what Fnatic is. I mean, I was about to say what Fnatic is trying, but they're not trying. They're succeeding it. You know, what Fnatic is executing, basically.
Yeah. And let's watch him go. Let's watch him go. We'll be heading up towards our top lane. Looks like Notel again, just having a couple of...
It's down now. Should be fine.
All right, fantastic. Just a little bit of extra spike. Loading and focus resources.
Exactly. Oh, in Dota 1, that was pretty harsh. Oh, that's old times.
Yeah,
good old times.
Yeah, where it was F9, F9, S, enter, name.
Fenrir, he's going on his own against the whole Fnatic lineup to put a ward.
Confidence.
Yeah, sure.
It's pretty deep in too, but doesn't block up the
camps. They saw him.
They threw down their own observer ward.
Yeah.
This top lane doesn't belong to anybody. This almost feel like I mean, like the Vici. Like no one can come up here and contest this.
No.
Like if Clockwork comes up, he really runs the risk of getting destroyed, like completely. If Notel gets a troll, Clockwork is dead.
Actually, maybe they got Rubik against Clockwork. He's a great hero to kill him. I mean, you just lift him and put him out of the cogs, and then it's just he becomes a free kill, and he gets blocked by his own cog, you know. So
it's kind of funny, like just so you could understand that. Like, imagine cog here, Clockwork's here, drag him up, and then he's got to go back through his entire cogs.
Exactly, and Luna just bursting him down in the meantime. So Rubik is actually a good pickup against Clockwork.
Kind of feel a little bit John Madden when I do that kind of thing. Yeah, it's just like you just start here, you go here, and the guy loops around that direction to get the defender that's over here. Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Into the game we go.
So 3-0 on Sand King. That's not surprising. I mean, one of the best players in the tournament is having one of the heroes that requires insane skill.
Yeah. And right now, I'm also watching that top lane. Again, the cogs are coming down, but Fly's waiting for him. The cogs have already been used too, so RTK, his harassment damage here is going to be very minimal. And they're actually already using this just to get some extra right clicks into him, nothing more. But remember, Fly's extra right clicks have plus 14 damage on them as well.
Yeah. It matters a lot, level 1.
Yep. It's the way to just burn through the consumables. And that's going to be the primary goal right now. Like, if you have to go through your mana, like, it's not even taking mana for Era to do this. If you've got Lucid Beam, he'd be happy to throw one out. Yeah. Like, he probably wants to wait to level 2 on Lucid Beam and then
it's
throw it out.
It's still decent harassment for sure.
Yeah. And like Fly, telekinesis, it costs 120 mana out of a 377 mana pool.
Yeah.
Like, that's really...
That's something we don't usually see. Both solo mid got all the last hits from the first wave, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe the same amount. They have 404 on the both. Quite funny.
It looks like...
they missed one, actually, on GK.
Yeah. Either way, it's exactly the same build again from Hani.
Yeah.
But I want to see if he goes exactly the same build as far as skill build. Like, item is exactly the same. But if he wants to go the higher levels up in Quas, considering his opponent now.
Yeah.
Because if he gets the high levels up in the Sunstrike, like we're already talking about the harassment on RTK, you wear away his consumables, and then you add a Sunstrike into the mix up there too, you're going to burn through everything, and he'll have to abandon the lane. And it's the downside about Clockwork too, you don't have a plan B.
There's a smoke from Note right now. They're looking for a kill on RTK.
He didn't get just one.
It's going to be an easy one if he gets the net, yeah.
He's too far.
Yeah, he's
too far.
He's dead.
Fly's telekinesis is just out of range, and there's first net. Cogs are there, and Fly, this is what we're talking about. Other side of the Cogs, he has to walk around. The Hellbeck gets the smash out, and there it is. First blood goes to Fnatic.
It's exactly what we highlighted before. I mean, Rubik is a great support to have against Clockwork, although Rubik is... I mean, a bit weak level 1, of course, because of just how, I mean, telekinesis
he doesn't have burst damage
exactly. He has no burst, he has no damage. But the telekinesis against Clockwork turns out to be a great spell to have. So, great first blood for Fnatic. That's a big one. It's on Note, so he can have early boots, maybe earn off shadows if he wants. It's going to be boots. And another smoke.
And finally, on this bottom lane, Trixie can get a second level.
He might die, though. Oh, actually, no. The haste rune is on super. He's safe.
Yeah, Sala's still trying to push him back. Like, there's some serious forcing. With the disruption and catcher, there's only disruption though. SD's only level 1.
They're just denying the front from him. He's going to stay level 1. Oh, he's level 2 actually, sorry. Yeah, it's a very hard lane. Again, like for Winrunner, whenever he's in range of disruption and Sand King is nearby, he's basically dead. So he needs to be really careful with that.
But at the same time, like the difference between his opposite is the Clockwork, who has 1 death to his name.
Yeah.
Sure, he's hit level 2.5, but he's got 1 CS and 1 death, while Trixie hasn't got that death to his name and still got the same amount of levels. And really, farm on the offlane doesn't mean anything. It's just finding the levels and finding more. Are they going to try and disrupt him again? No. I think SK wants to, and then comes the power shot. looking for some snipe offs, or at least maybe it'll lead some experience when Trixie comes in that close and they're killing off that camp.
Yeah, he's trying, but I don't think he will get any experience there. Or maybe, yeah, maybe a few points.
He's 80 points right now,
No,
93. He's
okay.
leeching it. He's
Right.
leeching it.
Oh, but that's so much mana wasted. Anyway, they're going to be looking for a push, looks like. They have the cutaway now. It's the 3-minute mark, so...
We're doing this again from Hani.
DK's doing great.
He really enjoys that course, and Super's going to pop the haste rune.
Super is doing great against Hani right now.
Downside is he's running away from his magic wand. Does he want to try and go this middle lane?
Yeah.
I think he does. Like, he rotated back up again. Hani's not looking too healthy
Really?
here. With the Dragon Tail as well as a Breathe Fire.
What?
Oh.
Okay, he's just like putting some mental pressure on Hani. Like, I could go for you. I could go you if I wanted.
Just remember this moment,
Yeah.
Hani. Just remember this moment.
Nice one.
It's like a chicken with his head cut off.
Oh, nice try from Notate. He was trying to deny the Invis from RTK with this Wild Wing, but didn't happen. RTK has an Invis rune. They have no sentries on the support, so that's free experience, or even a kill mid.
Maybe it was a mind game. Like, DK ran in so aggressively, he'll move in again, and it might be like, Hani's like, meh, it happened. It's 4-man gank right now on the mid. Burrow strike through. Hani, there's TP support on the way here, and Hani, he switches to Quas, and then Disruption. It goes to the first TP in. FY hides inside the Sandstorm, is Fly picking up and dropping Fenrir back, and Fly one more attack. He's actually got the kill right now, and moving himself further away from RTK. He's got this kill. He gets away with murder right now.
Yeah, really nice move from... I mean, they tried to switch the aggro. It didn't work. I'm not sure. I think, like... Yeah, Fenrir must have attacked again, maybe. Anyway, good backup, good like reaction timing from Fly. Important kill to get. And again, it's Vici Gaming focusing on the mid lane. I mean, they're ganking this mid lane so much. But in every game they play.
But the trade-off doesn't work. Like, they're giving 4 people, get 1 kill,
that wasn't worth
lose 1 person, and lose their top tier 1 tower. Because Era and Enchantress were up there doing their little thing, which means, as you can see, the gold graph just like dips severely.
And now Trixie's going to get a lot of experience, and nobody can really force him out of this range experience because the supports are busy doing something else.
The upside, like, actually, then even with Silas Barnes, because he kept this creep wave away from the tower so much, he hasn't really put any kind of these, none of these nether blasts have really hit that tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Like, now okay, he puts 3 into it, it's below half of his life points.
This hero is really insane, the pushing power.
Reason why Pugner is selected.
Yeah, it's insane. He's going to get the tower if they don't glyph it.
And he still needs 2 more. He needs 2 more.
He can, yeah,
actually, maybe with the catapult hit, he attacks it once and then blasts it down, and they fortified on the last attack. But that tower's within deny range now, and Salah has no creep wave. He wants to come in and try and contest it.
Nice play from Trixie.
He's zoning him out.
But he will get it regardless. He won't let Trixie deny.
75, 63,
he can do much.
Salah, and boom.
Yeah.
At least gets a shackle. But there's nothing else to follow it up with.
It's okay. I mean, he did what he had to do.
Top lane movement, Fly and Notel, so a little bit of smoke for them with the Centaur as well. And they could be looking over towards that middle lane. Super's pretty far up. But it means they'll have to go past that tier 1 tower.
It's the remake of first game, pretty much. I mean, they're getting ganks, and they got levels from the backup mid.
Yep.
They might kill him again. Okay.
Super. Oh, no, he stopped moving.
Nice.
There's a telekinesis opportunity here. They can pick him up and throw him back into the Centaur stomp, and there she goes. Cold Snap as well. Forge Spirit Shackle won't be able to latch. There should be another power shot. Notel, very low on life. The catch is on him, but the heal. The Enchantress heals, keeping alive. The power shot misses on Super. And Notel's trying to stay in this fight. SK returned to this fight too. A little bit of poison being thrown out, keeping Trixie very, very low. He came in with nothing but Arcane Boost, and he has to go back to base.
I kind of missed the breath fire. I'm not sure who it hit. But yeah, that was a pretty close one. It's, yeah, both teams are really focusing on this mid lane for Hani and Super. Fnatic is getting the best trade out of it because, I mean, Vici is committing a lot of heroes for that one.
Rocket Super's looking for the gank up on Fly.
Yeah,
the
nice
poison
fight.
flew in.
They want to push the tower.
Yep. That's why Silas rotated up. And they want to try and fight this too. Trolls are here.
Oh,
Cold Snap already on
that's huge.
Super. And they're going to hold him there too. Already, they drag him back, but disrupt him up at the same time. Look at that damage. The Breathe Fire on 3, but the Shackle shot. The Tornado going through 3. The Burrow Strike from FY is heaping Era away from Super, but Hani's up there. Luna finally gets that Lucent Beam out. Sentry Wall goes down, and SK is revealed from his trap. Fenrir is on life with a shackle! Oh, Trixie! Power shot as well. RTK put down the perfect defense cogs.
Yeah, really nice
forcing
play.
Fnatic back.
Awesome shackle shot from Trixie. It's a shame he couldn't get in range.
I'm still waiting for the Sunstrike.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for the Sunstrike. Hani's got the 3 points up in the Exort. He can change it up if he wants to. I don't know if it's still on cooldown, though.
Yeah, he's short of mana, though. I think it's like 175 for Sunstrike. Okay, now he has it, but he might try it. Yeah, right. He's going for the Midas again.
Too late.
Makes complete sense.
And RTK, like, what's he searching for? He still doesn't have level 6. This Clockwork spent so much time out of the lane. Like, this top lane's completely abandoned at the moment, and he's waiting with its Invis rune to try and pick up Hani.
And they're all TPing mid again. I mean, they used the Eclipse, not for this fight, but they used it before, and I mean, Vici understands they can force a tower with DK and Pugna. They have so much more potential.
Power shot's already down. RTK, there's your cogs. They trap Hani in. Shaka won't be able to latch up. Super was just a little bit too far back for that Shaka to latch. And Hani turns around. He got the cold snap. Almost walking away from the SK, but the cold snap makes it impossible for the DK to escape. And now Impetus, no tell. Last bit of damage and Fly with a Fable as well. It goes 2-1. Now finally wrap up the Nether Ward and then deny up the mid tower. So it goes 2-6 on the board.
This untouchable, this one level of untouchable does so much for Note right now. It's only 20%, but 30% actually, sorry. It's huge. I mean, they're committing so much on killing this Enchantress. She gets the heal off, she has sticks, and she has untouchable, and they're diving. I mean, honestly, I don't think I could say that, but it's just Vici and like the Asians actually being over-aggressive. I don't think there is a need to dive that far when you have a Pugna. You can just, you know, of course, you can always get targeted by a good checker shot from Trixie, sorry, but they're basically really diving into the trees against Luna and Enchantress Invoker, which is pretty hard.
But this is kind of like what VC Gaming has been doing this entire time. Like, they've always been playing with like an extra large set of wheelbarrows. Like, they've been doing really well. And, and they just dive in. And because of that, you have a fear of these guys and you try and hold back. But Fnatic, they have shown no fear in this game whatsoever. They're like, if you want to dive us, we will have TPs. We will come in and defend this. And you have to fight us 5v5 and we won't back down.
Yeah, Fnatic are like whatever. Like, if you want to be over-aggressive, we're ready for that anytime. So, yeah, great. I mean, right now, they have so much momentum going for them. They're not going to get surprised by any form of aggression. It has to be really smart and calculated plays from Vici. And they, of course, are capable of that. They should just, I mean, they have to force the issue, of course. They're stronger right now, even though they gave up many kills to Fnatic. They still can't dive that deep inside. It's really hard.
Yeah. It's also going to get a lot harder now, too, because Rubik's hit level 6. So now we've got steal abilities also available.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult, though, obviously, with the Nether Ward going down, just be like triggering off like multiple abilities. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter. Like, once he starts, like, then again, what would you try and steal? You got Edsk's Burrow Strike, it's level 3, not too bad. You got Pugna Blast, level 4. Like, if you get that, then you're like, okay, Enchantress, come with me. Let's push down the tower with a Luna. DK, you can take his Dragon form, but probably you want his Breathe Fire. That's going to be the biggest thing. And then the initiation part of it. That's the Clockwork and the hook shot.
Exactly. And one thing I want to mention right now, actually two things. First of all, we have like Phase Boots on Sand King. That's quite unconventional. We don't usually see Sand Kings in competitive play nowadays, but it's usually Mana Boots or Power Treads.
Yeah, he's basically really support stunner, really.
That's ultra aggressive. Like, Will, of course, he has the Pugna with that gates Arcane Boots, so it's fine. Usually your cores do not get Arcane Boots. In that case, he will have mana regen if they like just communicate. Just one thing I want to mention before any fight happened. Like, Hani went for Midas and Era went for Hell of Dominator. So they're going greedy mode. And now Vici is going to force the issue. So we'll see. They can punish them for that because they have the mech on Pugna and they're ready to take a fight. Let's see if Fnatic can, even though they waste, it's not actually a waste, but if they use 4k gold into greediness, can they still take a fight?
He just stole the Nether Ward. He just saw the level 3 Nether Ward.
That's huge.
They don't want to fight in this. And Hani, they caught FY, the Dust as well. There's also the Hellbear in the neighborhood, and that's the extra attack. No-Tell needs one more Impetus. He's out of range. The rocket's flying up. There's the attack up the hill, and Tornado is too short. Not big enough.
If only he would have stunned in those two heroes, they would have...
Wait in the corner. Burrow striking deeper. Oh, they got him. Yeah. Impetus as well as the Exort attack out from Hani.
I wish this Sand King would have stunned in the two heroes. I mean, it was basically almost 5 heroes from Vici Gaming against a double. It was only Enchantress and Invoker. Double stun Clock who could hook in. I really thought he would go for this double stun. He didn't. He ended up getting killed. It's, again, good play from Fnatic, seeing that Sand King was out of position.
I just want to calculate how much damage does a VC Gaming actually take up against that Nether Ward now.
Oh, it's so much. I mean, Pugna can't do anything. SD, it's the same, and Sand King is the same. That still is really important for Fnatic, but I mean, it's only level 1 still. It will run out pretty soon.
Yeah. Won't have for that long. But with the timing of it all,
2 minutes.
Like if you look for something the Silent's going to plant down before the fight begins, it's always going to be Nether Ward. And you're not going to say, like, oh, Nether Ward instantly into Pugna Blast.
Actually, the surprise effect now is gone because they saw that, he stole that. And actually, when you click on Rubik and you're on the opposing team, you can see what spell he stole. So it will never be really a surprise, but it would have been awesome to see Fnatic initiate a fight and just a sneaky Nether Ward plant.
Is that Nether Ward in the corner?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but that's too late. We're just already all that. I mean, Pugna can't just do anything against the Nether Ward. And they're going to smoke right onto a Fnatic ward. And that's pinged instantly by Fly. So Fnatic know exactly what Vici is up to.
I wonder if they try and capitalize on this, though. Like, you put a ball around the corner. Like, that's like Notel's got a, like, this small little... Actually, he's got a giant wolf. I know very few people who take a giant wolf.
Yeah.
But let's listen to Fnatic right now as VC Gaming go on the gank.
Want to get the ancients?
Watch out, Adrian. Watch out, Adrian.
Watch out, Adrian. Kill him! I shackled. I died. Got the clock. Can we get more? And I died.
I don't want to.
I thought you wanted to.
Defend stun. They're here. I'm here. I'm here. Behind.
Ward is here.
Get in the warren. Fuck. I popped the ulti and died. Are we doing anything? Are we fighting this? Can we fight
I'm
this?
dead. I'm dead.
No, don't fight it. Don't fight it.
I got
It's
fortune
not
now.
terrible. It's not terrible.
Man, awesome shackle from Trixie to hold those two heroes out.
Again.
And that initial initiation, like VC Gaming thought they had that when they came from the high ground, and it just turned on them.
And the Pugna ward did a lot, like still... I mean, you saw that Vici Gaming try to hold a bit their like bursting power.
SK almost killed himself on that Nether Ward.
Yeah,
Like
really.
SD disrupted the SK to try and
So
save
much
him at that
damage.
point.
He really needs level 7 on Sand King, though. It's really important. I mean, the extra range for the stun, etc. It's really important. He took all those fights being level 6. It's actually harder to get the stun off, of course. Like getting some levels and, of course, being dagger, but he's so far from it. And that's, again, Fnatic abusing this ancient stack.
Did you actually see what happened to his epicenter? It's currently on cooldown, but I never saw him channel it.
I missed it. I missed it.
I got a funny feeling he tried to do it after jumping in, then SD disrupted him.
Yeah.
It's just my feeling.
All right. That might have happened, yeah.
ROTK, I know you have an observer ward watching this. He wants to come up. The rocket will fly. He can latch onto Era, but there's 5 heroes from Fnatic here, and now Cold Snap as well. This is some ballsy play. Even though Super as well as Silent, they're looking to come around the rear and try and sandwich Fnatic in.
The warding of Fnatic, I mean, they have vision on everything. They know where the hero is in the river. They know where the hero is are on the lane. They know everything that's going on right now.
Yeah.
They have perfect vision on Vici Gaming's heroes.
Yeah. The initial ward you were talking about too is back here on the hillside.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Trixie, he's just standing his ground. Power shot on nothing but air.
It's still the right decision from Vici Gaming to force the issue right now. I mean, this Headless Dominator is going to do nothing in the fight. So is the Midas. So that's so much gold wasted. Of course, I don't mean wasted, but wasted for that fight. So
yeah,
they have to force this fight.
The timing's a little bit later. And one that's also got the Poison Dragon form. Like, you want to bring down towers. These Forged Spirits. I love how they're actually burning themselves, because every attack costs 40 mana. They're actually killing themselves.
Nice
RTK, nice jump in, but again, that telekinesis is pushing him back, and the shackle is latched up. There will be a disruption. Able to save at least RTK for a moment, and now Notel. They've all got to get back away from that Pugna Blast. SD has managed to pick up the Rubik, the poison just lacquering on.
Oh, that's a miss. That's a very fortunate miss for Notel. Again, it's just, if this Sand King had dagger or anything of that sort, those fights would be a complete stomp for Vici Gaming. That's Notel cheering for not dying.
Fnatic just enjoying that time when Trixie just able to live through the rocket and Notel evaded it by going back over to the tier 4s.
If the Sand King can farm like something, if he can get himself in, better stuns, somehow, I don't know, it's really hard. He needs dagger and he's going for a drum of endurance, so that's not going to happen. But I really feel like if they get some reliable stun on Fnatic's lineup with the burst damage they have from DK and Pugna, they can just team wipe Fnatic before they get their BKBs, of course. This is going to get, I mean, right now it's true. It will get really different in like a few minutes.
Man, I still can't believe that throughout this entire game, like, it really feels like Fnatic are controlling this game completely.
Again,
but 17 minutes in, and I was expecting the Elite to be more than 4,500 experience. Even the gold advantage, like the gold advantage is only, like, it's just at the 2K. And I kind of understand this considering you are playing with a Pugna, and so far, like, VC Gaming have removed 3 towers, where Fnatic have only removed 1, which is the top lane.
Fnatic is not looking that good in my opinion. I mean, they sure have the upper hand, but it's only Luna having a great game right now. The other heroes will melt to Vici's damage.
Trouble right now. Clockwork needs a clean line to hook. He needs a clean line to hook.
Yeah,
and he's got
they're standing in front of him.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. No. But they're moving up a little bit further. The observer ward's down, so they know what's there in the mid lane, and the smoke's all being revealed now too. Harney's the closest one right now, and Super still got this DD rune. Like, this DD rune's been popped off for a while. And SK likes sand. He just went to his sandstorm, put it on cooldown. Super's coming in towards the mid lane, and they're attacking on the tower. Fly is still in the neighborhood. He's looking for something to steal.
That's a very aggressive Pugna ward.
Yeah, it's going to go down. Like, there's no way it can stand here. At least the Forged Spirits can attack it directly. But Harney just needs one more attack on it. In fact, there she goes.
They have to get out. They can't take a fight without the Pugna ward. No way.
Yeah, and at the same time, like, Fnatic's not even fully there. VC Gaming have everybody there, but up on this top lane, Luna is continuously pushing, and he now has a level 2 ultimate, and is only 150 gold away from having the BKB, and that's he has it now with the Centaurs.
That's game-changing. This BKB, I mean, Vici will have damage output later on, maybe with the DK, but they have nothing, no physical damage whatsoever right now. Pugna does nothing, SK does nothing, same goes for SD, and same goes for Clockwork. So this BKB, basically, Era is free to do whatever he wants in the fight. For that, he needs to make sure he doesn't get stunned before he uses it, of course.
Those Centaurs were pretty cheap, man. They weren't worth enough money.
Yeah, right. Even those Gnolls, or what are they called? I'm not even sure.
Gnolls? Yeah, the Gnolls.
I think so as well.
Movement now coming off from VC Gaming. 3 of them moving up north.
And yet again, this smoke.
And this time they will kill off, even if they kill off Era right now, it's not going to be the critical kill they're searching for.
Doesn't matter.
RTK is going to see it, and now Era turns around, he's going to pop the ulti. I think he's considering it. Burrow Strike goes through him, and whoa, Epicenter as well. Commitment.
Yeah, I mean,
the Shackle keeping Sylar out of the play.
It was a very good try from FY. You feel like he has this in-game sense when he wants to get the most out of it. Right now, he's not being very successful on the sinking, I have to say. He might be later on in the game because you can definitely feel like he has the right idea at the right time. It's a very hard game to play for a Sand King right now. I mean, every time he's out of position, he's going to get burst down. Fnatic also has a lot of range burst, and for a Sand King, it's the worst thing to play against.
I can understand, too, why it was popping that off, because every single time one of the Fnatic heroes has been in trouble, Fnatic have come over the hill. Like, every single time.
Definitely.
Harney's not going to come in. Is he going to? Well, he's got Cold Snap up right now. He's already summoned the Forged Spirits.
I don't think
Super. You are really, really low, man. Even with BKB and an Invis rune.
I don't know. Sylar, every time he puts the ward really aggressively, he can just put it behind the trees. Maybe they want to bait Fnatic into trying to kill the ward.
Blink, Shackle.
That's good.
That's really
Shackle.
Now the Sentry Ward's going to go down, and the Eclipse pops off from Era. He's got free range to attack. RTK's already gone down. Era inside this BKB is able to freely fight. FY doing a good job as the SK to get himself a little bit further away. Fly now stunned up. There's a breathe fire. 1 second. He takes the kill. Also does a huge amount of damage to Notal. And what is that Shackle holding him back? FY came back in again, but now the Lucent Beam from Era will pick him off. That Nether Ward is still down, so Trixie, be a little bit more careful.
I mean, it's surely really... I mean, the opening was really great for Vici. FY really has to find those multiple stun. If he gets one of those on 3 heroes from Fnatic, they're just going to burst down the whole lineup so fast. His really, of course, it's also Fnatic positioning really well. They instant like go to the right, to the left. So he's really confused when I won the Sand King, and I can understand that. If he managed to find those stun, then the fight are going to be different. Right now, it's just Fnatic winning every single fight. Vici can really crush those fights, and they're trading 2 for 2, 2 for 3 for that fight.
Well, that was a 2 for 3 with Fnatic only losing their 2 supports.
Yeah, it's far from enough.
And
Fnatic is getting so much.
The DK, like,
and 1 BKB charge yields. I mean, Luna is getting really fast right now. She has BKB, she has Helm of Dominator, she's looking for Yasha probably. It's a tough spot for Vici Gaming. They still can't force the issue right now.
You kind of wonder what they're supposed to go for. Like, RTK is committing cogs as well as batteries, so to try and kill off 1 Dark Troll Summoner. So, but up on top lane, Fly. Oh, that's the Pyro Strike stolen. Guess it. Sunstrike, guess it. He guessed it right. Into the Sandstorm. And locks him in. And Luna will take the kill on the SK. And now that's the 6th kill for 2 deaths and 4 assists there. Coming the way of Era.
And look at Hani's item build. Look at how well he's adapting. I mean, we saw him last game. He went for Boots of Travel.
Oh, triple TPs. Triple TP. Super. You're a long way up. He has to 4-star himself down and take the high movement speed. But the Cold Snap, the attack is going to trigger him again. Notal can't get there in range. Power shot or not.
He has 4 staff and he's going for a BKB on Invoker. That's really good decision making item-wise. Of course, Vici Gaming is forcing the fights. He understands that and he want to be involved in those against Pugna War. The BKB is like a must-need.
Yeah.
No boost of travel this time, no hex. It's amazing to see how he can just get completely different items and have a different role in the game as an Invoker.
And they're seeing the rotations. Power shot coming up the hill, though. That's going to reveal the fact, again, it's your warding you're talking about. You got one Dire Ward over here and one Radiant Ward over here.
Both team, like all the time, they know what's going on.
Man, Fnatic could be pushed back right now. Let's actually think. Let's hear what they're thinking right now.
Do it. Right now?
Could do it, yeah, we could do it. I still don't have the BKB up.
That's the only gay thing. If you have the BKB, it would be huge.
Yeah, you're
It's
getting the doors?
500, it's 500.
Yeah, I got it.
They have no dekill.
Mid.
Well, we could just get the mid tower instead. Yeah, get
No,
the mid tower instead.
no, we could start on Roche.
Roche is a bit more risky though. Oh well, the
Don't
DK
have
TP
decal.
tower.
We're not gonna take the. Just
Tone
from
is there.
the bottom.
He made drums on Sanking. He's nowhere near Blink. Let me take it.
Do it quite fast.
We need a word though somewhere.
Yeah, Tal has it.
That's the
Can
same
you
thing
try to
getting
block?
ready.
Can you try to block the hook?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Where is
stay.
that? He's up here.
I'm staying here. Staying here.
They're going
Oh,
to it,
Tal,
they're
not you,
going
not you. We have 4 spears.
They're going for it.
Oh, let's go initiate on them. Get it.
Oh, that
Wanna
didn't
take
work.
the fight?
He's almost dead. Hey, don't
Get Roche. I'm gonna die.
gotta kick it, man. Close.
Careful.
You got it,
Get it fast. Nice. You go. Rip the fucking DK. Fuck him up.
You should care, man. Watch out. I can't still catch.
I'm fine. I'm dead.
Kill the DK.
I have Vegas.
He's training.
No, he's not. Get them.
Back.
I got Aski on me.
DK
Try to get out.
low.
You're gonna die.
I'm tipping out. If I
Get
can.
out.
Oh, man, Trixie. The last one to die right there. Fnatic made a little bit of overextension after taking out Roshan.
Yeah.
But they really wanted to pummel VC Gaming out after they managed to take that fight.
Great calm from Vici Gaming. The fight was awful at the start. The arrow ticket tried to snipe the Aegis, didn't work. Fnatic had a great run there, but
He got damn close to it though. Luna just managed to pick it up underneath his nose.
was really close. One. We heard Hannes mention that the BKB on Invoker is a huge factor, and they need to wait it to take the fight. But once the BKB are done, basically, I mean, Vici Gaming can fight all the time. When they like at the beginning, at the end, they're as strong. You know, of course, the DK ultimate might run out and stuff like this, but it's still fine. They have so much burst damage that they can, sustain. Fnatic can't. Once their BKB are down, they have to back off. And this overextension really hurt them a lot. They lost Luna once. They lost Winona, they lost Invoker, they lost a lot for this fight. They need to be careful with the overextension.
Yeah. It's probably a very good thing, too, that when we jumped over the team chat, I'm assuming Notel is using push to talk.
Oh, yeah.
Because it did not come through on the chat when he just said.
Yeah, Notel is really hyped for this game, for
yeah,
sure.
man, he wants to do exactly what I said Fnatic wanted to do. It's this, it's this push in, it's this destroy this. Like, going into game number 3, they want them 2 games down. And not just 2 games down, they want them 2 games down while having slaughtered them in the first 2 games.
Yep. Definitely. And I mean, I like the fact that Vici Gaming is still looking for pickoffs right now. They have an invision on DK. They're looking to capitalize on that. The only problem is that Clockwork is next to him and really revealing what he's up to. And that's the push from Fnatic on the mid lane, or is it?
They were thinking about it. Like they were discussing that before when they're like, do we take the T1 tower in the mid? Do we go Roshan?
They want to smoke.
And like Iro convinced them. He was convincing them. It's like Roshan. We should go Roshan.
And it was the right call, I think. I mean, getting the rush at this point was really huge for them.
It was close to being the completely wrong call if Clockwork succeeded.
Oh, yeah.
If that happened, then
they
it'd be like, whoa, man.
They tried to block the hook, which was fine, but they end up not succeeding in that. So.
But still, like Fnatic, that T1 tower in the top lane is something they can't really lose now.
So
like Ira still needs control over his jungle.
Definitely, yeah. Actually, that's a good point. I didn't even see that. They still have their tier 1 safe lane. That's huge. That's why they just can't roam roam the safe lane.
They don't have any other towers in any of the lanes apart from the top, but the jungle is still under the control of Fnatic.
Yeah.
And you're seeing Vici Gaming moving up now. They know what they need. They need a kill, find the person that's farming up inside the jungle. If they can't find it, then they just take the tier 1 tower.
They have a Blink Dagger on Sinking. I don't know when he farmed that, but that's actually huge.
Wow. It's only... Oh, there we go. Notal. He's going to reveal the Blink Dagger. He's got his heal off as well as the Meg Charge. This is not an easy hero to pick off because they don't have the burst damage. He stands his ground for a long time, but that buys time for a tower trade. Like, the top tower goes down, Pugler pushes it pretty hard, but the mid-tier 1 tower will be the trade-off here.
Instant rotation for Fnatic, really interesting, and it's still an okay trade. Sure, you lose an Enchantress in the process, but it's completely worth it.
You're going to lose the tier 2 tower, though. We have to remember Pugner's pushing power.
Indeed.
These towers don't last long. Like, Rubik now grabs himself a Blink Dagger, that's nice, but then you see the SK's Blink Dagger going to work. I'm guessing it wasn't called here by Notail.
Yeah, because he didn't need to use it for the Enchantress, I guess.
Yep.
The Blink Dagger on Sinking is going to change everything. I mean, they have BKB on Invoker and Luna, so they're fine, but really, if they had this Blink Dagger on Sinking, the game would have been so different. Of course, right now, Fnatic needs to be really careful with their positioning, because in 1 second, they can get burst down really hard. Even Era, even though he has Manta BKB, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, because Vici has so much burst damage. It's insane.
What's coming up in our courier right now? We have... Why, is that actually the full AC? It looks like the full AC. No, we're just short.
Yeah, he's going to have it pretty soon, though.
He needs the Hyperstone.
Yeah.
So that's still another 300 gold away. But Super's trying to farm it up right now. His Dragon Form's going to wear off, so that's not the easy way to farm. Breathe Fire, do it.
Fnatic is looking to farm to stack Ancients again. Oh, they're smoking, actually. Yeah. I missed that one.
Yeah, they've got one of the creeps down there, one of the creeps stacking.
Yeah.
But everybody else, it's just the Helm of the Dominators stacking up the Ancients, but they want this kill. Super runs up towards the high ground.
They can't hurt
Maybe that's the best thing. Blink up by Fly. The fresh one on him. Lose some beam. The BKB will have to trigger off here from Super. It is going to be an 8-second one. RTK blocks him out, but no tail. He finds a small little crevice to go through to Crepify, as well as Pugner blasts up the 4-star. Pani Tornado 1-2 combination. Cold Snap's there as well. Super pushed down. Impetus again. Going Super further away he goes. The more it hurts. And there's a Breathe Fire stolen by Fly. Really hurting VC Gaming. Another losing beam. It's in 3 seconds. 2 seconds. They got SD around the corner. They're going to be fine. Back up. Fly's taking too much damage from this creep wave, and they're still going to get back past the tower. And Era pops a Menace Star to evade the attack from the tower. He also get hit by the second. Was that a Sunstrike?
You must...
Yeah, it is. He's searching for Sylar with that Sunstrike. Now Sylar will go home.
You must wonder what was Sinking up to all this fight. He even used Epicenter tricks. He played awesome. He was chasing Sinking the whole freaking fight. And the Sinking couldn't do anything. Not a stun, not an ulti, not like even... He couldn't even use Drum, basically, to help his team. Great fight from Fnatic and great play from Trixie. He chased him down from the river to the tier 1 tower, actually, forcing him to get away from his teammates.
And now, finally, this bottom tower is brought down. Nice alacrity. It's a damage increase of 80 and the attack speed by 30.
Fnatic has just so much control and so much... Like, the execution in team fights is really, really flawless from them so far.
And they're moving amazingly. And they're about to pick up the double stack too. So that's going to be for the Ancient Spawn. The rocket comes in from Clockwork. He's been watching this pretty closely. They had an observer ward up on the hill next to the Ancient area. But you see Era, he can melt through it all. He's sitting up at almost level 17 now. For some reason, what? Is that dominated creep? I think it's a dominated creep.
Yeah, it is.
All right, that makes a little bit more sense right now.
That's just one creep that's going for, he's done just pushing lanes and he wants to roam around.
He's actually sending the range creep back to heal, so he doesn't have to dominate another creep. Now that's thoughtful. That's a thoughtful owner.
Of course, man. Look at this range creep. It's a Radiant one. He's a trader.
Yeah. I'm surprised that the fountain's going to work on a trader. It doesn't work on the Radiant heroes. It shouldn't work on their creeps.
I'm still looking at this Sand King, and I'm pretty sure one big play from FY can turn a fight completely for Vici Gaming. I'm looking forward to him getting this famous performance that we were talking about. I really like this lineup from Vici Gaming, I have to say, because even though they're falling behind in terms of, the goal is not really relevant right now, but
even the experience doesn't really show it.
Yeah, I guess it's okay because they have a good lineup at farming, at fighting. Of course, in really late game phase, they fall down because physical damage, it's only DK right now. So
yeah, But if they can find that kill, hello.
They have like the
Windrunner's
best fighting
around.
lineup.
Windrunner's walking around with a gem. DK can't surprise him anymore, even when he had that Invis rune. And also, just to note, Roshan spawns up pretty shortly. Like in the next minute, Roshan's going to be up again. It seems like with both these teams too, everything revolves around this Aegis gathering. If you could take it, you take it quickly. It's the reason why, like, even though, like Alliance versus Vici Gaming, we saw, what was it, 5 Roshans in that game?
Yeah, that was a lot of Roshans.
RTK is going to wait to jump in.
Then Hani is getting to his Hex pretty soon. We're working on a Hex as well on the Windrunner, his Fardo, Mech on Enchantress, and Luna's going for the Butterfly. That's
She's
also
1,000
important.
gold away from that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's important fight, but still doesn't matter so much because of just the magical burst from Vici Gaming. That's the only thing Luna has to worry about. It's the BKB usage.
Well, look what No-Tail's even doing. I don't know if you just noticed that, but this dominant creep, I assume he's the one migrating. They check for Roshan with it, but he's keeping the creep in this little area over here because the Clockwork keeps throwing a rocket into this area, looking to just damage down the pull creep.
All right.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, he got it this time. He got it this time. And oh, what a nice owner. They're back again. Have a drink, buddy.
They have Hex on Cider. That's huge. We're going to see Sand King blinking in, stunning Luna, and then following that up with the Hex. They can burst down Era. I think like having buyback on Luna would be key at one point in this game. Because the problem with Vici Gaming lineup is that with their positioning, if they win a fight right here, they might even take racks. Pugna and DK push it so fast that even though Fnatic is looking okay in the game, they might lose racks for the last fight. So they need to be really careful with their positioning.
Alright. Are they going to go in? They can't take Roshan. Like they can't kill him themselves.
Might be a bait.
It could be a bait, but the power shot's going to scatter that anyway. There's too many ways that Fnatic can check inside.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
see what's going on.
That's true. They even have Sunstrike. They have everything they need to do that.
Sunstrike, Forge Spirits, Dominated Creeps. You've got like Enchanted Creeps as well.
Yeah. Now it's really hard for them to sneak Rosh at this point, especially because they don't really have the damage to do so.
Go, you little range creep. It's like the ultimate trader. Clockwork's been trying to kill him for such a long time.
And he's stacking. He doesn't care. He got the stack off.
Maybe. Just a vile betrayer. But it's perfect for the Era now. Era's going to grab his butterfly from this.
Yeah.
Like, that's the farm. He just needs, like, 5 more gold. The counter is, in fact, going to give him the money he requires. And there it is. That courier's going to get back and fast. Because this fight's about to begin. VC Gaming's been searching for it for the last minute, moving his 5 around Roshan. They don't want to go into Roshan because they know they would get counter-initiated on very, very badly.
If they can somehow secure... Oh, they know that there's a ward there. That's pretty important. If they can somehow secure this high ground, because right now they can't just run against Luna and Invoker downhill. That's not. They're gonna get destroyed if they do so. They need to run around and try to get a better positioning. And Fnatic understands that, as they just stand their ground and just wait for Vici to do a mistake.
2 big things too. Like, make a mistake or not, they can have themselves a Scythe of Ice.
They have to go back. It's the worst timing. SK is just not here. Okay, he's here now. They get a... Oh, that's huge. The DD on DK.
If they got the high ground...
Oh,
Era!
Oh, God.
Oh, whoa. He thought that was real.
Yep.
He thought that was real. That's why they committed, and now they're jumping. FY, we've already had a bit of a quick steal. That's actually only the Sandstorm, though, with the Shackle, and RTK is holding them as well as SK in position. And SK, he's still got this Epicenter available, but they don't have the Wind Ranger anymore. Hani, he's trying to walk back Invis, slowing down Super. Era's here. He's going to basically DPS, and now you're right, SK, he gets one. Era's being drained down. Silent just standing his ground up against Era. Finally, Era gets a lose and beam up the Shackle. Will latch again, and in comes the Epicenter. No tallies on the rim of that one. Hani's here. Another Shackle again, but with the disruptions, Super will be able to survive. Sandstorm for the SK. They're stuffing up. They're really trying to chase out Hani. He leaves an ice path behind him, and it just walks away. But big fight for VC Gaming, and now they can take Roshan.
What a fight from both teams. And the Sunstrike, okay,
off target.
Yeah. What a fight from both teams. The stuns from Sand King are so important. If he can survive the first go, I don't think he even needs Epicenter. Honestly, it doesn't matter at this point. It's just about him getting the stuns off. Pugna and DK are just going to burst him down anyway. He just has to position and get the clutch fight he just got in this fight. Of course, using Yulna's ultimate is level 3. That was so unfortunate on Illusion. You have to you have to pick this opportunity when you see anything that's out of position. If it was the right hero, then they would have got rush and maybe won the game on that move.
Yeah.
They had to try it. It's a shame.
They started with the telekinesis anyway, so he had the time to work out what was real and what was fake.
Exactly. That's some slight mistake here, but it hurts you a lot when you're facing one of the best teams in the world, right?
Yeah, especially when one of the best teams in the world now just takes like the Aegis, the Immortal off you and puts it on a hero, which is just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
Like, we now have 2,400 gold on Sylar. I'm wondering if he's preparing to enter the base too. Like, we've got a casual cloak over on Sylar. It's possible he's going to build into the pipe and just become the full support partner. I was looking for the Aghanim Scepter from him, though.
Yeah. And that's the downside, you know, of the momentum Fnatic has and, you know, all the shouting and everything. That's really important to get rhythm in the game, but it might also force you into rushing things. And in that case, it was really, like, that was really the case and it was really unfortunate.
It's like, oh, we got this, we got this, we got this.
Exactly, just go burst down that guy and turns out it's an illusion and then it's a huge loss for the Eclipse, so.
Well, it's not surprising, also considering how old Era is.
Yeah, of course.
He's only just turned 18, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think
he was 17 at TI3.
And he's so calm and he looks so experienced. And you know, that's like the first big mistake I see him doing. And it's not even one. I mean, it's a team core, right? You need to burst down one guy. So using the Eclipse uphill makes complete sense.
Yeah. Oh, Vici Gaming moving over, and Fnatic, they are just looking for another team fight. Like they have that level 3 ulti they really want to use. There's only a 6-second BKB that's left on Era. Hani's BKB is going to last another 8 seconds. She's just checking all the timings on those BKBs. We've got one over on DK as well, and he's down to 6 seconds on his.
Okay, now Senki is going to have BKB, and that's going to be huge. I'm really enjoying this series, to be honest. I mean, the first game was more about, you know, map rotation and timing pushes, etc. This one is all about fighting and positioning. It's only about fighting and positioning, and there is so much to learn about this game, how every player positioned, the item progression, and the decision making. It's really insane. The Sand King is really the key pick for Vici Gaming. It all comes down to FY, and I have to say it's fine giving, you know, so much responsibility to such a player.
Yeah. And Fnatic, they're going to group up on top lane. They want to fight this. It looks like they're going to do it head to head. Like, positioning on top of a tier 3 tower, it does actually work the way of Fnatic unless you do see Vici Gaming get themselves properly up this hill. But the big problem is if Vici Gaming get pushed back down this. So they got to be on top of this tower ready to fight.
I really don't think Fnatic can take this fight. They're facing an Aegis and it doesn't even matter. Right now they took only defensive fights. If they're gonna show against it, like in front of a tower like this, it's gonna be like the best opening ever for the Sand King BKB. They really can't push, and if they do so, they might really lose the fight hard. At least that's my opinion on that. They might prove me wrong with like some perfect execution.
I think they agree with you, man. They're all backing up for the moment.
It's really hard for them to take an open fight against Vici's lineup.
No. The only other choice was hoping the Vici Gaming was like smoking up to try and gank up on bottom lane, and then they could just go in and take the tower.
They're going to take a fight with 5k gold on DK? Oh, never mind. He's buying now. Fair enough.
Was he buy Demon Edge?
Yeah, he's looking for damage. He understands. He's the only one.
He's looking for the Monkey King bar to try and get through that evasion of the Luna.
He's the...
He's the one who's closer to him. Power shot comes in, and they see a BKB got off in time before the Burrow Strike happened, and there's no epicenter. He's just sitting inside that sandstorm, but DK really hitting so hard on the Honey. They're going to force up him away again. Trixie, what we got is actually the epicenter picking up the Rubik a little bit further back. Attempted Shackle, couldn't get it off in time. But 2 heroes down for Fnatic. The Invoker is injured. This is just a license to push up to high ground.
I mean, they have such a strong team fight lineup. It's so hard to Fnatic to take those fights. Right now, it's really hard for them. They need Luna to be way more fat and just basically 1 versus 5ing the other lineup.
Up we go now. So the tier 3 tower in the middle lane, Rax to follow through. And this is Vici Gaming breaching this one. They've still got all their own tier 2 towers up and running. The Nether War's down too, so No Touch can't just harass a little bit with an impetus. He can start burning himself out instead. And he knows that. Even Era has the same problem. He's got ulti. He's just setting his illusions in for now, trying to pull him away from the creep wave. Nice tornado, but Hani again, got to be careful with that Nether Ward. But the melee ranks is gone. Vici Gaming, they take what they want, and Fnatic do nothing to stop them.
I have to say, it's not really even Fnatic doing mistakes right now. It's just the GK bringing the lineup. It's completely, like, it's really imba. It's really hard to fight. I mean, like under a Pugna ward and the blast and everything. I really like the lineup from Vici Gaming this game. It's really hard for Fnatic to take any sort of fight. Like at least a 5 versus 5 face-to-face fight is, I have to say, quite impossible right now for Fnatic. They need more items, or they need like a clutch opening, maybe on a Hex from Hani, and they can commit a lot.
Yeah. This is just with BKBs as well. Well done, Clockwork, for finishing up his. I'm at a point right now where I'm not quite sure if Fnatic can come back from this. And yes, you see that finally the gold graph goes the way of VC Gaming with that Rax going down. The experience, that's a hell of a lot further up. Sitting about, okay, now it updates 8,000 on the experience and is still rising and sharply past 4.5k gold. Fnatic, they have to go an all in. Like on that top lane before, like you saw them and they were thinking about the fight. And then you're saying like, oh, you can't really take that frontal fight. But now they have no real choice. Aegis gets reclaimed in 2 seconds time.
It's going to be about, I mean, they still have their advantage, right? It's about rush. They might snipe rush with Invoker and Luna. If they get a rush and Aegis and Cheese, they can bait Vici into thinking they can win the fight, of course, and come back later on.
That's a lot of stalling though, and in the meantime, DK is still farming up. He's already got the Monkey King bar. How long is it going to be before he does like combine up with the heart on top of that, or even then some other damage dealing item?
Yeah, he's getting really fat on DK.
Yep. And SK, like he's in the same position. I have hardly any money, but now have a Blink Dagger, a BKB, and 2,600 gold.
This caustic finale from SK, this like, okay, the Aghanim Pugna is actually huge.
Yep.
It's so much damage. Fnatic has to force the fight. They can't just let them just auto-ras them. It's impossible.
Notice he didn't give up the cloak to get it either.
Yeah. It's actually quite important against the damage they have, I guess, since he has no BKB. Interesting. I'm looking forward to see what Sand King decides to go for as well. He's getting there. I'm not sure what he wants to get right now.
Right now, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Shiva's Gub. He could also try and go for a Scythe of Vice, but I'm just feeling like with the amount of with the amount he's diving and the amount of team fights which are going on, like just having that extra armor and then the Shiva's effect on the team fight.
I also think it's the best item to get right now. It gives him tankiness. It gives his team like so much buff.
And Sylar is the closest one for Fnatic to gank up, but they can't do it. Like if they jump out, they don't know what else is coming their way. On bottom lane, the Forge Spirits, now they definitely know what's coming their way. VC Gaming going to try and push in. There's still only about another, minute until Roshan. They don't really know that, though, but it's not far away. Nether Ward, again, a very, very aggressive Nether Ward.
Yeah. It's funny to see how he plays with this Nether Ward.
I think still worth money, man.
It is, but it's like they want to bait. I mean, he can use that as a bait for Fnatic to commit on the ward, but on the other hand, the others are just not ready for it, so I'm not sure why he's putting it that close.
All right, we now have our Roche time, so 1 minute 50 before it's going to spawn up. That's actually a decent amount of time as well.
Yeah, he's checking Rush with Sunstrike. It's not back yet. Fnatic is really scared a bit too much. I think they're still doing okay in this game. I mean, Luna's damage is huge right now. Of course, Vici Gaming is leading the game. That makes no doubt. But Fnatic can strike back. I mean, they can afford to get out of the bait right now.
Yeah, and if they do win a fight, there's no buybacks available for VC Gaming.
Yeah,
if the Luna is up, even if the Luna and the Invoker are up, and you give them Alacrity, they can just melt through lanes.
Yeah,
like the tier 2 and the tier 3 towers will not survive long. And at this stage of the game, when you're 46 minutes into, like VC Gaming know if they go down, they're down for like a good minute.
So much time. Yeah, and that's enough time to get Rush and probably a tier 2 tower.
Yep. Well, in they come. Another Nether Ward. This time it's a little bit more defensive. But then with the Meteorite as well as everything else being thrown down. And Era, well, get rid of that ward. Unfortunately, actually, no, the illusions, they get rid of it pretty quickly. Era, Lucent Beam on Super. He's already been hit twice.
He wants to go with tanking. Okay, he doesn't. Oh, nice harassment on Clockwork. He has earned, so he's fine.
Yeah, and he's also got 10 stick charges up his sleeve if things get a little bit more tough. Roshan now, only about 25 seconds away. In fact, there it is, 20 seconds on the clock. They come back in to check it again. But they need to keep on checking it as well, because it will not be long at all. They know the maximum amount of time is like an extra 2 minutes now.
It would be a shame for Fnatic to take a fight with 4k gold on Luna and 4k gold on Invoker, but probably the items they want to get are in the secret shop, and they can't right now, because it is just sitting there, so...
There it is.
Yeah.
Finally, it's been scouted out. The
Fnatic
Rockets
will contest this. If they don't, they might lose the game for it, so they will have to go there.
Yep. Well, they've already taken the bottom lane, so there isn't a gap to go out there without VC Gaming seeing everything they're doing.
And that's a smoke from Fnatic.
They even go to the other side. Like, there's your one observer was. That's watching up at the secret shop. So if someone comes up there, which it will be at the Rubik, they got to be careful. Roshan, 1,500. The Shackle, almost latching right then. Now they can jump in. The Tornado, Roshan, 500. Sand King, they got the kill on the Radiant side. Picking up the Agency model is DK, while Era trying to steady his ground. He never got the ultimate off. It's a triple kill for Super. He just turns the DK with the Crystallis and destroys the Fnatic lineup.
What an epicenter from FY. We were talking about big plays from Sand King. He just knew Fnatic was going from this way. He got 4-man stun or 3-man stun with 3-man epicenter. He basically killed the whole Fnatic lineup. He got this even before the BKB, so great play from him. And yeah, that's exactly what Fnatic couldn't afford. Now they still have buybacks, but I don't think it will matter.
It won't. Super's still too big.
Yeah.
Like, this Dragon Form's still got another good 10-20 seconds on it, and with this 4-star in from
actually.
Fly, oh, Burrow Strike. That was Fly's one, and now there's your real one from the SK, catching out 3. The Netherward, the Drain as well. Era's managed to get back a little bit further, but they're getting slowed down off to the side. Focusing on the objective-based game. Harney's coming back in a little bit closer, but they just want the melee racks because they've already taken out the full mid. Super. Disruption will save him a little bit longer. Now they'll actually bring back out more DK, and he just crits down the Enchantress. Super still alive with the Aegis. Well, they want to finish this now, and they got it. GG. We'll level this up 1 apiece. VC Gaming. Now they take this game, not fully convincingly. Fnatic was still controlling up this game a hell of a lot. But they get the control back in the last point. Like, that last 10 to 15 minutes was all VC.
Those team fights were so intense, like the positioning, the mind game between the teams. Should I go? Should I not go? Who do I initiate on? When do I use my BKB? Great team fights. Yeah, I mean, this game was really close. I think Fnatic could have won that. At one point, they had it. I mean, of course, it's really hard to go uphill against Vici Gaming, so we don't really know if they could have won. But for sure, they had the upper hand. I feel like the draft from Vici Gaming was pretty spot on this game.
Yep.
It felt like Fnatic couldn't really take a fight, although they were leading the game, and that's something that's just not right. So it has something to do with the draft. That's at least my opinion. But great play from both teams. I think Fnatic had played safe when they had to. I don't think they should be affected by this loss. It's a best of 5. Vici Gaming played that really well. Fnatic too. Close game, they win it. Has nothing to do with the first game. First game was complete control, that wasn't. So looking forward for the next game, Vici Gaming, it's really good for them to get a 1-1. It basically puts everything down to a best of 3.
Yep.
That's really important for both teams. So it's like a new start for both teams for the third game.
That's one way to look at it, man. That's one way to look at it. And, well, VC Gaming will have to do that. So we're going to jump to a quick break while the teams do what they're going to do. And we'll be back here for game number 3 of this best of 5. We'll see you shortly.
RaidCall, communication for winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to head into the third game between Vici Gaming and Fnatic. In that last game, we really saw a great early from Fnatic, but Vici somehow managed to get back into the game. We saw some great team fights, and Vici Gaming really had those stun initiators, which Fnatic was lacking. So overall, really a great game by Vici Gaming, and we can't wait to see what's going to happen in the third game. And for that, I want to hand it over to our casters, Toby, Juan, and Matt.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you got your nom-nom on, and we're back here to basically feast on Dota. We have Fnatic going up against Vici Gaming, game number 3. As you said it so well at the end of our last game, best of 5 turns to best of 3.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Mike.
Yeah, sorry. That's basically it. It's a best of 3 right now, and I don't think any team is really affected by what happened in game. Of course, Vici's, I mean, it's a boost of confidence, but they had it after game 1. They're such a solid team. On Fnatic's side, it's a reminder that they have to play perfectly against this team, of course. So I feel like it will just help them to get the focus going again and you know, apply the pressure they applied in game 1 and game 2 for game 3 as well.
Mm-hmm. And of course, you look at Vici Gaming. They actually look rather chilled and relaxed. Like they don't look too stressed out. It's like, oh, it's just another day at the office.
They look fine.
Yeah,
they look really fine to me.
They will have dealt with this kind of pressure before anyway. Like you do have a crowd going. I think our crowd's rather biased for Fnatic.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, there must be some Vici fan.
There's definitely a lot of applause coming out with a great players, and I know we were talking about before. Like you applaud one team and for a great maneuver, it's like instantly bias. Welcome to the life of a caster.
Of course, you gotta, how to say, you gotta like admire the big plays if it's from one team or the other.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's such thing as bias. There is like, of course,
there's
over criticizing, but that's, you know, that shouldn't happen. At least at this level, I don't think you can criticize anything because basically the decision making is like flawless from both teams. So
yeah,
there's no room for that. Yeah, really.
We're missing one last player from Vici Gaming to connect into the lobby, and it looks like the rest of Fnatic has returned as Notel comes back from powdering his nose.
You don't wanna start without Super. Come on.
That's true. That's true. He's sitting there on the other side of players right now. But yeah, Super. His play has been absolutely stupendous. I really just want to see like just give me any mid solo he plays.
You know, back in the days of Dota 1, he was considered as maybe the best solo mid player in China, and I think it's always, you know, I mean, sorry, how to say he's the best doesn't mean anything because they just all play in different teams, etc. He's one of the best for sure, and his play has been amazing. His DK last game was the main reason Vici Gaming was able to come up. It wasn't really a comeback, but at least to take that proper of, you know, that clean fights, and he's definitely a great asset to this team, to the aggression they put on.
Yeah, it's actually amazing to see this team's coordination. I love to see almost like I know I get to cast G League when I get back to Berlin. I'm looking forward to casting a lot of the Chinese teams then to see if like Vici Gaming's playing in that competition as well. Just see like how China are now approaches. Like you can look and you can see what Vici Gaming has done here in the European scene, and China has been looking for the answer to the European scene ever since TI3.
Yeah,
because TI3 for them was a shambles. It was almost insulting.
Really,
what ended up happening there?
Yeah, I mean. I was one of those guys that, I mean, I was really thinking that it's not really overrating the Chinese, but since we never had, I mean, right now, look, this is EMS, and we had the opportunity to witness like one of the best Asian team against a Western team, and that never happened before. Before it was only TI, basically.
Yeah.
Like you could get some screams with, of course, 400 MS that didn't mean anything, like besides the draft.
And anything that pings over 120, you can't count.
Really, it doesn't. Even 120 is already, you know, when you play heroes such as Puck, if you're not able to phase shift. I mean, right now we're looking team fights, we're talking as he didn't use BKB before the SK stun. That's like 1 millisecond reaction, you know. Of course, ping matters, whether it's 100 or 200. Of course, 200 is just unplayable, but
yeah,
those little plays and those little details are so important in Dota, especially at this level. Those guys, every like half a second, that matters a lot actually.
Yeah. Man, it's always been like precision Dota whenever you look at China, and I love to see it in this kind of context. I love to see it in this kind of context, and I really hope we go for like almost like our game 1 style lineups where we actually go a little bit more like straight up aggressive kind of style. Like the last games, like it was very we have a great team fight. You have a great team fight. Let's all have a great team fight. But we need to make sure we both have a great team fight. So we end up just like doing this little bit of like a do-si-do like around the map until eventually we all meet at Roshan.
Yeah, exactly. Roshan is like the, you know, he just get people to meet with each other. He's kind of, you know, he does this networking.
He's a nice kind of guy.
Yeah, he's
like,
a really nice guy.
When he puts down this like Facebook party.
He's all about love, you know. It's like
Twitter party as well.
Let's
it's like,
just
oh wait,
meet under my arms.
It's like, wait, I should have actually made that like friends only invite, shouldn't I? Then all of a sudden people are like trashing crap around your pit. You come in there, like your car's turned over.
It's just, you know, like chilling in his pit, and he's having people just fighting each other, and he's all about peace, you know.
He doesn't have anything in his pit though, like the old Roshan back in Warcraft 3 at least had like a little table or something, didn't he?
Some animals also running around.
Do you have animals?
I'm not sure, maybe not.
I know there's like little frogs that hop around the river now. Yeah, they like jump up on the lily pads and they fall back off the lily pads and things like that. Like
that's true actually.
Yeah, you got those little things. But yeah, in Warcraft 3, like you had something in the pit. I remember, like you had a little table and
lighters as well. Not really lighters. I'm not actually
lantern
sure.
hanging off a pole.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was Valve decorate his pit. You decorate him for Diatide.
Oh,
gets his little hats. He makes like just like insert a hat stand in the Rosh pit.
That's actually quite cool.
So totally do
cool.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except then you'll have to like wear like a
I'm so bad at Diatide though.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
I was actually quite good at the first one.
Really?
Yeah, but the second one sucked up.
Yeah. I'm pretty bad.
I also had no time. I was in Korea for half of it, so it wasn't that great. One thing we do have time for is draft time, man.
Yeah, sure.
Vici Gaming, and they're going to be the Radiant side again. And again, Fnatic is going to be over on the Dire side. First pick and first ban belongs to Vici Gaming.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened actually. I think teams get to choose every time again.
Yeah, I think it's a toss of a coin for every single round now.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Okay.
I don't know the rules.
So it would be interesting to know if it's either Fnatic favoring Dire or just Vici Gaming going for the first pick or whatever else they get to choose. We're gonna see the same bans yet again.
Nature's Prophet taking it every time. This time though, Fly, he plays a different game. He takes out the Visage this early on. Like, that's something which, like, I remember we were talking about like game number 1, like, he wanted to let it through because he wanted to see what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure they didn't get ET or Crystal Maiden together. That was the primary goal coming out. And then he managed to get both ET and Visage. He's like, wait, sweet. This is great. I thought I was only going to get Visage.
Like, the way when you think about Vici Gaming's lineup, they got, like, DK, they got Alchemist mid. I feel like Fnatic can really punish that, especially with a player such as Hani. Of course, Invoker is a great hero to have. But if you give him some Templar Assassin or any hero that can basically punish having a melee hero on the mid lane, although they rotate a lot and gank a lot on this mid lane, it might be something really good for Fnatic to take advantage of this, I'm not going to say weak lane, but of course when you have a DK running up against a TA, it's a pretty hard matchup to have. They can bait them into that. The Ancient, okay, now Vici gets the Elder Titan, that's interesting.
That's like, how much do you favor this hero over everything else? And then they favor it over both the other heroes, CM and the Alchemist, coming the way of Fnatic.
I mean, if we have a quick summary of the draft right now, of the best of 5, the key heroes are clearly Visage, Pugna, Alchemist, Elder Titan, and Enchantress. Of course, Nature's Prophet, maybe it's just a ban right now, but it's really those 5 that are really, really favored by both teams. Yeah. So it's basically, you get the Titan, I get the Alchemist for it. Of course, the Maiden, great hero to have in any kind of situation. Who would have thought we would have picked Maiden in this batch? I mean, looking back a few months ago, this hero completely disappeared.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
She
disappeared because she was just so slow. And then Fluff was like, no, I'm going to bring this hero back. And he played it like in every, like 8 games in a row.
That's true.
And no one was like, no, we're never going to ban a Crystal Maiden. Yeah. Why would you ban a Crystal Maiden?
And now you first pick it or first ban it. Yeah. That shows how, I mean, how complex the Dota is, because little changes, experience change, lane positioning, and suddenly nobody cares anymore about anti-mage and everybody's about Crystal Maiden, you know? So it's really little details like this, like the aura buff, that can completely change the metagame, and that's really awesome, and that's what makes this game so interesting.
The interesting, like the next thing is, like, you've got a Crystal Maiden here, and you've got an Alchemist. Are we looking at 2 supporters?
We could be.
Because right now, when was the last time you remember Hani taking up the Alchemist in the solo mid-roll? Like, they love to play the Alchemist as like this supporting kind of tanking kind of guy. Yeah. Hero loves to farm, but there's still a lot of different options on the field right now.
We could really be looking at Alchemist support. Indeed, even at carry Alchemist era, I played that.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything is open again. The Rubik pickup, how do they play Titan? I mean, is it solo mid? Is it off lane? Is it support? I have to admit, I don't really know how they run the Titan usually because I always see them banning it.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure how they use this one. And No-Tail is quite happy with what's going on.
No, he's crying over there.
I want to
Are
see
we
an
looking
interview
at
between
two
No-Tail and
supporters?
ROTK, come on.
They're just the ultimate cries. It's like it just take it out, Chen's take it out. It's like, oh, I got nothing else to rotate with now.
Bands. It's the respect bands, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, well, almost everything up against him. One of them gets to go the way of Trixie.
Yeah.
Alhero.
Yeah, he does.
Someone that doesn't normally go jungle. Oh, then again, there's always Enigma, but it's not his micro style.
It's fine. It's Fly ones. And Fly's Enigma is actually quite insane, and he has really decent stats on that one.
There was one other thing which hasn't been selected. I'm going to bring it up again.
Yeah.
Wisp.
Yeah.
You can run Alchemist in the middle lane. There's no reason why you can't pull in the Tiny right now.
I would love to see a Wisp right here.
And up against an Elder Titan and a Rubik, like, Rubik can't do anything against it. Like, and the initial burst damage is enough to kill off a Rubik most of the time. And the later portion of the game, you don't even care about null field or anything like this, or if he gets tankier, because Tiny just swings with one go, and then everyone's dead.
Wisp is really a great hero here, and like you can even run Alchemist carry, of course, but getting Alchemist mid with the Wisp is actually very greedy and very hard to contest because just of the fact that, I mean, Wisp Maiden is so strong on safe lane. It's really hard. I mean, either you go there and fight them, but you don't want to fight this double support, and if you don't, they go greedy. The Wisp is just going to go pool, Maiden's going to go jungle, and then suddenly lots of levels. Alchemist mid with the Maiden aura, that's just like free push all the time. Yeah, Wisp definitely fits in Fnatic's lineup. They might get it at the third one. It's actually Titan is very vulnerable to the ganks from Wisp. Same goes for the Rubik. Those are just easy free kills.
There we go.
There you go. And that's the Wisp.
Well done.
Pretty nice one.
Well done. You start eliminating all the other options, and you just go with this little sucker.
Yeah.
And ROTK right now, like, he'll see the Wisp come up, but there's nothing you can do in this stage. Like, you've taken out the Bat Riders, you already banned out against the middle lane. And as I was saying, like, it's quite possible. Like you said, like, Alchemist can play carry. Alchemist can go middle lane. He can, like, he won't go support now because Crystal Maiden, there's no way she's carrying.
No,
not unless played by Poppy. And even
Wisp
then,
solo mid. Dendy at TI.
But actually, Dendy was one of the guys that was always telling me he always wanted to play Wisp as a solo mid role.
Yeah.
Saying that's actually very difficult to fight up against a Wisp in the solo mid.
It's really strong solo mid, and the rotation, of course, just. Well, I guess we're not going to see this one here. But
no.
I mean,
the downside about running the Wisp in solo mid is you basically get everything you normally want to get out of him by just having him as a support.
Yeah,
like it's the way No-Tail does it. No-Tail has like one branch or something on him, and then
rush bottle,
straight bottle.
Yeah,
and then the middle lane, like they did it with like I loved it. I kind of want to see it again. The Ricky Maru. Like the Ricky Maru as well as the Whips combination together.
It's so strong.
Yeah, because you basically you pop off your smoke screen, you blink in, you do all this damage, you take a little bit of damage underneath the tier 1 tower, but you've dished out a lot. And then Wiz comes in with the balls, and then he takes a little bit of damage too. So you can dive a little bit deeper, you come back, bottle charges, you're both back full, and the other guy has to go home.
Right now, this pick is so important for Vici, and they get a Lash track, which I'm not quite sure. They might...
aggressive try?
Yeah, they want to contest this for sure.
It's possible, though, the ET, like, you still got mid-lane possibilities, and you can run it like Trixie did, which is by itself, and then you got the Chaos Knight in this game.
Fnatic's lineup is so damn scary, really. Like, it's such a snowboardy lineup, and you don't want to lose a fight against such a lineup, because they're going to go back to farm, and it's really hard right now for Vici. I feel like they need... Of course, I mean, everything's open, but the lineup from Fnatic is really scary, in my opinion.
Here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Would you see Hani go to the Alchemist and up towards that top lane? Because I'm thinking Fnatic right now, they run with CK in the mid. Like, you got another Britain, you got another melee hero right now, Bristleback as well as Elder Titan. But could you run a Crystal Maiden and an Alchemist together? Just dual lane to survive, pull, and farm.
I mean, they could do so. Getting double lanes might be quite good against Vici's lineup. The problem is that, from my perspective, Vici might go aggressive here, and they would force Wisp to rotate, and then they end up with a CK mid, you know, might not be good for them. The problem as well is Bristleback. Either you get a one-on-one that's okay, you know, good one-on-one matchup, but if you don't have, I mean, if you have a double lane against him that can't kill him, he's gonna snowball on this double lane. It's really hard, and especially how RaidCall plays it, he's very, very aggressive with that hero, and he's going to punish them for every positioning mistake they do on the lane. So I think Fnatic has to play that safe and go for the triple safe lane, secure farm on CK, because he's going to be the hero making sure they can snowball. Everything comes down to the CK. He needs the BKB. Without a BKB against this lineup from Vici Gaming, he's going to get destroyed. Of course, maybe not a rush BKB. He can get jumps or anything he wants. But really, they need to make sure that the CK is off to a good start.
In order to do that, there has to be some cover fire. Puck's now going to be taken out by Fly, so he is looking in towards that mid lane. And probably to the most annoying heroes that could evade the Chaos Bolt. It is, again, one of those like projectile kind of stuns, and you don't want to always.
My only problem right now is the
lockdown before.
The initiation from Fnatic.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, they lack initiation right now, in my opinion. It's only CK running in, and Rubik can just lift him up, and then they can just stun him and kill him.
Well, you still got Clockwork if you really want to go down that line. That you've got other jump-ins.
I think his Clockwork makes sense here.
Like, the Rocket can do the scouting. Bounty Hunter, again, I still like having him up there.
Of course.
Like, when you have a CK and a Wisp up there, it's the vision game for me.
Is there a way they can get 6 heroes for this game exceptionally?
Nah,
they're not going to allow that, right? No. I mean, it would have been great to have both Clockwork and Bounty Hunter.
Pick up Lone Druid, that's basically like having 6 heroes.
Of course. Nah, honestly, they lack initiation, in my opinion. On the other hand, as you said, Bounty Hunter fits perfectly with their lineup. We'll see. Both teams has a really strong draft. When you look at Vici Gaming's draft, it's also really scary. You can't really run into an Elder Titan plus Bristleback lineup without caring. That's not going to happen. They're going to get burst down so hard.
Yeah.
So, very even draft. This game will come down to the laning, I have to say. And that's a Weaver.
That's Trixie offlane Weaver.
Interesting.
Now, that's the hero where the feed began.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. That's, well, actually, I think the feed was actually beginning a long time before that, but it was definitely noticed a lot with Weaver. Because he's such an aggressive offlane player.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
he reminds me a lot of, like, old school Sexy Bamboo.
Yeah.
Where, basically, like, if there was a way that you could dive, Bamboo would do it.
Yeah.
If Roshan even had, like, a 1% chance of being able to have Aegis and Immortal snatched, Bamboo would do it.
Would go for it.
Yeah, and Trixie's very, very similar to that. Like, he plays, like, high risk, high reward kind of, like, positions. And we get our last hero. I got my wish again. I get Super Storm Spirit. I love this guy in Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
He doesn't fear to jump into 4 heroes.
He's so aggressive with it.
Anytime. It's just nuts.
Linken's is a great item to get on Storm Spirit in that game, in my opinion. Honestly, they really like Disable. Of course, they have CK. Alchemist is pretty obvious to dodge, I think, with Storm if you don't commit and get really close to him. And beside the CK stun, they basically have nothing to lock him down. So, great pickup. And we might see a lot of roaming coming out of the supports from Vici Gaming. Obviously, Rubik is great against Fnatic's lineup in this game as well.
I'm looking forward to this game so much. It's 1-1 on the board. Who gets to take the 1 game advantage? We're going to find out right now, getting ourselves into the game, where it'll be VC Gaming going up against Fnatic. Fnatic over on our dire side with the Era No-Tail combination. Time and time again, we've seen this Wisp and CK, sometimes with Wisp and Tiny, sometimes Wisp and SA. Either way, they're basically holding hands all game through. Trixie is the Weaver. Fly takes up the Crystal Maiden, and that leaves Hani as the Alchemist as our last one. And then through VC Gaming, we'll have Finia. He'll be the Lashrak, moving up towards the top lane, just a ward at this point. Super will be the mid lane solo as the Storm Spirit, early null talisman for him. ROTK, Elder Tide heading down towards the bottom lane. And down here also is Sylar as well as FY, which is the Bristleback as well as Rubik respectively.
That's the first time we see Sylar on the Bristleback in this tournament, I think. It's usually ROTK. It's like his trademark hero, post 79, post the 79 patch. Interesting to see how Sylar is going to play this Bristleback. Is it going to be really...
They're coming top. It's going to be aggressive trialing top.
Okay, so it's going to be an aggressive one. I don't know if it's going to be a farm-oriented Bristleback, maybe a Radiance Bristleback. Might be interesting to witness. We didn't see that kind of Bristleback yet.
In this game, though, I got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing the Vanguard again.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Because you're going up against CK as well as Alchemist, you need to have, like, one, the regeneration, and two, like, obviously now the Vanguard works properly, the block up against the melee guys.
And it looks like Fly wants to help Hani early on, and yeah, very good block from him. He's getting the range creep in the front. Oh no, he was just helping Hani with the block actually.
Well, there's one missing. High ground belongs to Fnatic for this one.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a fun thing for Super. And we're going to have a quick pause. Yeah, but Super lost one of the melee creeps in his block up the mid.
Mike? Are they using mics?
Maybe they are.
Oh, it looks like
Yeah, they got the noise cancelling
headsets
on.
Okay.
Yeah, Alliance agreed last game like it was okay because they want to communicate just by screaming and yelling. And
okay, so Fnatic didn't agree this time, right?
I'm guessing not.
Okay.
I'm guessing not.
Sure.
So they will have the headsets on.
Okay. So it's okay.
All right, we're good to go now. So we have our lanes and Hardy. He's got his bottle rush, and look at him already. Like, isn't this just very reminiscent of what Vici Gaming was doing with their mid-solo Alchemist? It was like straight away, get that concoction up, push him out of the lane, don't make him feel comfortable.
That's super facing himself right now on the mid lane, really.
Yes.
So let's see how he does.
Hardy, I'm sure, was watching and taking notes as well. Fenrir's going to be really careful once this level 2 comes up. With Fly coming maybe on a level 2. I got a 2-second stun. Nova's here as well. It's going to go on Sylar. There is the tether, and I'm pretty sure that was a back call. Because it's still aggressive tri-lane versus defensive tri-lane, and picking up Sylar when his back is turned, like later on, it's going to be a lot more difficult than it really is now.
Great pickup from Sylar to get the Majestic that early on. It matters so much in those tri-lane versus tri-lane. It's the best item to get. Of course, sometimes the boots are fine as well, but really the Majestic early on does so much. I'm looking at this match at bottom as well, actually, and I'm not sure who's favored here, because Elder Titan is actually quite good against Weaver. The spamming potential from the Titan is really decent, and RoTK is really known for his 1 versus 1 ability. He's a great solo player. At the same time, like Trixie's level of aggression on this bottom lane could just win it for him as well. Definitely. It's more like where I want to say the first blood's going to be more than anywhere else. Yeah. Unless it's like overcommitment by Super. Even with his trialing on top lane, like killing off the Bristlebacks can be difficult. Like diving in is going to be even more difficult because you got heroes like Rubik as well as Leshrac. You've got one controller which has an AoE stun after it, and then you got one AoE stun as well. You don't really want to dive into that when you're a Wisp as well as a Crystal Maiden. But at the same time, Crystal Maiden, like this camp is spawned up, and it needs to be pulled and stacked. It needs to there is an observer ward here, but I got a funny feeling that's not close enough to do anything about it. Let me see. No, actually that blocks it, but they might have put it in after the 30-second mark. Oh, this timer is 6 minutes, so yeah, it's only been there a minute. I think that's what happened. But I want to talk a bit about
7 or 8 minutes now on it.
Oh, I'm not sure. 7. I mean,
it doesn't matter. At least came after the 1 minute mark. Yeah. After the 30-second mark.
That's for sure. I want to talk a bit about this Trident versus Trident because we didn't get to see much of those in this tournament. It's a great decision making from Vici Gaming to bring sentries there and unward the lane. I mean, if Fnatic don't have vision on the supports, it's really hard for them to initiate. Of course, it also puts pressure on Hani whenever the supports miss. And you can see that Vici Gaming can also secure top rune with this having this Trident aggressive. They got the illusion rune on the Rubik and denied this from the bottle like from Hani to bottle that. So he had to bottle Crow, and it's giving space to Storm. Storm is really dominating the mid lane right now.
All right. In that case, that ward's been there for just after 1 minute.
Okay.
All right. I thought I was right. You know how we have self-doubts, man. Self-doubts. Yeah. We've been casting here for rather long days.
Yeah, that's a long day.
Yeah. It's been some good times.
They want to go. They're going to initiate.
Reality Rift. And with the Chaos Ball, 2 seconds on the sun. Those Wisp Spirits are in a good position, but then FY, he actually tanked them up and bought some space for the Leshrac to move himself back and heal up a little bit more, munching on the tangos.
Great go from Fnatic, and you can see out there he has 10 charged on the stick. It's no way that Vici Gaming bring him down in the next initiation. So Fnatic will really play aggressively top and try to get a kill.
Yeah. You also had Notal who used his charges on the stick. Like Ira, he spams off like Reality Rift, he spams off Chaos Bolt as well, and Notal brings his mana straight back up again. And now Sylar, like he's got no mana whatsoever. But these balls from Notal are really working overtime.
They can even burst down the
whoop. There's your Reality Rift. Telekinesis straight after. It's almost like they're using now the Rift to bait out the 120 mana cost Rubik's. Now they can go again. Chaos Bolt. Telekinesis on cooldown. It's only a 1 second stun though. They need a little bit more. They couldn't get the tether on the other side. They want to dive it down a little bit further. But Sylar, Frostbite, Nub, they're all burning through every single consumable on this top lane. But it's not enough.
The movement speed from Maiden is... She just can't,
She can't keep up with the rest of them?
She can't keep up. It's impossible. But, well, really good harassment from Fnatic. They're dominating this lane, I have to say. Maybe not farm-wise, but they're putting a lot of pressure on Vici Gaming I mean, Bristleback has to go back to base.
I would say they've dominated this lane.
Yeah.
Just for the fact they burned through every single consumable the Vici Gaming had.
Look at Siler. Yeah, he went back to base walking.
Yeah.
So that's.
I'm pretty sure Fenrir was thinking about joining him because he's got basically one stun or edict up his sleeve.
It's so hard.
He's just here for experience.
So hard to face this Wisp Maiden Trident.
We're going to go again. Nortel, the tether's already going. Reality, and they go on the Lashrak. 2 seconds on the stun with the Nova, and that will be it. Frostbite and the Wisp Spirits. But CK gets the last right click. He's been dragged back by telekinesis, but not in range of the tower. So they're unable to get a pick off here. And again, they're all up with 10 stick charges over on Fly. He'll pop them off, and Sylar, you're a long way out, man. 3 seconds on the stun. He's held here for a long time. Nova again. His stick charges, or one charges now pop off. And the Lashrak's down by the space. Era, Nortel, he needs to tether him up. Storm Spirit, Super's up on this top lane. He'll take Fly as a double kill for the rotating mid with the DD as well. And VC Gaming hit back as Fnatic thought they had it.
I'm pretty sure that was called. It should have been called by Hani, the miss of the Storm Spirit. So that's maybe why Vici Gaming baited Fnatic in thinking they were getting killed there. Just to waiting. Like, this rotation from Super was super, I have to say. I mean, they got 3 kills on the tri-lane. Yeah, right. I mean, they get 3 kills on the tri-lane. That's really important for them. And they were getting dominated, as we said.
And he gets Nimbus rune to boot. Come on.
That's the thing about Dota. It's also a little bit of
watch him
luck
switch
or success. I don't know how you want to call it, but getting those runes is really key right now for him, and it just puts so much pressure on Fnatic.
And you see what Fnatic do now. They pull Fly off that top lane. They pull him out, and they just leave the Wisp and CK behind.
Yeah. That's a very sad Maiden, though. Still no boot 6 minutes in against the Storm Spirit. He can solo kill her without, like, with 200 mana, basically.
One lane we haven't really talked about is still going to be this bottom lane.
Yeah.
Like, Trixie doesn't really have a lot of mana to play around with right now, but he is running that Ring of Health. So a lot of the harassment damage coming out from Elder Titan is not really coming to much. And Trixie's down here with 28 for 8, up against the 27 for 8. So they're basically neck and neck. And I say that harassment damage isn't really coming to much. He's limping on like 2 legs at the moment.
RTK is doing great, and that's what I thought. I think Elder Titan is a pretty good hero to go against Weaver. On a 1 versus 1 situation, so.
Fun little pull down. That's going to make an interesting position for Sylar, Fenrir, as well as FY. And in fact, they're not even doing it. They pull it down just so the levels can come in with this creep wave on the top lane. Nortel and Fly are back behind this tier 1 tower. They are taking no risk whatsoever after what happened on that top lane.
The supports from Vici Gaming, it's every time the same. They get so much levels. Lashrak is level 5.5 already. So that's quite huge.
And Super.
He's having such a great game on Source Spirit.
He just cracked level 8 up again. Like, then again with his rotation, Honey obviously is already level 8, but
it's like the best game ever for him. And as we said during the draft, they have very, very few to lock him down. When CK initiates and get a stun off on anyone, he can just jump in and clear the both supports without any form of threat right now.
Yeah. And I still want to see what happens when Nortel cracks that level 6, because then this game changes even further.
It does.
Because then you got the ability to gank out the middle lane. Like, Honey's got so much space here in the mid. And you see him pop off something like he finally gets himself a rune, the 8-minute rune, we get regeneration rune.
That's a very good one to get on Alchemist, by the way.
Especially when like Chemical Rage is ever down.
Yeah.
Even when it's up, still able to trigger it out. But yeah, the main thing is because like Honey, like we saw him in the first time he appeared in the mid lane. Like he channels up the concoction, he starts looking for a kill, and that's going to be even more of an added thing for Super to try and evade it. Like the concoction flies, Super was thinking about jumping that one out, but just a small stun like that, Super may even think about doing longer jumps, but just because you have a Wisp CK that could be coming in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now Wisp is still not level 6, but when it happens, then Super has to be really careful with this.
Shamok.
Oh, yeah.
Looking for Hani. And Hani's showing himself quite clearly.
And the ult is going to run off.
Yep,
best
Storm
timing
Spirit,
to get a smoke
jump
off.
in. Lashrak's only the first one, and they don't even need the telekinesis. Hani will die right now with his regeneration rune while up on the top lane. Sylar actually getting caught out too. Nortel, that's a lot of damage coming out from the Coil Spray.
Great reaction timing. I mean, instant. They saw the supports mid. Sylar was out of position. Obviously, he know what his support are up to.
Yep.
They're on the same team. So, well, they punished Sylar instantly for him being a bit greedy on this top lane. He did bot before he died, so I guess it's not that big of a deal regarding his item progression. But of course, it's a great kill to have on the Wisp. Noted is almost level 6 now.
And once that reaches,
Yeah, he needs basically after the script wave, they might hit
there's
our TK bottom.
There's already a move, yeah. That's what I was about to say. Alchemist just TPing himself down the bottom lane, and the Bugs, they start off. And RTK thought he was good with this one. Concoction flies in, and they even use it with CK. Very smartly cancelling that TP to the bottom lane. Yeah. But where's the ping coming out? They want to look for the TP spot for the Wisp, but
they're not going to catch them.
In fact, they even leave him behind. He leaves the CK behind. They want this bottom tower. So we now have the 3 cores on the bottom lane, and Notel and Fly are backing themselves off that top lane because they know, like, all 3 cores are visible down there. They're going to look for a tower trade.
The problem is that, okay, CK can TP, Alchi can't, and Weaver can't. And the Leshrac Edic will do so much damage to the... Oh, actually, yeah, he got this.
TPs are coming in again. So CK returns, Reality Ripped, and into the tether on the Rubik. Wow, why do I feel like we've just been baited?
He's really going crazy here.
Oh man, it really felt like hook, line, and sinker then. Like you show the 3 carriers in the bottom lane, you're taking out that bottom tower, and VC Gaming, they see the Wisp, they see the CM, and they're like, you know what, we can dive on this. He's on the wrong side of the map. Yep. But maybe it just forgot to come back to their minds of, hang on, the Wisp ult took him down there, means he can TP back in again, and one hero just straggles at the back of the line.
The early game decision making from Fnatic has just been better than Vici's right now. Honestly, their rotation on the map is always flawless, and every time those lanes end up, you can see instantly the all gold and XP graph just deep down because they rotate perfectly, and they're looking to go top again on this TC.
Well, they could do it, but remember, Notel's got ult T up again.
They're afraid.
So any lane now has potential, but Hani is going to come back up towards that top lane. But let's actually hear what Fnatic's talking about for now.
Watch out with the chicken. Watch out with the chicken. The Storm saw the chicken.
Vici chilling there.
Storm is missed.
I can TP still.
Right now.
Yeah.
You gotta watch out bottom. You gotta watch out bottom. I need it.
Just
that shit rapes.
Yeah, well, I need tranquils, then I would be fine, but I can't.
Watch out for the Storm. He's definitely ganking somewhere.
Might be tough.
They might dive on top.
Yeah, but I can't.
I will TP Adrian like a
this
bit
guy
high
is
top.
still almost. Mid towers also, you know. Mid towers also one thing.
Yeah, with TP. Yes, I do. But I don't want to do it.
I'm pretty your weight, Kai.
I'm pushing mid.
All right, so you can hear Fnatic. They're still looking for a place to use that Wisp TP. The Dragon Boost finally arrived in as well on the Crystal Maiden.
And you see the communication for the miss, it's so important. I mean, and the Storm is still looking for a killer right now. They might find Trixie.
Oh, bottom lane. Yeah, they're jumping on him right now. Does Wisp try and come in and help? Trixie's moving up. Oh, nice telekinesis. The Wisp body will come in. There should be a revenge kill over towards Super. He's got one more jump in him, and that stun's not going to last long, but the jump is really, really short. But no Tau, too much damage. Era's left behind. Era is left behind. He is deep behind enemy lines right now. He's looking to finish up Super, but in comes Hani. Concussion stun will fly down Super. He's got too many life points. He used that bottle, and now RTK comes in to help as well. Burns 80 damage. You got the snot out and Hani TPing out. I think they got enough. There's another telekinesis. No. The Santa was Theba denying him from the neutrals, but 3 heroes lost for Fnatic. They really wanted to go for that TP. At the end of the day, it ended up being a really bad idea.
That's a very big loss for Fnatic, and that's the thing. Like, Vici is experienced enough to know that whenever they face a relocate, you have to burst down Wisp as quickly as possible, especially when it's an offensive relocate, because CK can't be brought back from where he comes. So we can just burst Wisp, even go back, just, you know, don't commit too much, and then burst CK down.
Courier?
They can't really get it.
I thought with the 2 of them, maybe they could.
It's really hard.
It already uses movement speed. They would have like pushed into the bottom of that camp to attack it.
What was the courier doing anyway?
It was sending Sentry Wars to Fenrir, who then just TP'd himself straight back out again.
Okay, all right. That's the Vanguard you were talking about. Yeah, he definitely needs early game tankiness because Fnatic would be looking to force fight. So is Vici actually.
Yeah, especially if if Era hit his level or like a lot earlier than he is right now. Like he's 3-1-1. That's not bad for a CK. But he's got 4.9k, drums, treads, not bad for 14 minutes. But if we have that armlet in the works right now too, what's coming in? Oh no, there's his extra money. I thought we were missing a little bit of extra money. I thought it was going to be for the Helm of Iron Will, but he's going straight into BKB.
Yeah, he has to. Against Vici's lineup, he needs a BKB. I mean, that's something we mentioned during the draft. It's really important for CK to get a BKB against this type of lineup. I'm looking at FY's level. He's level 9 on Rubik. This guy every time.
How does he find that?
I have no idea. I mean, CK is level 7 and FY is level 9. how's that? I don't know. He's just everywhere he needs to be. This support player is really impressing me right now.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
He's doing so much, and he has Tsukushi, so much pressure.
He may as well be like level 13 right now.
Yeah.
Like he's walking around with 1-level ultimate and then a 4-level Shikuchi, 4-level Feybolt, and a 4-level telekinesis.
Yeah.
Like just give him the levels. There's 13 ability points right there.
Super's gonna have Orchids pretty soon as well. He might even have it. Okay, no, he's the recipe. I mean, he has it in 200 gold, 100 actually. That's gonna be huge as well. He can then solo kill anyone. He can just go for the Wisp CK lineup every time, jump on the Wisp, kill him, and get out. I mean, there's no way they can just, you just jump on the Wisp, silence the CK, and then it completely denies Fnatic's ability to split farm because of that Storm Spirit.
And Trixie on this bottom lane. He's playing a little bit with fire, but he knows he's got some support. Harney's behind him. Harney also, his choice of item going to be into a Shadow Blade.
They're baiting Trixie into trying to be over-aggressive, but it's not going to work. He knows that something's going on. He's just playing safe. The warding from Vici Gaming is quite
thick is that?
Which one? Yeah.
We got two in the mid.
Yeah.
We've got Sentry Ward down here. We've got Sentry Ward down here. We have an Observer Ward over here.
They're really protecting their jungle right now. They want to make sure they get their farm going. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure. Okay, he's getting mech on ROTK. I guess that's fine. Yeah, they would be looking for fights. I mean, this lineup is really insane at fighting early on. Even against a Wisp CK Aishi lineup.
It's a little bit earlier than I thought they were going to, but then again, there's your Orchid already up.
Yeah.
Mainly because it's 200 gold until ROTK has a mech. And with the Spirit coming up, he's going to scatter absolutely everything that's around here. And there's 3 heroes for the moment.
He's really low on Leshrac, though.
He's got a Salve. He'll trigger it.
Okay.
And Super's already running up towards the top lane.
It's exactly what he needs to do. He's just going to punish Whip CK for trying to over-farm. That's really great decision-making from Vici Gaming.
Double TPs. There's a jump up. Orchid.
That's perfect.
He hasn't used it yet. He's still holding onto it. Now he uses it. No tail.
Yeah.
Beautiful pull out.
He will obviously die for it. But
yeah, he'll have to separate the tether.
Yeah.
There's no other choice. No tail must die for his cause. There's no one else that's going to be anywhere near him to save him. And then, yep, Tel can just pick up, drag him, and drop him.
Of course.
You even see the positions of the Storm Spirit illusions. You saw one go down the river, and then one just over to this little region over here.
One thing that can be really funny with Storm Spirit when Wisp relocates back, it's just stacking remnants and just wait for him and watching the Wisp explode. No, anyway, I mean, good relocating from Wisp. It's important. I mean, of course, it's worth it to die instead of the CK. So good decision making from No Tail here, and I'm pretty sure that Super will really punish this Wisp lineup from Fnatic. I mean, he got off to a great start, and he has everything he needs to do. So he needs to do so. So
it looks like he needs to pause as well. Something's a little bit wrong with VC Gaming. In fact, there he goes. He's going to DC out.
Checking the ping right now, but it's completely fine. So it might be his computer. Anyway, this lineup is this game is looking quite good for Vici, I have to say. They have the pushing potential in the Leshrac. They can punish split push in the Storm, and they have quite a strong team fight with, of course, the Leshrac, the Rubik, and the TC, of course, and the Bristleback. Fnatic will have to be really, really clever on their rotation on the map and their decision making.
Yeah. Because it's really got to the point now where the rotations at the start, like you were saying, it was absolutely perfect, and then. The decision to jump on the bottom lane was probably one of the first things that went wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, the bottom lane, probably the best decision they made was not initiating.
Yeah. That was really risky. On the other hand, I mean, we have Trixie in the hand of Midas. He's also getting quite a lot of farm, even though he died once. He's doing okay, and once he gets Lincolns, then he can play really aggressive on his Weaver. Right now, he's really afraid of the Swarm, which is understandable because of the Orchid, but that might change pretty soon.
All right, we're off again. So 17 minutes into this game number 3. And ROTK is prepping for the mid lane. It almost feels like right now, again, we go into... it's kind of actually I can't believe I'm going to say this, but it feels like Korean Dota.
Does it?
Yeah. Well, when I first started Korean Dota in the starter league, basically you would farm for 4 minutes on your lane, and then everyone would group up in mid. That's 5.
At minute 5?
Yeah, like 4 or 5 minutes in. And then just after that, it was just everyone holds hands and it's 5-man Dota. It kind of feels that way from VC Gaming.
At
Like
least you get some team fights all the time, right?
Yeah, oh, it was great. It was like murder, murder, murder.
Yeah.
With this lineup, like they just hit their perfect timing. It's like go back out, they find some other farm, they find the next level item, and then they group up as 5 again and say, now we take the tower.
Yeah.
Then we go back out again. Then we take the tower.
Exactly, and they do it. One thing that's actually quite good to do is whenever you see that your lanes are pushing out or are pushing in, actually, you just force your opponent to gather under a tower, so they can't actually farm the side lanes or whatever 2 other lanes are not pushing in. It's something you can actually use to outfarm your opponent. It's something that's used by many teams. Sometimes you just don't understand why they show in front of the tower, and it might be for this.
Here's a fun one for you.
He's getting dagger.
Rubik with overcharge.
Yeah,
well,
I don't think that's really useful.
Well on using that one without tether.
Yeah, yeah, that's not really useful. Obviously, he tried maybe to get the relocate and didn't manage.
Either that or Wisp Spirits.
Yeah,
the
Spirits are actually huge to get on from Wisp.
No, that's Trixie's gold. Now with a hand of minus, that's going to be a Perseverance.
Yeah.
So he's going to have himself, I'm going to say...
1k away from the Lincolns.
Maybe another 2.5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Depending on if they can find themselves some kills. But there's a lot of calls coming out from VC Gaming as they look towards bottom lane, and this is the reason why. They have an observer ward inside the lane. So they're looking for the Fnatic guys. And Trixie thinks he's bait right now. But again, we farm up, group up, as 5, take the objective. In this case, it's killing off the Weaver. And they know they need support. Because Storm... Whoa.
Now they can turn. They could turn. Storm is almost out of mana.
They could be doing so. So we're going to go into VC Gaming and hear what they're going to say.
他发现人都走了，宝石到了，自爆了，自爆了，自爆了，自爆了，找一下在哪？哎，这里，在不在？宝石拿，宝石拿了。再给2把宝石，我先带着跟团队走。打下。我看一下下路有没有符。上线还长，打下，快。有死磕了。没看到。我跳到，我可以跳举蚂蚁的。行。
This is going to be that time. VC Gaming prep themselves, but now is go time. This is objective. Tier 2 tower. And look at Fnatic. They don't even... Oh, wait, Hani. It's going to come with TP support. Oh, he's found someone. He's found Fenrir. And the Wisp Bolt is going to come in as well. You knew there was going to be TP support. They've already taken one, but now VC Gaming, they're going to jump in. They're focusing No-Tail, and they got him. CK's going to Romania. The ET ulti comes down too. It's a lot of damage to the CK. They want to use him as bait. And they got him perfectly.
It's a perfect move from Super again. I mean, bursting down this Wisp is just so effective right now. It's really hard for No-Tail to position because no matter what he does, since nobody can really lock down this Wisp, this Storm, then they just can't protect No-Tail. And once No-Tail is dead, Era is, of course, way less useful. And it's really hard for Fnatic to take the fight. They need initiation somehow. That's why...
again.
Getting
Trixie's in close already. Oh, yeah. Hani being picked up. Super coming in closer again. Has to jump a second time so he can get the Vortex. Got Frostbitten up a little bit more. No more man to play around with. At the same time, Fly just throws out his ulti, trying to punish the overcommitment here. Rubik being pulled back and then critted down. And they're going to dive in deeper. Era, Reality Rift, as well as Chaos Bolt available. Either go for Sylar or they go for Super. They see Super, but there's no stun to stop Super. Trixie couldn't do it. And Sylar's able to run away. They couldn't get either of them.
Yeah, they could have got Bristleback for sure. I mean, it was worth trying. Of course, the Storm Spirit kill is the most important one at the moment. Also for the Strack he has, it's only a dominating one, but it's still something. Really, they lack disable. We knew that during the draft. The Weaver pick is of course understandable, but right now the Storm Spirit is really free to do whatever he wants in the team fight, and that's a problem for Fnatic. And he has to save his stun. I mean, of course, he has to initiate with it as well, but if you don't have Alchemist stun, it's really hard.
And what's your other choice? Like, who else are you going to initiate with? You with CK can't jump in, because every time you do, No-Tail dies.
You need the setup for the with CK relocate as well. That's why it's really tough for Fnatic to take the fight just because of their lineup. They have to try to find openings. Like, on the other hand, with this kind of lineup, if you ever get a kill on a hero, you can just snowball and try to catch the others. Of course, Storm Spirit you can't catch, so let's forget about this guy. But the others, like we saw, they could chase Bristleback and kill him as well. So that's something, I guess, for them.
Movement's coming out towards the top lane. There'll be the Bristleback to TP top lane with his Heaven's Halberd now fully done. Well, the Lincoln Sphere is completed up on Trixie.
Yeah.
It's that top lane they want to gank, and Super's got to jump. He's got to jump underneath the tier 2 tower. There's a spirit, and they spot.
Oh, come on. He didn't see him. It's nighttime, I guess. So good map awareness again from Fnatic. Like, really, it's really hard to gank those guys, actually.
If they want to defend top lane, you just have Trixie TP up there. That should be fine.
That's the Midas on Leshrac. We saw that already coming out of... it was FY, maybe not Fenrir, but anyway, Vici Gaming, the Leshrac support, gets Midas.
Man, look at that tower just evaporate. Edict damage plus the DD rune over on a Storm Spirit. Fortification wasn't used by Fnatic, even though they possibly could have. I think they just accepted the fact that tower was gone.
They might turn on the Storm Spirit. They have the BKB on Era, so that's something going for them. It's going to be easier to take
They just don't have the hold there. Because imagine if Era didn't get his like a full stun duration out.
Yep.
You basically need Storm Spirit with no mana whatsoever. And that means you need like either a follow-up Alchemist stun or Crystal Maiden to do her thing. It's... the timing just isn't really enough to control the Storm Spirit. Now,
No,
especially the Storm Spirit who is walking around with a BKB. Because your only other option now is to, in fact, have a Basher.
Yeah, they really need something, a Basher, a Hex, an Orchid, anything. Like the last pick Storm Spirit, and it was the last pick, right, from Vici Gaming, that's really, really smart, and it's doing so much work in this game.
It's kind of something to do, which we're not really surprised by. It's something which we've seen Super play a hell of a lot of.
Yeah, definitely. They didn't have to get out of their comfort zone in that pick. It was just them getting the heroes they're good at playing.
Looks like a little bit of a mid lane push. There's no tier 2 tower this time around, so VC Gaming probably just trying to clean up the waste before they think about Roshan. Because the big man is up at the moment. And you got Fenrir just around the corner from it.
They're so far ahead right now.
Yeah, the golden experience really started to kick up a little bit. And they started to plateau a little bit in the last 1 to 2 minutes, but that's because that. Able to go Shikushi fast enough. But take a load of the Blink Dagger over an FY. It's like a straight jump in. We've got smoke being purchased up by both Wisp as well as Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, Fnatic, they want to contest Rush, which is understandable. Because if Storm ever gets Rush, that's 2 Storm to fight. It's impossible. If they ever manage to kill him, yeah, it's going to be so hard for Fnatic.
And this is just one of those times now. Fnatic going to smoke up. And we'll have ourselves a quick pause. As VC Gaming are having just some problems for the moment. This is Fnatic hoping to make something happen.
Yeah.
Like you want to be able to jump yourself in. It looks like VC Gaming got their issues solved up pretty quickly. But also look at the lines. Like the lines being drawn in there. I'm pretty sure that's actually coming out from either CK or from.
It was No-Tail, I think. Yeah.
Was it No-Tail?
Yeah, I think so.
Which was let's push in the middle, let's push out the bottom lane. And now they're going to come up. Let's actually jump over the team chat of Fnatic, or maybe not. Oh, Super jumps in on Trixie at the moment. Fly, there's your pickup right now. And they're going to go in deeper. Well, they're actually starting off with a Snot over on Fly. No-Tail also slowed down. So the 2 supports are thinking about a secondary stack over on No-Tail. And Super, 1 attack, but he's low on mana. In fact, he's completely barren of mana. He would need to die with the Aegis Immortal on him.
And you see what Hani did here. It was perfect. I mean, just not, like, casting the stun for too long, just half a second of stun was enough to get the stun from CK and kill Storm, but the problem is that he now has BKB, so now there is absolutely no way they can lock him down. But yeah, well, again, good attempt from Fnatic to answer that, but they just can't do much right now. They just have to watch the Storm killing their teammates.
It's not really something you want to do.
Oh, no, you
actually, this is something they could do if they weren't being watched. The observer wants on this bottom lane. You can't even scratch your bum without like VC Gaming knowing.
The problem is that the Wisp relocate is completely ineffective right now because of the fact Super is putting so much pressure, and we're talking about Super a lot because he's doing so much in those games. I mean, his DK was insanely good. His Storm Spirit is doing so much work again. On the other hand, we saw that Vici really gives him the advantage on the middle lane. They do everything they can. They protect the runes, they smoke gank when they need to make sure he's off to a good start, and he rewards them so much for this support, actually.
And he plays 2 very different style heroes, like DK. If you get the Shadow Blade, then maybe he's an initiator. But with the Storm Spirit, he really jumps in very, very deep.
Yeah, he's so aggressive.
Yeah. But to be able to do that as well, like I know we talk a lot about with like Dendi, like we always want to see him on aggressive style hero.
Yeah.
Because it's just what plays better to his personality. But with this one, like Super seems to have multiple personalities, and they both seem to be just as good as each other.
He definitely does.
Yeah, it's that mid lane push.
Yeah.
I think Vici Gaming have now said it's business time.
I guess. And I mean, they're so confident with this Aegis. He can just overcommit. He can even die once and it still doesn't matter. So the only problem is that besides Leshrac, they have really nothing to break towers.
Reality Rift, which was stolen, is now being used to trigger off Trixie. Hani, he's going to come. No, he can't come out for a stun. They're backing up. They saw it coming. He got the stun off. Concoction will disjoin a little bit. With that Observer Ward inside the base, yeah, Fnatic realized that with the back out when the Concoction started, that they had to be being watched.
He's actually getting some decent farm on the Bristol back. He's going for an Assault Cuirass, which is the right decision if they want to break towers. He's still far away from it, but he had kind of a rough start on the offlane, I guess, so Sylar is really catching up right now. He's 3-1 though, I guess. He didn't die much.
Storm, jump on Trixie. They got the pullback on him right now. Super pops the BKB, realizing FY is in a lot of trouble. Rubik's already on the sidelines here. And now Fnatic, they've got a chance. Storm Spirit has to use the last point of its ulti. And now, he's in trouble. He'll lose the Aegis, the Immortal here. They'll do a little bit of extra damage, but the Aegis is gone, plus losing the Rubik.
And Hani managed to kill him now.
Oh, they got to stun him instantly. Oh, they got him. They got him. ET ulti almost made the space. Trixie, he does. He goes down. Wasn't the intention, but the Spirit really did its job.
That's a huge kill from Fnatic. That's really huge. Great pickup. I'm not sure what they tried. I didn't see the Orchid on Weaver. I missed the initiation, but that's really huge for Fnatic. It doesn't really help them for the next fights, unfortunately.
The Orchid on Weaver was triggered by the Lincoln Sphere.
Oh, okay. So, they didn't get that off, so I guess maybe some miscommunication, as Rubik could definitely trigger these Lincolns. The Orchid is key when it comes to killing Weaver.
Yeah. It looked like Rubik came in just after instead of with him.
Yeah, it was quite close for sure, and I mean, they had no Bristleback, so really good kill from Fnatic.
Yeah. But of course, they did lose their Weaver again.
Yeah.
But then again, at the same time, like Weaver, we are 29 minutes in for an offline Weaver. Didn't do too bad, 136 CS, it's not too shabby, but 1-3 is not as great.
No, he's doing okay. I mean, he's getting to the Desolator, but on the other hand, he doesn't have boots, so he's quite poor, but should be fine. They just need some sort of lockdown, and right now I don't know what they want to get. Hani might be going for some unconventional item, maybe a Hex. At this point, it's really worth it to get a Hex on the Alchemist, even though it doesn't really fit to the... I mean, Shadowblade into Hex would be maybe one of the first time we see that on the Alchemist, but I really feel like this is what Fnatic needs right now.
Actually having some kind of lockdown control.
Yeah, they really need this, as there's no way they can take a fight. And with the Hex on an Alchemist, then suddenly it's a whole different game.
More than likely, though, he's going to try and just go into the AC, realizing there's an Assault Cuirass coming. Like, the end, maybe something to help him survive when ROTK throws his Spirit out on him.
Yeah.
Another thing.
I'm really looking forward to see what item he wants to go for.
Oh, we might be able to find out now.
His decision is really key right now.
Coming with the Shadowblade, and we're going to get Assault Cuirass.
Just go for a standard item. Let's hope that Storm is not... They can manage to deal with the Storm somehow.
It's either that or he's going to go something a little bit more weird. Yolanya. It's like, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, that would be really weird, actually.
Just let me farm, peoples. I'll be back in 20 minutes. No. He buys the entire AC.
And Leshrac is working toward the BKB, which is understandable. Like Storm is getting Shivas or Cuirass, so I'm not sure. I think ROTK got something as well. Ghost Scepter on ROTK.
They're going to use Fortification. Trixie, one of those bugs to still be there, so if he lost the aggro, he could take the tower. Wait, he could have finished that. Tower's easily deniable now. Super TP's in.
He wants to go for it, but he's not sure.
If they use the tower as bait with a DD rune in the river as well, or if they get that ROTK, there's a jump in. Super got the BKB off. Era comes in as well. They've taken the tower. It's not denied off here. It was destroyed.
They want to go.
Yeah, they do. But they're coming up the river, and the bugs are in fact going to launch at both Sylar as well as ROTK. This negative armor is not going to help him. The ET ulti nicely on Hani, but you hear the go call. A nice Reality Rift pulls him up, and a huge amount of damage to pick off the Rubik. There's more support. Reality Rift is now, well, not Reality Rift is about to come off with the Phantasm already being used. Super back in the fight. Sylar, he's just taking this entire thing up, and they're going to actually lose the CK. Era dies here. The Wisp ulti couldn't pull him out in time, but he's going to be brought back here in a moment. So all they got to do is wait for Wisp. Super comes back over. There's your first Remnant.
Yeah, they're just so obsessed by the Storm, which is completely understandable. And yeah, no Tails again. I mean, you can't ignore a Bristleback. They just run into a Bristleback with DD and just spamming his second spell. That's way too much damage, unfortunately, for Fnatic, even though they got a really good pickup on the Rubik. Great play by Vici Gaming. They know where they're strong, like where's their strengths really, and they punish every overextension from Fnatic right now.
They're going to punish it even more next time. There's a Shiva's guard coming down to Super. So we now have a Shiva's on the Storm Spirit.
He's insanely fat on Storm Spirit.
And this is on top of, well, the Assault Cuirass, which has been built up on the Bristleback. So you combine the two of them together.
That's like, he's having such a great game on Storm Spirit right now. Like Shiva, Orchid, and BKB in 30 minutes. That's really a lot of fun.
Well, his net worth's almost cracking 16K.
Yeah, it's huge.
And the nearest to him from the Dire side is 12,000.
Yeah.
Technically, the nearest to him is the 13,000 on the Bristleback, who is already, like, he's over 2K life points and now has 17 armor.
And he's going to get Cuirass as well on Bristleback. And that's a lot of items, like, coming up for Vici Gaming. They might be looking for Rush. When they get those items, it's coming back soon. On the other hand, we're going to have the Desolator on Weaver, which is going to help bring down this Bristleback, but even though they really lack damage, the problem is that CK is really poor this game. He had a really rough game so far, so he's working towards what I imagine would be a Manta style. Would make sense against the Orchid. Oh well. They definitely damage on CK. At least the crit.
That AC came out really,
really quick.
Yeah. Like I looked a couple of moments ago, I was like, oh, 1,000. Maybe he had some of the items on the courier.
Yeah,
but
and then he had nothing, and now he has full AC.
Yeah.
I mean, we need at least, Fnatic needs at least levels on CK. They need to have this max Chaos Strike at least to get some lucky crits and rather burst down Storm Spirit or anyone else he decides to focus on.
At least they have the Desolator on Trixie, but this is like 8 minutes behind the normal scheduled time.
Exactly, it is.
Like you look at like 36 to 38 minutes where you want to have that Weaver Desolator up.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have boots, so he's rushing those items.
Sorry, I said 28.
Yeah, 28 you meant, of course.
28, 26.
And that's without boots, so... Of course, I mean, the game is kind of hard for Fnatic right now. They're still holding on really well. They're playing against Storm Spirit with, like, so much items.
Man, I think it's about VC's turn to try and push up this middle lane, and they are grouped up for us. So let's go on board with these guys. Or are they? Oh, they're going to give this a crack. They want Roshan.
阿姨在上刷，打上一步，酱油记得存活啊，不能死啊！好，我已经出了绿了，我很难死，我好饿啊！别下线啊，别下高，把蚂蚁逼回来。可以可以。链接，链接向前洗啊！出了闪滑，出了闪滑，蚂蚁回来了。洗了，它很肥的。
蚂蚁还没。
对，时间快到了。
With Fnatic bunkering in like they are, there's just no way that they can try and push in that bottom lane.
And Rush is back now.
Yeah, they had it before when they walked past. Like it was the choice by VC. They saw Roshan. Like actually, did they? No. When they came past, it was like maybe 10 seconds away from respawning.
Yeah. He didn't want, like he wasn't back yet, but right now they know Rush is back. The lanes are pushing decently for Vici, I guess. On the mid lane, at least the top lane is pushing for Fnatic, so they will have to. They still have time for this one.
No,
they can really snipe Rush.
No, so that Fnatic have no way to scout this out.
No,
like not a single hero. Like they want to throw Wisp in there. No way.
And there's no way they can contest it. Honestly, it's just. Storm's gonna destroy them if they run close to Rush right now.
I look at Sile, like they've got 4 freaking snots on this Roshan. He went down to, what was that, -9 armor or something like that? It's
Bristleback.
Tried. Team 1 tried using the Bristleback to go for the level 1 Roshan, using the Alchemist Acid Spray too.
Didn't went really well. I mean, Alliance was able to scout that.
Yeah.
That was quite unfortunate.
Downside about going up against like Venomancers. Troublesome. Very, very troublesome.
And he has 3k gold again on the Storm Spirit. He's getting so fat on this Storm. I don't know what his up to his next item.
Look what he wants to do. Like,
I don't even know. A Hex
running out of there.
Yep.
As far as Super goes, him. I know in this later portion of the game without a lot of kills, like Bloodstone. It may not be the most popular option. In fact, is Super even gone a Bloodstone?
I think it's still... No, which is fine.
Which is what he's got.
The Bloodstone can still be fine. I don't think it's a bad choice. I mean, getting he needs to tank physical damage right now. They can't touch him when he's under BKB. He's under the cloud. Weaver has Desolate. Bloodstone does give that with mana, so why not?
Got a Heaven's Halberd now finished up on Alchemist. And now VC Gaming, they're going to come in through the top. They're already looking at this tier 3 tower. And not everyone's back to defend. The fortification will come off first, and Hani, moving forward, he's not doing a concoction stolen by the Rubik. Let the man fire up.
That's such a big spell to steal, because you have to be really like you have to be really careful if you want to actually on a super tanky Rubik. So
yeah. Especially when it's a level 3 ultimate as well. Like it's the buffed up Alchemist ultimate. And now he's got the Chemical Rage up. Ledge up on Sylar, but already the ones on Sylar as well as Super they've taken them out.
That is intense. They have to find an opening Fnatic. They can't just let their racks down. It's really important.
Yep. All right. Wow. Interesting stat.
Yeah.
There's a Frostbite right now on Sylar, but he's still very, very tanky. Dragging him back. Trixie, he's also on the front lines. Lincolnsfield will trigger on him, and the ETO. Snapping era back, and they got him. There's 2 on the sidelines. The big tanky one's moving over the support. 19-9 on the board. It took 39 minutes for this game. And Fnatic, after what was a hovel by VC Gaming in Game 2 and now Game 3, I mean, possibly one game away from losing another title.
Now, of course, that's the second win, which is, I mean, they got their Wisp, they got the pick they wanted. I think the last pick Weaver was a bit off the mark, but
yeah, it was.
Yeah, I don't think it did much this game. I would prefer to have seen some initiation power or any.
We wanted to say.
Yeah, I think the Clockwork was a better pick overall, but I don't think it.
It would have just ended up being Clock versus ET. Like it wasn't. A bad pickup.
I think it's fine. I think Clock is pretty fine against ET actually, but anyway, for sure. Although they won, I mean, we could see them cheering after this win.
Yeah.
They respect Fnatic a lot, and they understand they can win this series like without any problem if they just do a little bit more mistake than what they usually do. Let's see. Like the third game is going to be really interesting because Fnatic got their hand on the Wisp we were looking for, and they lost with it.
Yeah.
So hopefully they understand that it was. I think the Wisp was a really good pickup. It's just they couldn't use it against the Storm Spirit, etc. Vici was ready for it. That's for sure.
Yeah, it wasn't the pickup that I was expecting. Like I was still looking to see it combined up with the Tiny.
Yeah, definitely.
Because that was one big thing. Like even if they did win the team fight, there was no push down the tower.
No.
I think that's where Weaver was meant to come in. Then you have like your Desolator effect, and then you can bring down the tower. But even that, like they came at like the 34-minute mark.
Yeah, it was way too late.
Yeah, the Weaver went on and off lane. Like there's probably a major reason why Clockwork's been picked up more. Like Weaver on the safe lane already has enough trouble getting enough farm. That's why you see these Hands of Misers coming up, and you're trying to try and get him up by like as quickly as possible.
Yep.
And even then, you need to have a lineup which works for it. And with VC Gaming, they had everything they wanted. They had the tank, they had the initiation, they even had the Elder Titan negative armor. And the amount of times that ET ulti also was in the perfect position to try and split up Fnatic. Great, and then you had Rubik as well as the Shrek on top of that.
Yeah.
You've got your roaming, your stunning combination, which doesn't need help to try and get kills.
They can get kills everywhere on the map, and I mean, we can looking at this again. It's Super being 7, 1, and 10. He was involved in almost all the kills. They have 19 kills in 17 of those kills. Amazing performance from this player, and like the triple kill on the top lane did so much for Vici Gaming, so much.
That it did. That one time, like imagine if that turned around the other way. Fnatic would have the momentum, and then all of a sudden we would be talking a very different story right now.
Yeah, definitely.
But for now, though, it will be VC Gaming, one game ahead and one game away from the victory here. Welcome back, everybody, here to game number 4 of our grand final, the RaidCall EMS 1-4 LAN finals. I'm Toby One. I'm joined by Sigma's Bucking Mad. We come back here for what could be the last game.
It could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
Fnatic won game number 1, then Vici Gaming hit back. They take game number 2, they take game number 3, and they're looking pretty damn good. They're looking very, very good.
Yeah, very convincing, two convincing wins from Vici Gaming. Great plays. Looked like they had the control of those games. Although Fnatic pulled a hell of a fight in both games. So looking forward for the next one. Of course, Fnatic, no more mistake to load. No more mistakes to load. I mean, right now, it's you drop a game, you drop from the tournament, and they don't want to lose that close to getting a title again. I mean, it happened to them this week at Dream League, and they really deserve this. Of course, I mean, the problem is that Vici deserves that as well. So
yeah, they've played almost flawlessly throughout their competition. Obviously, they dropped 1 game to Alliance
and 1 game to Fnatic,
and then 1 game to Fnatic as well. But it's one of those things where you can't even say who deserves it. Like the community would want Fnatic to win just because of their run of, I won't say luck of late, just because their results of late, they always get so close. But they never get over the last hurdle. And I thought, like, with game number 1, the way they came out firing, that their hurdle was completely and utterly jumped. And they would run with their momentum, because that's the type of players they are. That's the team they are. They go with momentum. And VC Gaming somehow came back and said, game number 2, I love your momentum. I love the way you do that. But this game is ours. Next game will be ours as well. How do we go with the last one? Because they've lost, like Fnatic have lost all momentum right now.
Yeah.
They've tried their Wiz combination, it didn't work. Mainly the gank on the top, the triple kill on the top lane, it wasn't quite right.
So important for them.
And I'm interested to see what they do this time as Era looks at me.
If I could go to Fnatic, I would tell them that, like right now, wrong. They had a lot of success on the side of Vici with the DD rune and then the Invis rune of the Storm Spirit, of course. They played it perfectly, don't get me wrong, but Fnatic had just some bad luck and a draft maybe a bit weaker. That's at least my opinion. So I'm pretty sure they can bounce back for this one. I'm sure they are aware. I think they checked the replay during this pause. That's how motivated they are to take this final. I mean, it's the best of 5, 2 loss, of course. It's important, but it doesn't mean anything. If they can win the 2 games, then they're just take it all. It's still fine for them. They just have to get the focus back. The motivation is here, and just go for the next game.
Well, they do look pretty focused out there while the draft is on, and already we've seen RTK again banning out against Dota. He wants that Enchantress off this field right now. While Fly did the same thing up against Sylar. Like, you take out that Pugna, now that option isn't there. I'm wondering if they're tossing up the Storm Spirit too right now, because it's also one of those heroes, the jump in, the initiation. You're going to see the ET slip through, or no, actually, Fly says, let's take it out ourselves.
They just need to, I mean, Storm is always a good pick for sure, but it's
at the profit. So we go with that. That's 4 for 4 now.
The Visage is out though. Yeah, that's the first pick.
And Fnatic will never turn that one down. And this now means if VC want to, like, there can still be the Chen on the field, but the Crystal Maiden's also still available. Their favorite hero, which seems to be the Rubik, is also available as well.
If we sum up the key heroes, it was Alchemist, Enchantress, Pugna Titan, and Visage. So right now it would be a Maiden Alchemist if everything's, So I mean, that's the draft right now is a bit predictable, but in the right way. I mean, both teams know each other perfectly right now. They know what heroes are important and what heroes are less, just less used by the other team. So This is exactly what happened in all the games, and it's the third and fourth pickup that will be really key.
Yeah. And I want to see Fly make sure he removes out the hard people to kill.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the Bristleback again. We're talking about I don't think we need the DK now. We have the Alchemist because that will get to be played by Super in the middle lane. And then you got Crystal Maiden, even Sylar, he would be happy taking up that Alchemist. And Venomancer, how long has it been since we've seen him?
Yeah, that's such a strong dual support. And one thing I want to mention is that Vici Gaming has been banning Venomancer as their first ban during the whole tournament. It was Venomancer and Elder Titan banned. And against Fnatic, they had to let it through the pool just because they have to ban this Enchantress and this Prophet, which I still question. I mean, looks like they really fear Prophet, or it's a respect ban against Fnatic. I don't know, but that's no doubt. They just ban Prophet every game, no matter what. So, great support duo from Fnatic. They can have really strong lanes here.
Is ROTK also 4 for 4 on the OD ban coming up here in the second stage?
Indeed.
They don't want to play a hard lane in the mid at all.
He is, and that's a Bristleback ban.
Yeah,
that's welcome. I mean.
And the Chen's going to be removed too. Obviously, when Fnatic not going to go any jungler, why allow VC Gaming to have the option? Unless VC Gaming want to go into something a little bit more teamfight-ish, and that's like Enigma.
From my perspective, the OG ban you mentioned is it's a way to make sure Alchemist mid is viable. I mean, I feel like OD is a great counter to Alchemist on the solo mid lane. Before the level 6 and even after, he can just burst him down so fast with the ultimate whenever Alchemist is out of ulti form. So, yeah, and we saw that Super is very, very good at using the Alchemist solo mid. So I don't know what Fnatic is up to right now. They didn't reveal anything yet, just that they won't be playing. I was about to say they won't be playing a jungler, but we don't even know that. I mean, they played Venomancer solo mid on Honey, and they played Venomancer on Trixie. So everything's open right now.
Let's copy our bands again.
Yeah, it's the same.
Mr. DK as well as the OD. So I think it's a full 4 games. It's the same
Almost,
2.
yeah. If it's not 4, it's like 3 or something, of course.
Yeah. I was because they had the DK in one of the games. Yeah. So yeah, it had to be 3.
They just ban all the time those heroes are right, and
unless they get it themselves.
I'm not sure why actually. I mean, the GK ban.
The DK would probably be like, if you are going to push down towers, then you'd want to be taking out that hero, but. Not just his tank ability. Like you'd want to ban like Lifestealer over that. For example, when it came to like Fnatic with a Visage and a Venomancer, you put a Lifestealer into this. You're looking
very strong because Maiden's completely useless against the Lifestealer. So so is Alchemist. Oh, I get to see.
It's been 5th banned every single time until now.
We get to see the FY Nyx Assassin, and I'm so hyped for this one. He's insane on that hero, really.
Well, we'll see if Fly gets the hero. If Ira gets to have the hero from Fly. You can see Ira, he's talking over Fly's shoulder right now. It's like, please, 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 give me Lifestealer. I break free of Crystal Maiden. I leech life out of Alchemist. Nyx Assassin, not a problem when I'm raged up.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, everything is open. This Nyx can go mid. I hope it doesn't, but, well, it can go mid. Everything's open. Fnatic can just adapt, so can Vici. We'll see what they get. I think the Lifestealer is really great. It's also a great pickup against the Nyx Assassin. I'm not sure if they want to go for it, but it's definitely a good option, I feel like.
I don't think Ira wants to wait for his pick. Fly still have it looks like it's the hardest decision of his life right now. Because the other option is we don't know what's going to be in the mid. Hani won't want to have his hero until that point. It's the reason why we saw the mids being waited until the very, very last. So the other option is then you look for your offlaner. You look for Trixie's hero. Now you're up against Nyx, Assassin, Crystal Maiden, as well as an Alchemist. Like, what are you going to look at? We talked about the clockwork in the last game. What else have we got? Do you want to keep... you can't keep tabs on a Nyx Assassin, technically, so there's no real point going to Bounty Hunter to directly counter a Nyx Assassin.
No, of course, no. No, because it's either, of course, the first one ganking basically gets the kill, but... Yeah, I don't think it's especially a counter. Against Nyx Assassin, you're going to have sentries in this anyway, so it doesn't really matter. The Night Stalker pickup, that's quite an early one.
Yeah, but that at least gives it that mid-solo hero.
Yeah. Well, they played on Era as well, quite a lot.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So,
in this one, they could almost run it on Trixie if we want to go completely left wing. Because you could run an aggressive trial lane with that. You got a Venomancer slow already, you got a Grave Chill as well, you got a Night Stalker with a Void. Crystal Maiden can't run away from any of that.
That's
Alchemist or this, like, even like anyone in the safe lane, Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
Like, you just wait out the Spike Carapace. That slow from the Gale is the longest one you're never going to get.
That's a very strong lane indeed. Yeah, basically they can do anything they want. The Weaver pickup is quite good as well.
But you go up against all the slows, you go for that. But it does have its own counter. Like Weaver, if he gets silenced up by the Night Stalker, then he can find himself in a lot of trouble. And then he's got to get to the Linkosphere before there won't be as much of a problem.
And then he's completely fine, because honestly, the slow are very, very ineffective against Weaver. There's nothing Visage or Veno can do on a lane against Weaver. Of course, you can just, if it's a 3 versus 1 situation, you can just push him back, you know, with harassment. But there's no way they're able to lock down this Weaver on the lane. So great pickup from Vici Gaming. Also, of course, any form of physical damage is always welcome with the Cloud from Alchemist. That's a great pickup from Vici Gaming, really.
So Fly now for selection. He doesn't have a lot of time left for this because he spent a lot of time on that third pickup. So he's got to make the decision. With only 10 seconds left on the clock, do we see the hero we think we should see? A Live Stealer as well as a Night Stalker together. We're still missing a large amount of initiation, though.
And Weaver's pretty good against that. And finally, we get to see some Timbersaw. That's really the missing hero, in my opinion, in this, like in the later state of this tournament. We saw no Timbersaw whatsoever.
But I'm wondering if we'll get to see its counter.
Nyx is pretty strong against Timbersaw, actually.
That's true, because you're always mana burning him out.
Oh, yeah. That's a lot of damage for Timbersaw,
and if you're able to get,
as well.
If you're able to get the stun when he goes through, the Carapace stun, like when you Timber Chain through it, that should trigger it, shouldn't it? So technically, you'll stop your Timber Chain out.
Actually, I'm looking forward to that. Actually, I think it might, and then it's completely, you know, fight breaking for the Timbersaw.
Yeah. Timbersaw knows like the line of trees he wants to go to, and Nyx Assassin with Spike Carapace just sits there in between. It's like, damn it, I can't escape.
And the counter you mentioned earlier to the Timbersaw is actually quite a good pick for Vici Gaming right now.
The Doom.
The Doombringer. Yeah, it's
just how they work it into their lanes.
Yeah.
Like you got to Alchemist in the mid. You'd have to run Weaver in an off lane then.
Or they just run a Doombringer. Oh, what would that be?
You could run an aggressive tri-lane with like Weaver Nyx as well as Crystal Maiden.
A Nyx offlane, the Bone 7 Nyx offlane? Probably. You know, I don't know. I know Speed Gaming used to play Nyx offlane and that works.
It's very old school. And Darkseer.
Okay.
Wow.
I love this pickup.
We're really going old school.
That's such a great pickup to have with Alchemist and Nyx. The team fight is going to be so scary, and the Weaver with the shield. I don't quite understand why Darkseer is not picked anymore. He's such a great hero to have, honestly, especially against double lanes.
Well,
we have one guy cheering for the Darkseer.
That's a Vost. That's a Vost. You know him from a mile away.
Yeah, of course.
Pretty sure there's 3 beers behind that call.
You can just recognize his voice.
Clinks Assassin will be the last one now. So Fnatic, they will take the Clinks as their final selection. So that's where the DPS is going to come. They're going to be looking for the Orchid from the Clinks as well, plus the Silence from the Night Stalker. But I'm really wanting to see how effective that Timbersaw is going to be. But back into an Alchemist AoE stun with Weaver Bugs, Nyx stuns, CM ultimates. VC Gaming is a scary lineup.
It's either a Night Stalker mid or an aggressive Trident from Fnatic. Because right now, I mean, giving the Bone the lane against the Darkseer is quite good. I think he's one of the best hero to lane against the Darkseer one-on-one, if they want to do so. And it's actually Hani getting his hands on the Bone, so...
I got a funny feeling you're going to see a switch out there.
That might be.
But no, you know, everyone is on their signature heroes.
So is that Bone Solo mid against Alchemist? Actually destroyed Alchemist. No, the Bone Solo mids, I'm not sure. Might be quite good the first levels. Of course, later on, it's going to be less effective, but why not? Let's see how they lane that. We got to switch off in Vici Gaming. For Vici Gaming, that's for sure. Oh no, FY is on the Maiden. I'm a bit disappointed.
You know, have to cry yourself to sleep.
It's fine. I guess Fenrir is going to just rock this Nyx anyway.
It will be Sala over on the Weaver, Super as the Alchemist, and that leaves RTK on that offlane as the Darkseer.
Yep.
So everything is expected. It does look like we're not going to see the switch, so Hani will remain on that Clinks, and he is going for like a straight-up build for that middle lane with the Wraith Band to start with, so he'll be looking for the bottle as early as possible. But just some early CS to start with. Blitz Era as the Night Stalker, Noritel into the Venomancer role. Trixie coming up behind it as the Timbersaw. The man is given the hero, which is the hardest to feed on. And then the last one will be Fly coming through as his Visage again. And Silent's going to be chilling up here on the top lane, just watching all of Fnatic parade themselves into the dire side jungle.
Is that dual lanes from Vici Gaming or what? Because Nyx went to, or might actually be only Nyx warding and warding the opposing jungle.
It kind of looks like that, but knowing VC Gaming, like we've already got one smoke on the Crystal Maiden. You can almost guarantee yourself that's not going to be a lane for long if they do turn up there.
It's actually an aggressive turn from Fnatic, that's for sure.
Well, Venomance is backing off. Like he's hitting down with observers and sentry wards. It may just be a dual lane. No Tel's turning. No Tel's turning. He's coming back up again.
Yeah, indeed. The Darkseer is really a great pickup from Vici Gaming. Against the Fnatic lineup, it fits great, it fits perfectly, and it's also such a great setup with the Alchistan and the Nyx. We might see some great team fights in this game.
Looking forward to it, man.
Yeah.
Right now, the aggressive tri lane's already on the way up to the top, so it will be Super versus Hani here in the middle lane. I suppose that's going to be one way. You do have, well, your Skeleton Walk to try and evade that stun, but Super, surprisingly, the very start, see what he levels up? He doesn't even try and go for the concoction. He goes straight to Acid Spray.
Yeah. Just want to push Hani out already. He can't really face him on last hitting versus last hitting. It's so much damage from the seeing, the seeing arrows.
Try and find the real RTK on the bottom lane.
And top lane,
able to find that illusion rune quite easily.
Top lane, they're just putting right now. They have to. I mean, Fnatic has a really strong lane. Of course, everything's going to start at the 4-minute mark if it doesn't before for Fnatic on the top lane when the night line kicks in. But right now, it's just Vici Gaming having to play a bit safe, try to get some levels. They benefit more than Fnatic from the levels, like on the Weaver, the Maiden, and on the Nyx Assassin. They just have to play safe the first levels and try to get good, decent experience.
That's true. It's kind of funny though. It's like play safe while Fenrir as well as FY. They did a pull through which they knew was going to be counted up, like Fly as well as No-Tail now drag the creep wave a long way back here. Yeah. And in fact, it's now made it like a double creep wave, so it's going to push down towards the tier 1 tower of Fnatic anyway. So they're going to get themselves a lot of experience as well as gold from this. But they did that at the same time, that Sylar had to take a lot of damage underneath the tower, which doesn't make life too easy for him, because Sylar's already down to 1 salve as well as 2 tango charges.
Yeah, good harassment from Vici Gaming. They're playing this perfectly. They're looking to pull this big camp also to deny a lot of 50 from Fnatic. And yeah, on the bottom lane, I don't really know who has the upper hand in this matchup. I mean, usually Daxter go for creep skipping. He doesn't this time.
Oh, well, once he gets 3 levels up in the Iron Shell, then Trixie has real troubles on this bottom lane. But until then, Trixie with his Whirling Death, he controls ROTK. Oh yeah, they got him. The Gale's over there. The Soul Assumption 2 with the Void. No-Tail, a little bit more right-click by Sylar. He actually gets the first blood over on the Weaver, and the Crystal Maiden will be returned up instantly. But Fenrir, he's got stun available. He's looking to line up where both Era as well as No-Tail. They're going to move into the line. He stuns up No-Tail, and she misses on Era, and that means Sylar's going to attack directly under Era. Stick charges will keep him alive. Fly coming back into this fight too now. Sylar's retreating out, as well as Fenrir. He was really looking for the whole Hallelujah play right there.
That's so much cold blood from Era and Sylar. I mean, Sylar knows there's a sentry. He can get a kill on Night Stalker, but he doesn't go for it. I think he wouldn't get him and would die for it.
Oh, No-Tail too far up. Now this time, double stun. Got both the support. Soul Assumption damage up to the Crystal Maiden, but it's 1 support for 1 support. But then again, Weaver diving in deeper. Gemnet attack is off cooldown again, but with the Void coming out from Irasal, you need to back off. Pops the 1 charges.
Not enough damage.
Yeah, they have to back up. He'll have to trigger off the salve though. And that is going to be all of the consumables for Sylar down the drain.
Yeah. He still gets 2 kills on the Weaver, and that's quite a lot. Although he's getting highly outfarmed by the Night Stalker on the lane, he's catching up with the kills. So I guess it's a decent trade for Vici Gaming. They got the first one on Weaver. Fnatic is still dominating this top lane, and we're getting to nighttime in 30 seconds, and that's going to be huge.
And how's that bottom lane looking? Net worth-wise, I'm still waiting to see it now. We're not level 3 yet on the Iron Shells.
Yeah.
To be honest, I thought it was going to be down there, where we just saw Trixie slightly overcommit into Iron Shells. But hey, only 1 first blood missed the entire tournament. Woo-woo. It's my personal goals in life.
Yeah.
Well, middle lane, we probably should be watching FY. Sentry wards go down, and then Nova, there's Nova,
What a great
and then the Frostbite as well.
What a great
easy maneuver.
I mean, look at this. He knows that top lane is going to get harder for the support because of Night Stalker just being Night Stalker in the night. Then rotate mid, get a kill on the Clinks. Beautiful rotation from FY.
And then Super's able to use his full bottle charge and pick up the illusion rune.
And now
he's already channeling the concoction.
Oh,
they want to try and come down on top of Fly. And well, with the acid spray as well, Super could almost do this solo. 1 more attack. He needs a little bit more. The acid spray will take him. Era's moved down the lane, and Super, he hit level 6 with this. So he's gone into the Chemical Rage, going on No-Tail. The bugs on both No-Tail as well as Era. Sylar's the main focus here from Era. And Sylar, he can't Shakuchi yet. He's actually held in position. There's another concoction coming out from Super. Hits over on Era. He wants to beat him down. Remember, he's still got the extra stun coming in from Fenrir. He can't attack. Nice. He's trying, and he just can't do it. Now Soul Assumption damage. Super voided up. They got a return kill. Era with the double, and now has to retreat back out again.
Awesome play by Era here. He was saving his like his nuke. I don't know. I didn't know why at first. He was like running after Alchemist, just auto attacking him because he knew Weaver was coming back. Then he instant turned Silent Weaver and killed Weaver. Awesome play by him, and then the stick usage allowed him as well to get the Alchemist. Really well played by Night Stalker here. Awesome play. He's 2-0 now. He's doing great.
Crazy thing to mention right now, but Darkseer leveled up ulti at level 6.
That's really unusual, actually.
Yes,
I'm not sure why he did that. Yeah.
I guess he's not even looking for a team fight right now, unless the idea is you TP into a lane. But he's running bottle on this off lane. Whoops, meanwhile on the top lane, Venomancer getting picked up by Nyx Assassin. And that was with Spy Carapace as well going off. While ROTK, he's just making Trixie run away from this melee creep. Trixie will turn back into it with the chakra, and we'll be able to get rid of it.
He's such an aggressive player, ROTK.
Yeah.
He's amazing to see on the one-on-one situation.
That's basically like your semi-creep skip right there.
Yeah.
Super's looking for the 6-minute rune again. He's going to bottle up and pray it's on the top lane. It's a haste rune and fly. He didn't attack it straight away, which means Super, it's just going to trigger this haste rune. You'll get a full duration. There's the outspray to go down to, and Fly is totally toast. Even with the Grave Chill, he cannot outrun. Whoa, Super. He went left, and Super Chemical Rages to chase this one down.
Yeah, it's fine. The kill was secured anyway. He maybe underestimated a bit the attack.
We're going again bottom lane. Trixie, he can't Timberchain himself out of this one. There's extra TP support in the way, and RTK, he's in range, but then Whirling Death and Chakram. Yep. The Void from Era, and this will be, yeah, you're right, it's a double kill. Era rotates down for FY. We're still in nighttime, so Era moves very quickly, and FY, he goes down. It's a killing spree now going the way of Era.
Era's doing so much work during this nighttime. Great rotation from him. The rotation from FY was great again bottom, but that's a maiden without boots. I mean, it's so hard to actually get in position for those kills. And once again, it's Vici Gaming being over-aggressive against Fnatic. I mean, it's okay to put pressure on the map, but you should be careful. Giving away the double kill to a Timbersaw plus a Night Stalker, this experience is really important. So, over-aggression at this stage of the game against a Night Stalker in the nighttime, they should be careful about this, of course. Styler is getting farmed for this. He's catching up on the top lane, so I guess that's something that's going well for them.
Well, for now, there is the small advantage. 500 gold, 1,500 experience. Yep. But there's a big group up coming out from Fnatic as well in the bottom lane. 4 heroes moving down.
They're going to kill RTK instantly again if he goes in.
Well, he leaves an Iron Shell. There's no Observer Walls. Look at that. Oh, he's in a really bad position.
Yeah. Arrow's going for him.
He's switching it around.
Yeah,
what's he searching for? TPing out. Okay, he's dead. Surge away. Oh, he got it off. He got it off before they got the silence. And because these supports have no stun, in comes Super with an almost, well, not fully channeled, but he gets the acid spray down.
He might fight this one.
No, there's no Chemical Rage.
So much damage.
Without Chemical Rage, it's a little bit too dangerous. But it looks like they do want to try and force something here.
Yep.
Let's actually just jump over to Vici's channel, because now with all the players in the bottom lane, maybe they do attempt something. Absolutely flawless fight. Absolutely flawless. The Darkseer wall is actually coming into play at that point too.
It was. I mean, of course, Vacuum would have been great as well. I don't think it mattered at this point. But yeah, really good dive from Vici Gaming. They understood the nighttime was over. I mean, Night Stalker had his ultimate, but it didn't matter in the end. Just, this tower is really hard to defend. When you're not in position to defend this tier 1 safe lane tower, you should just... I mean, so many teams choke at defending this tower, and Fnatic lost 3 or 4 heroes in this exchange plus a tower. It was 3 maybe. Huge loss for them. Vici Gaming is getting some map control right now. Very important. And I don't think Weaver was involved in that. I mean, he's getting quite a lot of farm.
Yeah, he's walking around with Treads and Ring of Aquila. We're 9 minutes 30 in.
Yeah.
Also notice too, not rushing any kind of hand of minor. So we're going early stats. Normally when you see the Aquila, we look into the drums as the next item.
Yeah.
Fenrir's waiting to attack. He's going to find Era here. And then, well, with Vendetta, Spy, Carapace, like, well, if you wanted Era, you've got to try for it. The stun's going to go. He doesn't have enough mana, though, to transfer into anything else. Like, there's no... Okay, there goes RT searching himself away. But there's not enough mana for a Vendetta. He's getting closer towards the arcane boots, and then he'll be able to do it.
This Darkster is going to have mech pretty soon. I mean, he has it. Actually, he has it now.
He has it now, yeah.
Yeah, so
Courier's
that's
just
a really
a little bit
big
busy.
item to have right now. If Vici Gaming want to force a fight, it's really hard for Fnatic to answer.
Because then when you have that instant burst heal, what matter if you silence up as well?
Exactly.
And that stayability. Super still trying to farm up this middle lane. He's popping Chemical Rage every single moment he can.
On the other hand, we need to keep in mind that that's a 4 versus 5 right now. Hani didn't come into play yet. He wants to get the orc shit first and then try to get, you know, some...
They're still taking some time, and Super, well, Chemical Rage is there. He's starting up the concoction. Remember, he can't be stunned up, but they have a lot of damage. Throw the concoction. Throw the concoction. He never got it off. Probably wouldn't have helped him anyway. He was hoping for the surge out from Darkseer, who did attempt it.
Yeah, he was really out of position. I'm not sure what he was up to here. He was 1 versus 4 on the uplift. Maybe some.
I got a feeling he didn't think everyone from Fnatic was there. Because there's no vision coming out from Vici Gaming. It's just the fact that a lot of people are missing.
Yeah, he maybe expected them to be somewhere else for sure. Else,
Just continuously playing like we're seeing so far from Vici Gaming, which is the very aggressive,
very aggressive style. Yeah. Definitely.
And Sila's up on this top lane. Era wants to force him back. The second he comes anywhere near that farm, just force him back. And now, well, it's time.
It's time.
It's time for the 5-man. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice little share. ROTK, such a team player. He's a team player, giving his bottle over, and FY is going to take 2 of the charges from it.
I mean, how is this Maiden going to get Hex if you don't give him the ball charge?
Are they really going to lose their courier for this one? That's a point boost from the courier. That's a point boost from the courier.
That's too fast.
They didn't attack it. You're right. It is. But up on the top lane, it's going to be both Fly as well as Era. And they're going to know something's wrong now. There's a lot of... Yep, there's your stun. Over to Fly. Sila's already run through 1. The TP's going to be cancelled. Era's going to try and get out of this one. There's a back. Oh, it's just a little bit off target. Just a little bit. But they get the Visage, and they'll take the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's a level 1 vacuum. It's really hard to land. Great TP out from Era. 1 kill, 1 tower, it's still a very good trade. It's not even a trade, actually. It's still a very good achievement for Vici Gaming. They're getting quite ahead during this daytime. Hopefully Fnatic can... I mean, of course, Fnatic will have to strike back during the second 9 time, because that's when they're going to have the Orchid from Klinks.
Yeah.
So, it's actually right now, they still need some time, but he's 500 gold away from it, so...
It could be worse. Oh, Fenrir initiates, was running the Sentry Ward, follow up with the Concoction Stun under the Acid Spray, and RTK gives the Iron Shell to Super.
He just can't even Timber Chain his way out because he's just going to dive to the Carapace. Nyx is really a great hero to have against Timberstorm.
Yeah. Well, it's the initiation. Like, even then, like, you threw down a Sentry Ward for the Radiant side, hoping that would cover you, but the second Fenrir realized the Alchemist was backing up. Like, he walked into here and was still able to get the stun directly up the hill.
Yeah. It's just already too late.
That was TP coming to bottom lane. It's like Silas down there for now. Also walking around with 2,200 gold. That's his full drums if he wants to buy it. But it looks like he's saving it for something else. Are you thinking what I'm thinking right now? Starts with an R, ends with an int.
Oh, yeah. It could be. It could be. It could be quite a good pick right now because then he don't really have to commit. He can just run around in the fight, try to be... You know, go for the jukes and everything, and with the Darkseer spinning him up, that could actually be quite a good item to get. Yeah, really.
Oh, they're gonna go for. It's just so simple for him. It's just so simple for him. The Observer Ward though was watching the movement going down to the river, and no one else has flagged up anywhere, so they're realizing it. Roshan's being damaged down a little bit. They get back up,
and that's the Knight plus the Orchid. So that's a really great time for Fnatic to take a fight.
Yeah, let's actually have a listen to Fnatic as they are trying to contest up Roshan now.
Take the sentries, Ren.
We could possibly even go on them. Yeah.
Hit me mid. Where is move?
No, they're still working. They're with birds. Oh, mid. Wanna go for him?
Yeah.
I don't know how exactly. Yeah. Lion should just keep pushing us back. They're running out of minutes. Creep is going out.
The creep is going out. I gotta get another creep.
Like some epic standoff here.
Oh, someone is there.
That was
Sentry here.
Darkseid is there.
And Fnatic, they are seriously looking for that opening. And you could hear him right there, like the creep was running out for Clinks. This is that whole, there's a time. There is a right timing for him. And it's so close to that timing.
It is, and I mean, right now it's a hard call for Fnatic because there's so much burst damage on Vici's gaming lineup. It's looking pretty much like the second game. I mean, of course, the Weaver pick is a bit different, but the burst output from Darks here with Nyx, Maiden, Alchemist is just huge. They need to be really careful with their dives.
Still waiting for VC Gaming to get rid of a couple of these sentry wards. You notice, like, Fnatic are prepped up for this. Like, there's a sentry ward right here in the mid, and there's another one down here on the bottom river. So anywhere this Nyx goes, he won't be able to get an instant surprise out. Like, they've got Dust over on VC Gaming and Super. Oh, he's prepping a concoction. And he's going to stun himself up in range of his own tier 1 tower. But no one's there anymore. The switch has come out, and Harney's just trying to backdoor this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. And I do say backdoor because there's creep waves all the way down the tier 2 tower right now. The game time.
Okay.
And then it just kept going.
Okay.
It was this, let's farm. Do we gank? Do we go out? Do we farm? It's like, no, they're smoked up. Let's move.
What was the
back.
matchup already? LGDCN versus?
LGDCN versus DK, I think it was.
Right.
I can't 100% remember. I just remember it was a bloody
I can see why it went that long then.
I'm wondering if anyone in the chat is actually like, spamming it out as well. Telling me that I'm wrong, but I think I'm right. But yeah, you can, okay, yes. We don't see a lobby.
No, I still don't see it,
Yeah. So again, the people in my ear.
Okay.
And then it just kept going.
Okay.
It was this, let's farm. Do we gank? Do we go out? Do we farm? It's like, no, they're smoked up. Let's move.
At least what was the matchup already? LGDCN versus when?
LGDCN versus DK, I think
okay, that's what was going on.
I can't 100% remember. I just remember it was a bloody
I can see why it went that long then.
I'm wondering if anyone in the chat is actually like, spamming it out as well.
On in the game?
We could.
Yeah, we could. We could.
We could.
I mean,
But it
I'm
was
watching at the, the
wrong, but I think I'm
the
right.
play setup right now, like just,
right.
community lobbies, tournaments.
But yeah, you
I
can.
don't quite read my items.
We don't see a lobby.
No. I still don't see it, yeah.
Yeah. So again, the people in my ear.
Okay.
And then you can see it as well.
Okay.
It was
I can
this,
see it as well.
let's farm.
Looks like we are back inside the game
again. But this is going to be a very nice relief, I think, for Fnatic. Like the momentum that was coming through from Vici Gaming, it's
actually quite good to have, I think for the players
Just
in
to
such
chill.
a game, chill a bit and try to, just think about what's going on and what's the game plan right now and what's the next steps for the game. It's quite important at this stage. We were quite in a bit of, hesitation phase for us, so we might see actually different decision making. After that, of course, it's not supposed to happen, but
we
still part of the game, right?
We have a 15-minute save, so we're gonna be able to load it at the 15-minute mark. That don't know, Dota 2 has an auto save feature whenever you play in the games. Where it basically makes a save every minute in the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, we must be like 5 seconds off the next save.
I don't think anything happened during that minute anyway in the game. I mean,
no, they were looking at
besides
each other
farming.
in mid. The Alchemist stunned himself. To write home
I guess
about.
it's fine for both teams to go for the 15-minute load game.
Yeah. All right, so everyone's back inside the lobby, and hopefully we'll give this another crack. And Ownage is our host for this one, so when he hits that start button, we get ourselves rolling again.
Yep.
And it should pause instantly when we get ourselves inside the game. So we have a moment just to get our bearings, and then we should be good to go.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
It's the plan. It's the plan.
If everything goes according to the plan.
Yeah. I don't think there's any major heroes which, there's no heroes which have any bugs.
I don't think so. I mean,
like sometimes some things don't belong to you. It's the only thing because it's like reloading all the data back in again.
I don't see a Venom ward.
Start spinning on
Yeah,
the top.
sure.
I was like,
That would be fun. He just has the control on his ward. It's fine.
it's just complete confusion.
He was
they're
actually
they're meant to be mine, but they attack everybody.
But now they attack everybody. They're just neutral wards. I mean, one thing to notice actually that I remember from the game, he actually was maxing Gale over ward. And I think like generally the damage output of the Gale is a bit underrated right now. It's kind of huge. It's like 500 damage, level 4, something like this. So there's actually two ways of building Venom right now. It's either maxing wards and passive and getting the Gale just for the slow, or just maxing Gale for the high damage.
Because in case people didn't know, we did have some issues yesterday with some wonderful people that just like to watch the world burn.
Yeah, sure. Some anarchist? What's the word for those guys?
No.
I don't know.
Dicks.
Yeah, I guess so. Like, they managed successfully to delay the game for 2 hours, which I don't get the point.
That was your game, man.
Congrats on our game against AAA. Like,
must be something against the French.
Nah, come on. We're just all about love and stuff. Like, we don't,
French is all about love.
Yeah, of course we are.
I never been in love. I've never been to France. Haven't been there yet.
Really?
Yeah.
Of course you have been there.
No.
Seriously?
Never.
No, you're lying. I don't trust you.
Why would I lie?
Oh, come on. You're in Germany.
Yeah.
Never been to France. So that's something. Okay, just put it on your to-do list, like as on the top of it.
When I have a holiday, since I started working for the company in 2.5 years.
In what?
I'm going to Australia for 5 days.
In 2.5 years? No.
Yeah, I've been working for the company for almost 2.5 years now.
I thought you planned your holiday in 2 years.
By choice, I have never taken a holiday.
Okay. Well, that's...
Until now. Where I take 5 days in Australia.
When is it? Oh, at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
And even then, 5 days and then coming back again. So technically, I'm only having like 2 days holiday.
Holidays are pretty enjoyable. You should try this.
It's crazy. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
And now,
wish we could actually get the camera on a Voss while he's doing this, because he seems to have a nice little pool made up with the Serbians down in the crowd.
The after party didn't start yet, and he's already...
After party? What time is it? We've actually just cracked over midnight.
It's going to be
The time's just not moving.
No, it's not moving.
It's almost legit, though. Except for the fact, like, Australia and China should never be that far apart.
That's true.
But right now, if it's like 1 o'clock here, I believe it's going to be like, depending what part of Australia you're in, it should be like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah. And for China, it's going to be like 7 or 8 o'clock, 6 or 7
in the morning as well, yeah?
In the morning as well,
okay.
yeah. Yeah, we have stupid daylight savings in Australia as well.
You do?
Yeah, just like you guys here.
I never went to Australia. I want to go there really badly.
You've never been to Australia?
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, I live very far away from it.
Oh, crazy.
And looks like the player are getting ready to start the game again. They're putting their head like soundproof headsets on again.
Wonderful.
Vici gaming.
Wonderful. All right, so here goes the load. Here goes the load, and we get ourselves back underway for the game. If all goes according to plan.
Yep.
If all goes according to plan, we have no major breakages. We'll load ourselves in 15 minutes into game number 4. And we should be all okay to go.
I'm confident that it will.
And there we go. 15 minutes in.
That's perfect.
Yeah. So we come back in at a perfect time, 7:12. This is when Hani was also looking for another initiation. Like his death pact has gone back onto cooldown again. It's on like 31 seconds, but yeah. It's looking pretty good. I'm glad the crowd can keep themselves entertained while we wait. Again, no roaming cameras. No roaming cameras, except for on the players. All right. So we're good to go when ready. So back into the game we go.
And there we go again, yeah. Hani getting the illusion rune this time. Yeah, so it's basically a 5 versus 5 on the mid lane right now. Both teams were facing each other, not knowing really if they want to go on or not.
Nighttime, daytime. How's the Night Stalker? Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Because of the reload, it starts you at basically the start of daytime.
Or okay.
Because of the reload.
Yeah, that's actually unfortunate for Fnatic, also the birds, but he still has. Or okay.
Because of the reload.
He's somewhere, I can hear
No,
him.
there's like a whole like different TV screen in the other region upstairs.
That
where
place
you
is
can,
pretty
like,
awesome to watch.
Yeah.
To watch in.
I've been watching from here.
Yeah? Yeah, of course you did.
Fine enough. I haven't left all day. Just keeps going. All right. So yeah, it looks like it's when that kind of stuff happens, like it's not going to be our internet connection again. It's a problem in the save.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're going to go to a quick break and see if we can load in and see if it works this time around. So stay tuned. We'll be back.
wanna freak your body on the floor. I wanna rock this party, and that's for sure. I wanna touch your body on the floor. I wanna rock this party, and that's for sure. Dance, dance. She's too sexy for her clothes, so she throws them on the floor. She knows how to make it dough. Broke boys get hit with the dough. I got flow, I got dough. My beats be making no so. She's the hottest thing up in my town, so you got the moves, I got the sound. Together we conquer battlegrounds. When it's me and you, we don't play around. We break it ground, we underground. We rock this party, pound for pound. I wanna freak your body on the floor. I wanna rock this party, and that's for sure. I wanna touch your body on the floor. I wanna rock this party, and that's for sure. Esa chica mata sin razón, me sacó, me robó mi corazón. Yo no sé cómo eso pasó, me mató con sus suaves besos, peligrosos, maliciosos. Sus ojos tan preciosos, me hipnotizan, me cativan, como estrella brillan. Los hombres la querían, pero ella vio algo en mí. Le gustó el EPISI, me mató con su swag y su energy. Freak your body on the floor. I'm gonna rock, touch your body on the floor. Break it, girl. Break it, girl. Shake it, girl. Shake it, girl. I love the way you break away. Break it, girl. Break it, girl. Shake it, girl. Shake me. Freak your body on the floor. I'm gonna rock this party, and that's for sure. I'm gonna rock this party, and that's for sure. I wanna freak your body on the floor. I'm gonna rock this party, and that's for sure. I wanna touch your body, on the floor. I'm gonna rock this party, and that's for sure.
Epis. Yeah. Hate me? Cause you ain't me.
Shake it, don't break it. 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 Shake it,
Welcome back, everybody, here to our matchup. We ran for about 30 seconds to make sure everything was fine, and Vici Gaming, they wanted to capitalize on that time. Oh, yeah. They came out, they smoked up, they killed off a Venomancer, and now they're inside of Roshan, but we have a successful reload back here in a game number 4 of Vici Gaming up against Fnatic here in the grand final of the RaidCall EMS 1 full season. I'm Toby1, and still with me to the bitter end is Mocking Mad.
Yes, I am, and I mean, let's hope that both teams can keep up with the rhythm they had before this pause, of course. Vici Gaming looks okay, I guess, because they just found a kill in a rush in a matter of 1 minute time. So let's try to get ourselves back into this game and see what's happening right now. Obviously, Vici Gaming had the upper hand for this game.
Hani snipe it at the same time, middle lane. Trixie's in a lot of trouble right now. The Dice Courier will get killed. While in the middle lane, there's a Gale on 3, but they've already killed up the Timbersaw. The Vac back into the double wall. Era has to pop up the ultimate and turn this back into nighttime right now. While Sylar, he is so deep in right now. He picks up Fly, moves over towards Era. He's orking it up. He's going to get killed up, but the Aegis Immortal is going to bring him back to life again while the Alchemist done. Picks up the Venomancer, was retreating off. Trixie again. He came back into this fight. He brought back to be part of this fight as well, and he dies again. And Vici Gaming, well, they double level aggression, and now nighttime's over again. Another quick stun. Sylar, Shikuchi, and Familiar 1 stun. Familiar 2 stun. Era, the Vac back in again. Keep in there, and then your Frostbite. They get themselves another kill. Then no tell that in 1 second time, and this tier 1 tower is still not dead just yet. A little bit supported around the side. Hani, oh, there goes to Dust. He's off to the side. Super's going to stun himself up right now unless someone else gives him a target, and they won't. So he stuns himself off to the side of the tower, but with the Ogre Club as well as a Vitality Booster and the Chemical Rage, of course, he's able to regain his life points very, very quickly. And 18-8.
Away from dropping from the tournament, Vici 1 win away from taking it all, like this best of 5. They're looking great right now. I mean, Alchemist has really good farm, so does Darkseer, and so does Weaver, of course. We're looking at the BKB for Sylar, it looks like. Of course.
A BKB for him, and I think a Heaven's Halberd coming out for the Alchemist.
Yep.
Unless we go Lotus style. Oh, he goes SMY. We do go Lotus style.
That's something I don't often see, to be honest.
Got to get myself back into the group, man.
It's pretty hard right now, but we'll do it. We'll do it. Of course, like right now, the Fnatic supports are extremely poor and highly really under level.
Surgeon, he got the concoction, but Trixie able to timber himself down, but no! The AoE stunned out No-Tail, but because they're so deep, there's no way they can follow in that far.
I mean, look at No-Tail and Flyer now. They're so poor. I mean, they're level 7 and 6.
It's under 1,000.
That's a very tough game for him.
It didn't really
can damage him, but without the Orchid, he's fine. He can just time it up his way out anyway.
On the beautiful thing, though, like we hit nighttime, at the same time, Trixie, he got stunned up. He threw the Chakram out, and he never was able to pull it back in again. It comes back into his dead course, but the Spike Carapace from Fenrir is set up perfectly, and now the tier 2 tower goes down as well.
And the ability from Vici Gaming to just get the focus back and the rhythm to get it that high right after a 15 or 20 minutes pause, I don't know. It's quite amazing, this discipline.
And they're looking really freaking good. You're I think the discipline's like going to be the perfect word right now. Actually, I got to realize I can't. The golden experience graph tells lies.
No, yeah. Yeah, it's actually way more than discipline.
Yeah, and I must not tell lies.
They're looking to push every single tower thing they can get right now, and it's really hard for Fnatic to answer. This is the night time.
This is the way to answer. A Venomancer ulti through the rear. That's the answer. Hani, well, he just watched Fenrir come around the corner, so he's going to organ on one side, and Fenrir, he's going to pop from this one. The Venomancer ulti was great, but the Also, the wall, the Meg charge comes up. BKB Fenrir, he actually managed to stun the Clinks. He's in Vendetta. He's in Vendetta. He wants to catch up to Hani. Where's the gem? It's going to be on someone. There's nothing. Hani's away to safety. A little bit further down. Now the Darkseer caught out, but in comes the stun. Double on the concoction. Trixie lets off the shark. Now Hani's on the run and Fi. Maybe FY. He can finish the job. The attack up the hill. No doubt doesn't stand a chance against that. He attempted the Gale to try and stall them up before the tier 3 tower went down. You can see him as well just rock back in his chair, not happy with that status. The 3 of Fnatic are about to come back alive against. They have a chance to defend this Rax, but still it's a tall ask. But while Darkseer is not here, they've got to go. And it looks like VC Gaming are going to back themselves up. Trixie's looking for it, but they will turn and reinsert. You know they will. With the Blink Dagger now up in the Darkseer, of course you will.
They have to wait for Hani to take any sort of fight anywhere now.
Well, let's listen to VC Gaming and see what they're up to.
开山夜幕往哪走？我你妈，我不该打了，小骷髅还要出来。我来了，我在靠啊！
The tall ask. But while Darkseer is not...
先走着，他不死。小骷髅来了，看在后面。救了一手。小骷髅，小骷髅。我炸他了，还要死！我想再打死玲珑啊！ 别追！忘了，没到。
Man, huge fight for them. Huge Gale to start with, as well as the familiar stuns. That was Fnatic's saving grace right there in the fight.
I really want Fnatic try to get their rhythm back in this game. They have really a shot at coming back. This fight just showed it. I mean, obviously Vici Gaming is leading this game by far right now, but like the pressure Fnatic is able to apply on them whenever they, you know, get a good pick off like they did in this fight. If they are able to silence Darkseer, just kill him, burst him down pretty fast, they can just snowball on Vici right now. I mean, the Clinks, the Timber, and the Night Stalker, that's like some hell of a chase lineup. So they can really get the kills on Vici, and of course, after capitalize on that with getting towers with the Clinks and the Venomancer.
We got now... Vici Gaming, they've got everything they really want. Like, you got double 4-staffs on supports now. Both Nyx as well as Crystal Maiden have 4-staffs. Their positional play is going to be amazing. And already you see Fenrir. I mean, is exactly what he wants. Concoctions, oh wow, this is really going to hurt for Era. The BKB, he got it off just in time. The Gale flies astray. But with a 4-staff, they back up pretty quickly.
Hani's looking to backdoor the tier 1 tower top at the same time, which is a good decision. That's
Pew.
Yeah, that's gold really needed for
and
Fnatic.
Fortification is going to make this a lot harder. He's going to tank up this creep wave a hell of a lot if he wants it. And they TP in. That TP is not going to make it in time. And Silent now, well, you know he's left. There's a stun over on Trixie. Super. Concoction connects onto Notal. Keeps him out. There's one 4-staff. Crystal Maiden's got hers still up available too. ROTK low on life. 4-staff him out of there. There he pops. He's at a 14 life points. And because this now, he's out of range of the Venomancer ultimate. And Veno's going to get stunned up. The Familiars slowing down VC Gaming from getting the last connection in.
What a great decision by Sylar. He just time-lapsed himself in the fight again because he understood that Fnatic wanted to initiate on Vici Gaming when they saw this TP top lane. So great decision-making by Sylar. Vici Gaming able to make what looked to be a 4 versus 5, actual 5 versus 5, and get 2 kills in the tower out of it.
And that kind of stuff you can't write in books.
Oh no. I mean,
there's a full AC.
Weaver's kind of, I don't want to say poor, but he's not that fat in this game. He has only a BKB, so Fnatic has really the damage to burst down both the Weaver and the Alchemist. Of course, it's easier to burst the Weaver than the Alchemist right now, even with the BKB.
Oh, Hani, he's found one. He's found one. Orchid, 3 hits, 4-staff or not, with the 1 charge as he should. Yeah, it's the last Searing Arrow. There's a concoction on the way, but Hani's already managed to go invis and super. He's not fast enough. He's going to stun himself up, but he's in Chemical Rage, and he's already got the gem on him too. So if they try and initiate, Gale all connects onto RTK. Doesn't have mana. He can't pop off the wall, but already the Venomancer goes down. Era popped the BKB again. Super wants to wait a little bit longer, but Hani comes into the fight and quite visible. Concoction Sun will tag him up, but he's not dead yet. He's able to get his way. Timberched as well. Sylar, that generated attack. It doesn't go. He time lapses back in again. Tries to neglect that damage. Era, he's got a bug right in the back of his windshield. 90 life points. Concoction, 0 life points, or maybe not. One charge to keep him alive. Chikuchi through, and there's your last attack from Weaver.
I have to say that the SNY is doing a lot of work right now. He's even able to chase the Clinks when he's invis. So Super, again, what a great performance by this player. He's 9, 2, and 19. He's been in almost all the kills from Vici Gaming right now.
Oh, Hardy. See, this just is not nice. This is not nice. He's farming up in the dire jungle, says, you know what, Orchid, and goodbye Crystal Maiden. 4 staff down. This time there's no one charges. I don't think that's really going to save him. Oh, it does. It's enough. There's a concoction coming. Hardy's going to get stunned up. He's so close to the haste rune, but he can't reach it. Alchemist will get the kill. That is a 1-minute opening to finish up that mid-racks. And they're coming strong.
What an important kill on Hani, really. Even for the Crystal Maiden, that kill was really important to get. I mean, right now, I don't know what Weaver bought. It's actually a Desolator, yeah. So the pushing is going to be really easier.
They got Trixie. Stun. Venom got a good ulti off too, but Trixie's already dead. Super forced up away from the last familiar stun. So he's still free to move. Yeah. And with the Desolator about to fly in, it's still trying to come down the lane. Super's got to be careful. Chemical Rage. The Venomancer ulti wears off. They give him a mech charge. He starts the concoction again. Era, caught napping a little bit too close in towards the tower. And the melee racks can be the primary focus. With the Venomancer Wars down, they just don't care. They're just leaving the Venomancer Wars to time out. Yeah. The Gale will connect on too.
Without nighttime, it's really hard for Fnatic to take a fight right now. Yeah. They have 30 seconds on the ultimate from Era, so they have to wait a bit. Unfortunately, they lose the racks for it, but I don't think they could do much about it.
It's time for Roche. It's got to be time for Roshan. Yep. Fnatic got to know it too. Roshan is already up. The timing is pretty well known for everybody. And Hani, he's just still trying to find any kind of farm. He wants this BKB done, but he just can't get it. Every time he attempts it, it just takes too long. And there we go. Vici Gaming, they fall back. That is negative 15 armor on Roshan. Even if Fnatic wanted to try and contest this, they would have to walk in with VZ.
It's so fast
to get it. VG. That team.
I really like the item choice from Super. It's really, I mean, this SNY looked really looked very, of course, it's unconventional. It looked a bit weird to me, but it's doing so much work right now.
It's haste rune. It's haste rune build, basically.
Yeah, definitely. Facebook's into SNY. That's some movement speed.
Yep. That's when he has the Chemical Rage on as well. It's just, you can't run away from that. Hani again is trying to, well, I don't know if he's trying to intercept the creep wave. He's going back into the dire side jungle. It's the only place where he can pick up a big creep, so he's able to fight this one. But no tell, he galed out. And because the spy carapace came out, he gets stunned up and held there. Familiars are on their way in, and they've already lost one. Super is just beating the crap out of him. And Sylar also there pushing in onto the tier 3 tower. The negative armor, it really hurts hard. Negative 12 even on the towers, let alone the negative 5 on the buildings, which also come into effect. Super, another concoction back down. Wall, RTK, he's still got it available. Iron Shell's there. Now the wall does go down. Hani with his BKB, focusing RTK. RTK, he's going to survive. He walks back out again while Sylar turns and tries to focus on Hani. The Crystal Maiden able to pick up the Venomancer in the meantime, and Hani evades the attack going invis, and out of range. Sylar has to use the time lapse. Another concoction stun will fly in on top of Era, but they came here for an objective, and that's the bottom racks. And with the 2 racks down, VC Gaming in a solid position to take this fight out. But Fnatic, they've got to try and give it all it's got. This is the last game for them. If they lose it, it's all over. And there's your jump up back into a burn fix. Almost double stun. The next stun was perfect too. Double on it. The Aegis, the Mortar will trigger here on the Weaver, but they're going in on Fly. Fenrir is right behind it. One more attack. There it is from the Crystal Maiden. She'll pick up a second on this push in. 2 racks is down. If Vici Gaming wants to go, no, GG is called. They say it's over. Fnatic won the first game, but Vici Gaming come back and take 2, 3, and the 4th game. Oh.
against Alliance, against Navi, against Fnatic now. Of course, Fnatic put up a great fight in Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, even Game 4, even though after the pause they had really troubles to get the rhythm back. Vici Gaming came back even stronger, like so much rhythm, so much aggression. I mean, it was amazing to witness this final. Of course, once again, Fnatic just ends up with the second place.
This was balanced. These guys, they deserve to be in the final. They came out number 1 out of both their groups. Fnatic as well as VC Gaming. It's just been superb to watch them play. Fnatic over the last couple of days, they've been like the matches from both these teams, the drafts from both these teams, the way they've approached, the coordination and rotation from Fnatic, I really want to give praise from, especially like they showed it the most today in game number 1. Their movement around the map, it really schooled VC Gaming, and VC Gaming maybe underestimated their opponents. And because of that, Fnatic really made them pay.
And they really had to step up their game, which they did, of course, because they ended up winning this 3-1. So Vici Gaming remains undefeated. I mean, they still didn't lose the series, whether in Asia or in Europe.
That's true. That's true. They did drop 2 games.
They dropped 2 games.
But it's 2 games in the best of 3 set, or best of 3 and best of 5 set. So yeah, that's it's a really good result for them. Of course, we wish them the best of luck in G League too, which they're going to head back down to as they go back to China. And I hope a lot of the Chinese teams come back over here as well. Because it was a lot of fun.
It was really a lot of fun, and it was actually the first time we were able to see a West versus East matchup outside of TI. And for this time, the East will take it, I guess. I mean, great play from Vici Gaming. Looking forward to see who can beat them.
Yeah, well, let's actually have a look back at everybody, because obviously as we're talking about these teams, we bring it up on our screen right now. And of course, we did have Sigma against All Authority, the French representatives. Sigma, not too bad performing. Man next to me knows.
Yeah, wasn't great. Of course, we had Vici Gaming top of the group and Navi second.
Yeah, that was a really rough group for Group A. Of course, for Group B too, it was a lot rougher than I think a lot of people would have really expected. Like Fnatic and Alliance, they top it out. I think as far as people betting rares, that's what they would have bet on. But they probably would have also bet on StarTel taking number 4 position. StarTel came in here and surprised absolutely everybody with their play. They played absolutely amazingly, and it really gave hope for Korea.
I mean, of course, Fnatic played their first game against StarTel with their manager as standing without Trixie, but still StarTel was actually able to pressure Fnatic. At one point, they won fights against them and many other really good things they got going on in that game. So, of course, that's a very good surprise, although, unfortunately for them, they didn't make it out of the group.
Which was a bit of a downside. But the guys that did make it out of the group stage goes VC Gaming versus Alliance. One hell of a game, especially that game number 3. If you haven't seen that, try and find the Twitch VODs, which will be out there. And then, of course, you got Navi versus Fnatic as well. And that was a game where, well, you didn't really know what to expect with those guys. Like, we had 3-0 before, we had 3-0, like 0-3 after, depending on which way you're looking at it. And really, I think we were happy just to get 3 games out of those guys. They played really well. Yeah.
This best of 3 was really awesome, and of course the final, the best of 5 we just witnessed. It ends up being 3-1 for Vici, but honestly it felt way closer than this one, because the first one was a stomp in favor of Fnatic. The game 2 was really close. The game 3 as well.
Yeah, and then game 4, like we knew the momentum was being lost for Fnatic.
Of course,
like there was a couple of moments where they were pulling it back again from VC Gaming, and then we of course had our rather long pause, and then we kicked back into it. And VC Gaming, like these are guys which, like, whenever you go to a LAN event, like, you'll probably know it as well as anybody else. You go to a LAN event and you stop playing, and your mind just basically switches off. Something's not quite right.
It's really hard, but that's also, I mean, one quality of a top team. You have to be able, in any condition, to step up your game, get the rhythm back. And Vici just gave a lesson to everyone. Sure, we had a pause. It was as annoying for Vici that it was for Fnatic, right? But they were able to put so much pressure on Fnatic right after this. You know, get a kill, get a rush, push 4 towers, end the game. And that's really...
But it wasn't even like just the kill presented itself. It was like they had a plan. Like they came and said, okay, we're 100% focused. Let's go into the tree line as well, just in case there's a ward around. Smoke up in the tree line. They came out. They moved through the Rosh pit, and then they found the Venomancer. It probably wasn't the exact hero they were searching for, but it gave them the momentum to just keep carrying through. And that's where VC Gaming, I think, for me, really impressed me. Like a couple of times we saw him diving deeply on top of towers. A couple of times when you go, like, maybe that was questionable. But of course, you also look at it and say it's aggression. And Fnatic realized this, and then the momentum which they kept on gaining every single time. You'd lose one, you might lose two heroes, but what they gained from it was having the team, the opposition on the back foot, and they just kept pounding and pounding away. It was killed tower, I feed a little bit, we still get the tower, we maybe get a kill.
It's like they were forcing the Fnatic's defense every time. And of course, Fnatic stood for their ground for so long in game 1, in game 2. It was getting weaker and weaker. And whenever Vici managed to really like break the defense from Fnatic, then it's just snowball all over the place, aggression everywhere, and then towers falling one after one until it's the tier 3 and then the racks. Yeah. So really awesome play out of both teams. Looking forward to see them perform again against each other, against any other team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Fnatic's run in this tournament, though. Yeah. They did great.
It's obviously something to look forward to, and hopefully, like when ESL run the next series, we look forward to seeing even more great Dota, hopefully bringing in the Chinese teams, the Korean teams again. Definitely. Hopefully this time we also get an American team.
Yeah, would be great as well.
To turn up, that'll be great.
Yeah, that would be great.
For now, though, is the time you might have all been waiting for. It is time to have Zoe present our winners for the competition.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, one last time, we're going to hand it over to me, and I have the big pleasure of announcing our winners. We had 8 teams making it here to Poland. We had 4 who came out of the group stages and 2 teams which were playing here in the finals. So please give it up for our second place here in the tournament, Fnatic. And they did fight well. We saw an impressive first game. And Fly, maybe just a few last words from your team to the world out there who has been cheering for you, as a lot of people actually thought after that first game, like, they're actually going to make it.
Thanks everyone for coming out and cheering for us. We really appreciate it. And congratulations to Vici. They played amazing games and they really deserve it. So that's it.
But really, so did you guys. Please, big round of applause for Fnatic. Absolutely incredible games we have been seeing from them. The first one was so dominant, but Vici didn't crumble. In the second game, they came back, and then they just didn't lose that momentum. They got forced into a 4th game, but still, they took it in the end. I'm talking about Vici Gaming, so please give it up for our first place, Vici Gaming. So you guys have been confident. You thought you're going to win it, and you did win it. So anything you want to say to the people who have been watching and cheering for you?
Thank you guys. You guys all. I'm very happy this time, in this moment. Very excited.
That is so nice. And we're happy for you too. Well deserved. So please take your trophy. Our winners here of the RaidCall EMS 1 Fall Finals. They take home $12,000 and came out of top. We had 8 top teams participating here. It's been quite a run for all of them. We saw so many upsets. We saw so many great games. It's been a huge honor to host this lovely event. And of course, also thanks to the audience here. You guys have been amazing. You stuck with us for like 2 really, really long and exciting games. Thanks everyone at home who has been watching, and thanks for everyone who has been involved to make this happen. We very much hope to see you again in the next year when it's once more the name of RaidCall EMS 1.